Chapter 1 Little Old Cousin Kyudo Shinichi. Okay, the play is almost over, Yukiko. Seeing his son slumped on the ground, looking up at his son blankly, the masked man took off the mask on his face, revealing Kyudo Shinichi's extremely familiar look. Open your face. Hey. Kyudo Shinichi stared blankly at the sudden change in front of him, unable to react. It seems that this time the acting was a bit over the top. It scared our detective son. He didn't even know if the blood on his body was real blood or fake blood. Looking at his goose-like son, Kyudo Yusaku sighed. Said. At this time, Maorai, who was lying in a pool of blood, came to life again, took out the blood bag on his body, and then wiped the tears of Kyudo Shinichi, who still had tears on his face. Okay, Shinichi, don't cry, Mom is just making a joke for you. Maorai said, and then used one hand to tear off his face, revealing a face that was equally familiar to Kyudo Shinichi. Shinichi. You're not really scared, are you? Looking at Kyudo Shinichi, who was still dumbfounded and silent, Kyudo Yukiko stepped forward with some distress, touched Kyudo Shinichi's little face, turned back to Kyudo Yusaku and asked, Yusaku, is your script writing too strong? It's not that my script is too strong, it's that the ideas provided by Xiaozhen are good enough, and your acting skills are so good. Kyudo Yusaku walked up and looked at Kyudo Shinichi, while shirk responsibility, he also said forgot to praise Kyudo Yukiko. I only provided one idea, and I didn't participate in the rest of the process. I just watched my aunt's acting very powerful, and she also acted Xiaolan's expression so well that I was stunned. At this time, a handsome young man with a camera walked in from the outside, who was somewhat similar to Kyudo Yusaku. He was Xiaozhen in Kyudo Yusaku's mouth, Kyudo Yusaku's nephew, Tang Zhen, who had just arrived in Japan from Daxia. Tang Zhen had never seen a mother who cheated her son so much in his life. The son was born just for fun. In the scene just now, Kyudo Yukiko acted with great devotion and care, not to mention the unaware Kyudo Shinichi. Even Tang Zhen was shocked by this scene and lamented that his aunt is indeed a world-famous actress, and she is also my biological mother is very playful. Auntie is indeed a well-known actor. She is much better than the actors in the movies I have seen in Daxia before. Tang Zhen praised Kyudo Yukiko with great admiration. Xiaozhen, you are flattering me. I am just an old actor who has expired. Your ideas are still useful. Kyudo Yukiko said that he appreciated the compliment from his nephew Tang Zhen, and at the same time, he did not forget to be humble. It's just that the two of them were complimenting each other, and no one noticed that Kyudo Shinichi, who was sitting on the ground, had come to his senses and listened to their words with a dark face. How can this be done? It's too much. You are really too much. How could you make such a bad joke? At this time, Kyudo Shinichi, who probably understood the situation and couldn't bear it anymore, finally broke out. After I finished speaking, I couldn't help it anymore and shed tears. This time it wasn't the desperate tears before, it was because I was angry at them. At this time, seeing everyone showing up, Dr. Agaza, dressed as a tall man, also took off his clothes and walked out. Doctor. Even you teamed up to lie to me. Looking at the short, fat old man, Kyudo Shinichi wiped the tears from his face and said. Finally, after a long period of persuasion, the group of people finally sat down, and then Conan finally asked. Mom, Dad, what is going on? Why are you acting in this drama? And who is he? At the end of the question, Kyudo Shinichi pointed to Tang Zhen aside. When Dad and Mom came home, I didn't see you at home. When I saw Dr. Agaza, he told you about you. We were very worried about it. Then your dad was going to test your awareness of dangerous events. Responsiveness. Then your father is going to test you with the storyline in his recent novel. At this time, we received a notice from your aunt who married to Daxia, because we have just returned to Daxia. When I received the notice, my cousin is about to get off the plane, so we picked up your cousin first. After picking up your cousin, he also knew about you. When he heard that we were going to test you, your cousin thought that it was not enough to test your detective knowledge and reasoning ability. Since you were attacked, you have become a child. Judging from your performance, your character is a bit reckless. Your cousin thought that you should be taught a profound lesson, and then there was the scene where Xylan, who joined temporarily, was shot in front of you. Kyoto Yukiko said it all in one breath. During the process, I also did not forget to introduce Tang Zhen. Shinichi, do you still remember me, your cousin? Do you still remember when we were kids and snatched Xylan and Sanako's lollipops together? Tang Zhen sat on the sofa and waved to Kyoto Shinichi. Cousin. After hearing what Tang Zhen said, Kyoto Shinichi finally remembered his cousin, but his face became a little ugly when he heard it later. He is the son of his aunt who is desperate to marry to Daxia, but because he has experienced a lot of things just now, he is a little uneasy, and many years have passed, so he did not recognize Tang Zhen for a while. Tang Zhen's father, Tangshan, was a country with Daxia and Japan. At that time, relations were at ease. After the re-establishment of diplomatic relations, the first batch of Hyuxia students who came to study in Japan graduated with honors from Toto University School of Medicine and returned to Daxia after completing their studies. And his aunt was a classmate of Tangshan. She also graduated with honors, and then followed Tangshan without hesitation to go to Daxia, which was considered poor and backward in their eyes at the time, despite her parents' objections. This led to a turmoil in the relationship between his father and his aunt. It was very tense, and it was not until later that the relationship between the two families eased. When they were 7 or 8 years old, his aunt's family came to Japan to visit them, and Kyoto Shinichi also met Tang Zhen at that time. At that time, Tang Zhen was naughty and mischievous, and he often took him everywhere to play wildly. The thing that remains fresh in Kyoto Shinichi's memory is that Tang Zhen took him with him to bully his childhood sweetheart Xylan and Yuanzi. At that time, he, as a good boy, actually he agreed, and snatching Xylan's lollipop was a dark history that he would never forget. It was great when they bullied Xylan and Yuanzi. Tang Zhen was there and they couldn't do anything to him. But after Tang Zhen left, he became the target of being bullied, especially when Xylan was bullied by Tang Zhen and him. After the bullying, Xylan was sent to practice karate, and then his status in the trio became lower and lower. Cousin, why did you come to Japan? Kyoto Shinichi thought of his childhood memories. Although he was partly to blame, it was all Tang Zhen, this cousin who took the lead. As a result, he just patted his and left, giving himself it left a lot of trouble, and now when I saw Tang Zhen, I had to reluctantly call out and ask him the reason for coming to Japan. What? We haven't seen each other for many years, and Shinichi is estranged. Have you forgotten how happy you were when we teased Xylan and the others? Looking at the little Kyoto Shinichi, who looked reluctant, Tang Zhen deliberately said. You still said. It was because you led me to bully Xylan. As a result, Xylan was sent to practice karate by his parents. In the end, I was the one who was bullied. Looking back on the past, Kyoto Shinichi could only face Tang Zhen complain. Can you blame me? Xylan can practice karate, why can't you? What's there to say about being bullied by a girl? Tang Zhen said to Kyoto Shinichi with disdain. Listening to Tang Zhen's words, Kyoto Shinichi had nothing to say. Could it be that Xylan is extremely talented, and after practicing for a while, the gap is getting bigger and bigger, so why not stop practicing? Okay. This is all in the past. Now it's time to talk about your affairs. Seeing that Kyoto Shinichi was about to get angry, Kyoto Yukiko hugged him and began to change the topic. Seeing this, Tang Zhen didn't say anything, but looked at his uncle and aunt, who persuaded Kyoto Shinichi to leave Japan, a somewhat dangerous place, with them to seek refuge in the United States. And I also know an Interpol. They should have the kind of medicine that can make you smaller. As long as we get the medicine, we will study it carefully and it will make you bigger. Finally, Kyudo Yusaku said to Kyudo Shinichi said. Chapter 2 The Origin of Tang Zhen. No, I won't leave. I want to stay in Japan. This is my business. You don't have to worry about it. I will definitely catch the people in that organization. Kyudo Shinichi firmly rejected his parents' proposal. No matter how Kyudo Yusaku and his wife tried to persuade him, Kyudo Shinichi did not intend to leave Japan. Let me ask you, Shinichi, how do you plan to fight against that organization? At this time, Dr. Agaza, who had never had any sense of existence, asked. I. Kyudo Shinichi was there, saying nothing for a long time. I will find evidence of their crime, and then hand it over to the police and let the police catch them. Finally, Kyudo Shinichi said it. He himself did not believe it. An organization that can develop a drug that makes people smaller will be afraid of Japan. Police? Everyone in the room shook their heads speechlessly after hearing Kyudo Shinichi's innocent words. I see that you are staying in Japan not just for the so-called black organization, right? Tang Zhen, who had been looking at them, asked thoughtfully, and then suddenly asked, is it for Xiaolan? I could tell when I was a child that you liked her, and it was precisely because you liked her that you followed me to bully her. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not here for Xiaolan. Kyudo Shinichi retorted with a red face, and then his voice became smaller and smaller. And I'm afraid, you are still using your current status as a child to take advantage of Xiaolan, right? Tang Zhen gave Kyudo Shinichi a fatal blow again, and directly said that he was speechless and lowered his head. Silent. After listening to Tang Zhen's words, Kyudo Yusaku and Kyudo Yukiko finally understood the reason why Kyudo Shinichi insisted on staying in Japan, and Kyudo Yukiko's face also showed that he was the kind of pig who finally knew how to start humiliating others. The expression of Xiaobike. Looking at everyone's expressions with your peripheral vision, Kyudo Shinichi's face turned redder, and he wanted to retort, but in the end he didn't know what to say, so he could only continue to lower his head and say nothing. In the end, a group of people could not convince Kyudo Shinichi, so they could only let him continue to live in Moreland's house as a child, but be careful and be cautious in doing things, otherwise the next time will not be like this time, it is just a drill. No one was saying anything until they saw that he listened. Seeing that the matter had been settled, some of them did not stay here, but returned to Dr. Agaza's house. Dr. Agaza, when was your house rebuilt? It's different from when I came here before. When he arrived at Dr. Agaza's house, Tang Zhen was shocked by the building in front of him. He also played with Kyudo Shinichi when he was a child. But it was not what it is now, so I couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha. Not bad, right? This was built just a year ago. I asked my great designer friend to help me design it. Tang Zhen sighed. Dr. Agaza was very useful, and he didn't forget it. Show off for yourself. Yeah. Very good. Tang Zhen exclaimed sincerely. He had never seen many people's private residences built like this. Xiao Zhen, because of Shinichi's incident, I never asked you, why did your parents suddenly let you study in Japan? They didn't tell me clearly what happened. Dr. Agaza poured tea for everyone. When a group of people were sitting on the sofa, Kyudo Yusaku asked about Tang Zhen. After hearing Kyudo Yusaku's question, Tang Zhen remembered himself. He, Tang Zhen, was not from this world. To him, Tang Zhen was a time traveler. Tang Zhen's original world was an ordinary world, but in the world, physical training and technology go hand in hand. Various martial arts schools have been developed from physical training techniques around the world, and Daxia has also developed its own physical training techniques, and because of Daxia's philosophy is to start from a strong country and strong species, so it is also called national martial arts. At that time, countries in the world were afraid of each other and competed with each other, but also because they had their own trump cards. Although there was competition, war could not be fought. At this time, other aspects of development became the direction of competition among countries. The body is one of them. When are there frictions and conflicts between countries? Without launching a national war, the competition of special forces composed of masters of various schools has become a vital bargaining chip for the country. In this environment, in addition to comprehensively developing science and technology and people's livelihood, the country also encourages all people to exercise and strengthen their bodies. Tang Zhen grew up in this atmosphere. Tang Zhen has shown great talent in physical training since he was a child. He reached the realm of holding elixirs at the age of 20, reached Gangjin at the age of 25, and reached the perfection of Gangjin at the age of 30. Reaching this level at such an age, let alone unique, but also among the best in the world. After reaching the perfection of Gangjin, except for those masters of Shenjin who are at the national level, there is no other opponent in the world who can match them. At this time, in order to break through to Shenjin, that is, to break through the void and see the gods, Tang Zhen not only consulted the masters of Shenjin in Daxia, but also began to explore dangerous forbidden areas around the world, or to challenge martial arts from all over the world. Because of the reputation of Daxia as a powerful country, he has not been embarrassed as long as there are discussions and challenges at the same level. But even so, when Tang Zhen was 35 years old, he still had not made a breakthrough, because the last realm involved the cultivation of the soul. Without this understanding, Tang Zhen could not break through. In the end, Tang Zhen had no choice but to risk his life and survive. He climbed Mount Everest in the winter, enduring the strong warning in his heart. However, he encountered a rare large avalanche. In the end, human power was no match for the dangers of heaven and earth. Buried under dozens of meters of snow. Under the thick snow, Tang Zhen experienced various negative emotions from fear to despair, then to numbness, and then at the last moment, his mind made a breakthrough, breaking the void, and seeing that God is not bad. Unfortunately, at this time, it was already too late. Tang Zhen lost consciousness. When Tang Zhen regained consciousness again, he found that he was possessed by a teenage boy named Tang Zhen. After some thinking and research, Tang Zhen discovered that he had traveled through time for some reason and might have been reincarnated. The reason is that his will is weak. And his main consciousness is only now awake, but another personality has been regenerated outside. In the following time, Tang Zhen was sometimes awake and sometimes drowsy. This was a sign that his body was automatically integrating his main consciousness with the new personality in his body. Because Tang Zhen had the control of his conscious mind to reach the realm of seeing God and being indestructible, it had no impact on Tang Zhen's life. This fusion lasted for several years, and it was not until he got on the plane to Japan that the two consciousnesses were fused. Originally, Tang Zhen thought that this world was an ordinary world like his own, but after seeing his uncle and aunt, and knowing their names, Tang Zhen finally knew what kind of world he had come to. He is extremely familiar with this world, because in his previous life, apart from practicing martial arts, Tang Zhen had no friends because he was not good at socializing. In his free time while practicing martial arts, his favorite thing to do was to read various novels and anime. Detective Conan is one of his favorite anime. They said that I was too idle in Daxia and didn't study hard. Now that I'm older, I don't need their care anymore. They asked me to come to Japan to be self-reliant and didn't let you help me. And they plan to live with the two of them. The world thinks that my big number is useless, and I plan to practice another number. After hearing Kyudo Yusaku's question, Tang Zhen thought so much, but not a second passed. After thinking about it, Tang Zhen said indifferently. Tang Zhen and the original owner were one and the same, and now he has no regrets about what he did before. And Tang Zhen also plans to live a good life in this life, because in his previous life, although Tang Zhen finally made a spiritual breakthrough, there were still various hidden dangers when he made a breakthrough in such desperate circumstances. At the same time, because of the spiritual breakthrough, Tang Zhen also knew the reason why he could not break through in his previous life. Because in his previous life, Tang Zhen only knew how to practice martial arts and did not experience a complete life. He did not have enough understanding of life, so he did not care about anything. Unable to break through, we finally made a breakthrough under desperate circumstances and relying on serious consequences. What does it mean to refining the trumpet after the big trumpet is useless? At this time, Kyudo Shinichi next to him asked. You don't understand this? It means I'm dead and they plan to have another one, do you understand? Tang Zhen rolled his eyes at Kyudo Shinichi. Everyone was speechless. So Xiaozhen, do your parents have any plans for you? Kyudo Yukiko asked. Chapter 3 Tang Zhen's New Life. My parents asked me to live with my uncle and aunt. They don't know about cousin Shinichi yet, and they even arranged for me to go to school with cousin Shinichi. They originally planned to let cousin Shinichi take a good look at me. Report to them what happened. As he spoke, Tang Zhen glanced at Kyudo Shinichi, and then continued, before I came to Japan, all the admission procedures were completed and I was just waiting for the school to start. And when I live in your house, I have to pay for food and accommodation. They must have discussed this with uncle and aunt. Tang Zhen finally said helplessly. There was such a thing. At that time, we always thought your parents were joking with us. Kyudo Yukiko was speechless and spoke after a while. The others were also speechless after hearing what Tang Zhen said and looked at it. That's not a joke, it's serious. Now I only have 3 days of food expenses. After these 3 days, I still don't know what to do. Tang Lai took out some money from his pocket and asked they shook. Cousin. How did you offend my aunt and uncle? At this time, Kyudo Shinichi, who was held in Kyudo Yukiko's arms, asked with some gloating. Regarding Kyudo Shinichi's question, Tang Zhen didn't say anything. Although it was done by another consciousness, now that the two consciousnesses have merged, it is still his, and the past cannot be looked back. Then what are you going to do? How will you live in the future? Uncle Kyudo Yusaku asked with concern. After all, Tang Zhen was his nephew. If Tang Zhen had no other options, he planned to help him himself. He could not let him starve to death in Japan. Var. You can't choke to death. I plan to find some odd jobs after school. Let's do it step by step. Tang Zhen answered truthfully. He planned to live a normal life while practicing martial arts. Life, reading, studying, making money to support a family, marrying a wife. After filling the gaps in his life, Tang Zhen believed that he would achieve higher achievements in martial arts than in his previous life, because in this short period of time, he discovered 2 worlds, people in this world and people in the previous world. Human bodies are quite different. The people in this world are much stronger than the people in the previous world. In addition, when watching anime in my previous life, I found that this was unreasonable in all aspects, from the weird timeline to the existence of witches like Koizumi Anko. Now, it has become a real world. Tang Zhen believes that this world is not simple, and the upper limit may be higher. He is confident that he can cultivate his national martial arts to an unprecedented level. Since you have made your plans, we won't say anything more. Then you can live in our house from now on, but no one can control you now. From now on, you can only rely on yourself for your life. Kyudo Yu, seeing that Tang Zhen had already made a plan, Zhou followed what his parents said and really didn't plan to take care of him anymore because their own son couldn't take care of him. Seeing that the business was finished, Tang Zhen took out the camera and said to everyone, "Do you want to take a look? I just took this picture according to my aunt's instructions. Ha ha ha. I want to see if my acting skills have deteriorated." Kyudo Yukiko laughed. Yes, this is my first time to participate in such a thing. Drive. Agaza also looked forward to it. Then let's watch it on Dr. Agaza's video recorder. Seeing that everyone wanted to watch it right away, Kyoto Yusaku suggested. After that, a group of people ignored it, and Kyoto Shinichi, who looked a little ugly, didn't know it was being played here. I didn't expect that I have a talent for acting. Dr. Agaza said while looking at himself in the video, stroking his beard. After that, everyone expressed some opinions, except Kyoto Shinichi, who looked unhappy. Not long after watching the video, Kyoto Yukiko planned to take the smaller Kyoto Shinichi to Mori's house, and Kyoto Yusaku also planned to take Tangzhen, his nephew, home. After Kyoto Yukiko once again transformed into a fat woman and took Kyoto Shinichi out, Kyoto Yukiko suddenly seemed to think of something and turned around and said to Tangzhen, "Xiaozhen, you must remember, don't do it again in the future. His name is Shinichi, Shinichi. His current name is Edogawa Conan. You can just call him Conan from now on. Don't reveal the secret. Okay, Aunt, don't worry. I know this and I won't forget it. If Conan has anything to do in the future, if I can help, he must call me." Tangzhen patted his chest and promised. "Thank you then, Xiaozhen, let's go Conan." After thanking him, Kyoto Yukiko took Kyoto, not Conan now, out the door and headed to Mori's house. "Xiaozhen, let's go home too," Kyoto Yusaku said to Tangzhen after Kyoto Yukiko and Conan walked for a while. "Okay, uncle." Then he picked up the luggage that he had left with Dr. Agaza earlier and prepared to leave. "Ah. By the way, doctor, I still have it here. The gift my parents asked me to bring you, I didn't give it to you." When Dr. Agaza was about to send Tangzhen and Kyoto Yusaku out, Tangzhen suddenly remembered asked one thing, and then took out a box from the luggage and handed it to Dr. Agaza. "Oh. What is it?" Dr. Agaza asked as he took the box. "I don't know, it should be something like tea, right?" "Doctor, you'll know after you open it and take a look." Tangzhen shrugged. "Oh. Let me open it and take a look." Dr. Agaza was a little curious about the box. "It's really tea, I can't buy this kind of tea at all in Japan." Dr. Agaza was a little surprised, looked at the tea in the box, and then said again, "Thank your parents for me." "Okay." After saying that, Tangzhen walked out with his uncle Kyoto Yusaku, who was waiting by the door. "Okay, we're here, come with me." After walking a few steps, the two of them arrived at Kyoto Yusaku's home. After entering, Kyoto Yusaku arranged a room for Tangzhen. "You can stay in this room." Kyoto Yusaku arranged a room for Tangzhen on the second floor. After watching Tangzhen put all his luggage in the room, he said, "Xiaozhen, please put your things away. I'll take you around to familiarize you with the environment. You haven't been here for several years, so you may have forgotten some places." "Okay, uncle, please wait a moment." Tangzhen responded, then took out 2 boxes from the bag, walked to Kyoto Yusaku, handed them to him and said, "Uncle, this is mine. Mom and Dad asked me to bring you and your aunt a gift." "Oh. What gift is it? Let me see." In fact, when Tangzhen gave Dr. Agaza a gift just now, Kyoto Yusaku guessed that there was another gift from them, and he was very much looking forward to what kind of gift it was. "I know this. For uncle. My father prepared a set of pens, inks, paper and inkstones and a collection of essays. For aunt, my mother prepared some Hyuxia medicine for beauty and beauty." Tangzhen watched his uncle Kyoto Yusaku unpacking the box and told him in advance. I didn't want to surprise him, so who asked him to ask first? His father asked him to do this, and he came up with a grievance from back then. Sure enough, after listening to Tangzhen's words, Kyoto Yusaku paused in opening the box, and the expectation on his face disappeared. However, when he opened the box and saw the things inside, Kyoto Yusaku was still very happy because he felt that these things were carefully thought out. In fact, he didn't care about these gifts. What he cared about was the intention. He took after flipping through the collection of essays, he said to Tang Zhen, "Your father asked you to say what you just said. He is really stingy." Tang Zhen said nothing about his uncle's complaints. The grievances of the previous generation were none of his business. Seeing that Tang Zhen was silent, Kyudo Yusaku didn't say anything more. After placing the gifts in the living room, he took Tang Zhen to get familiar with his house again. After taking Tang Zhen around again, Kyudo Yusaku took the gifts Tang Zhen brought and prepared to leave. When Tang Zhen sent him to the door, Kyudo Yusaku turned to Tang Zhen and said, "Okay. Xiao Zhen is here. Please keep an eye on Shinichi for me from now on. If he encounters any difficulties or dangers, you must call me in time." "Okay, uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of him," Tang Zhen promised, patting his chest. "Okay, Xiao Zhen, goodbye." "Uncle, goodbye." After saying goodbye to each other, Kyudo Yusaku turned around and left, while Tang Zhen didn't close the door and enter the house again until his back disappeared. Now that Tang Zhen was alone, he had time to take a good look at the luxurious Kyudo mansion. After walking around, he hadn't noticed it before when he was watching anime, but now that he saw this mansion, thinking about the circle Kyudo Shinichi is in and the various skills he has mastered, we realize how rich his family is. Fortunately, my uncle didn't let me take care of his house, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it if it was so spacious. Tang Zhen said to himself after visiting Kyudo's house, and then returned to his room, where all kinds of daily necessities were stored. It is very complete. It seems that no one has lived there before and has been preparing it. This is where he will live from now on. One day passes quickly. Tang Zhen went to bed early today. He will get up early to practice and then go to school tomorrow. Chapter 4 Daiden High School. Early the next morning, Tang Zhen got up early. Today was his school day. After Tang Zhen got up, he didn't care about anything else. He first stood on the horse stands in the garden. After standing on the horse stands for an hour, he felt that his physical condition was almost reaching the limit. Then he took a rest and started practicing boxing again. After heartily completing a set of boxing techniques specially used to maintain health and improve the body in his previous life, Tang Zhen felt relaxed and relaxed. The fatigue from the horse stepping steps just now was gone, and he felt a warm feeling all over his body. After feeling the changes in his body, Tang Zhen practiced another set of Tai Chi, and then felt the changes in his body with his extraordinary mind. He felt that his body had undergone obvious changes just because of the little exercise. The physical fitness of people in this world is really good. I didn't expect to gain so much from just practicing. It seems that the upper limit of this world is higher. I will definitely be able to surpass the limits of the previous world in martial arts. Tang Zhen thought in his heart. Cheer yourself silently. It seems that it is imperative to consummate the flaws in the soul. Just as Tang Zhen cheered for himself in his heart, he felt various negative emotions appear in his heart. It turned out that Tang Zhen had just mobilized the power of his soul to check when it comes to the body. Various negative emotions are triggered due to the imperfection of spiritual power. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen used Taoist visualization to think about Yuanqi Tianzun in his mind, and suppressed the negative emotions in his heart again. After calming down, Tang Zhen saw that it was getting late, so he quickly took a shower, ate something, and hurried to school. After jogging all the way, he finally arrived at the school 20 minutes before class. Tang Zhen reported at the school reception and was then brought to a bald teacher. "Teacher Kato, this is the new transfer student, Tang Zhen." The person at the reception desk first introduced Tang Zhen to the teacher. "Classmate Tang, this is Mr. Kato, the teacher of your second grade class B. Just follow him and he will make arrangements for you," the person at the reception desk said to Tang Zhen later. "Thank you, teacher, for leading the way." Tang Zhen politely thanked him, then bowed slightly to the bald teacher and said, "Hello, Teacher Kato, I am a new transfer student, Tang Zhen, please take care of me. Well, you are Tang Zhen. Teacher Kato nodded slightly, then chatted for a few words casually, and then took Tang Zhen to get his new textbook. When the class bell rang, Teacher Kato took Tang Zhen directly went to the classroom. Just when Teacher Kato was taking Tang Zhen to the classroom, in the classroom of Class B, Grade 2 of Diden High School, the students who heard the bell rang quickly returned to their seats, but they were still whispering to each other. Talk. At this time, a bright girl with brown hair and short shoulder-length hair supported the table with her hands and said to another girl in a low voice, Xiaolan, have you heard? There will be a transfer student in our class today, or a new student. What a handsome guy. Although his voice was deliberately lowered, people could still hear the excitement in his voice. Oh, really? The girl named Xiaolan didn't seem to care about it. She brushed a strand of naughty hair behind her ear and said, Sonako. You'd better sit tight. Teacher Kato's class will be here soon. I think if he sees you like you are now. Xiaolan stopped talking in the end. Why Mr. Kato is not Mr. Kato. The girl named Sonako patted the table boldly, waved her hand and said with an attitude of I am the best in the world, I am not afraid of anyone. Xiaolan, didn't you hear me? Is that the point of what I just said? The handsome guy is a handsome guy. The new transfer student is a handsome guy. Aren't you curious at all? Not curious. Xiaolan still looked indifferent. Oh. Sonako was discouraged for a while, then patted her forehead, which was exposed because she tied her hair with a hairband, and said with sudden realization, Are you thinking about your husband Shinichi? What's so good about that reasoning madman? What do you think? After missing for so many days and not coming back, I think you should call him now to tell him that a handsome boy has arrived at the school. I'm not thinking about Shinichi. Sonako, stop talking. Xiaolan said with a blush, and then added in a low voice, and Shinichi is not my husband. Quiet, quiet, everyone be quiet. Just when Yuanzi was about to tease Xiaolan a few words, a voice suddenly sounded from the door. Maori-ran, Suzuki Sonako, please note that it is class time now. The teacher who came in called the two people who were chatting the most in the classroom. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Kato. Xiaolan and Sonako lowered their heads and said, but Sonako no longer had the domineering attitude he had just now. Hello, everyone. The classmate next to me is a new transfer student. He came to Japan from Daxia to study. He is now assigned to our class by the school. I hope everyone will get along well in the future. Now, classmate Tang Zhen, for myself can you please introduce yourself? After Mr. Kato called the names of the two girls, he introduced Tang Zhen, who came in behind him, to everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Tang Zhen. I am 17 years old this year and come from Daxia. My hobbies are martial arts and comics. I will become a classmate with you in the future. Please take care of me in the future. Tang Zhen nodded to the teacher and took a step forward. I gave myself a brief self-introduction. He's really a handsome guy. A girl looked at his face and said infatuatedly. And he's from Daxia. He's so tall. Some people also noticed Tang Zhen's height. International students from Daxia are really rare, someone lamented. What's the use of being good-looking? Your face is still so tender, you can't even look at it. At this time, a mature-looking male classmate said sourly. When Tang Zhen, who has good hearing, heard this sentence, he couldn't help but look at the classmate. Tang Zhen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The male classmate looked really worried. Tang Zhen felt that if he met him on the road in Daxia, he would be shocked. You should call me uncle. Okay. Everyone be quiet, classmate Tang Zhen, you are sitting now. Teacher Kato looked at the few empty seats in the classroom and hesitated. Teacher, can I sit there? Okay. Just when the teacher was hesitating, Tang Zhen pointed to the seat next to the girl named Suzuki Sanako, and behind him was the anxious-looking classmate. Okay, no problem. After looking at the position, Mr. Kato nodded and agreed, and then said to Sanako next to him, Suzuki-san, Tang Zhen just came to Japan, and you may not understand a lot. You have a cheerful personality, so just take care of him. Yes, Mr. Kato. Sanako, who had been in a daze since seeing Tang Zhen, then felt that he looked familiar, quickly stood up and responded. Classmate Tang Zhen, you also need to familiarize yourself with the environment as soon as possible, get into the mood, get along well with your classmates, and study hard, do you understand? Yes, Teacher Kato. Tang Zhen learned Japanese etiquette and bowed to him. Tang Zhen, who had received the teacher's consent, had already taken his school bag and sat in that position. Suzuki Sanako, please take good care of me in the future. Tang Zhen said to Sanako with a smile while holding the book, thinking at the same time that she hadn't recognized him yet. It's easy to talk to. If you have any difficulties in the future, just ask me, Suzuki Yuanzi. Yuanzi patted his chest and said, but he was still thinking about Tang Zhen. After that, it was time to start the formal class. After the class, Tang Zhen felt very relaxed. Chapter 5 Childhood Friends. Just when Tang Zhen was concentrating on class, Yuanzi felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. He felt as if he had seen Tang Zhen somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it. I had no choice but to take advantage of the teacher's inattention and secretly ask Xiaolan, have we seen that Tang Zhen somewhere? It always feels familiar. Of course he looks familiar. Every handsome guy you see looks familiar. Xiaolan said speechlessly. Really, Xiaolan, I didn't lie to you, what I said is true. After hearing Xiaolan's words, Yuanzi said anxiously. Okay, Yuanzi, if you don't want to be punished by the teacher, just concentrate on class. Xiaolan advised Yuanzi. But just when Yuanzi was about to say something more, he felt the teacher's gaze on him and quickly stopped a little aggrieved. After this class, the rest of the time was like a stool with nails growing on it, thinking about Tang Zhen. Finally, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Teacher Kato, who was enjoying his lecture, had no choice but to stop talking, then packed up and left the classroom. Seeing the teacher finally leaving, the students couldn't help but cheer. At this time, people were going to the toilet, looking for someone to chat, and the classroom suddenly became lively. At this time, a group of female students began to surround Tang Zhen, the new transfer student, and asked Tang Zhen various questions. For these questions, Tang Zhen answered them politely if he could answer them, and just said so if he could not. Have no idea. After finally getting rid of this group of girls, it felt like he was fighting against 5 or 6 masters of the same level. These were things he had never experienced in his previous life. He did not show any impatience about this, but was just a little uncomfortable with it. That's all. Just as Tang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, Yu poked the anxious-looking classmate behind him. When he turned around, Yu said, "Hello, classmate Tang Zhen, my name is Nikado Yoran, and we will be classmates from now on. Okay, just call me Zongdao." "Hello, classmate Zongdao, you can call me Tang Zhen or A Zhen." Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and shook his hand. "I didn't expect that Tang Zhen, you would be so popular with girls. I wonder if you have a girlfriend?" After introducing each other, Zongdao asked with some familiarity and envy. "Those girls are just a little curious about me. It will get better after a while," Tang Zhen said about Zongdao's envy. "As for a girlfriend, of course I don't have one. I'm not allowed to fall in love in Daxia at my age. That would be puppy love and the school would call me a parent," Tang Zhen said helplessly. "What? Puppy love actually calls parents? Zhongdao asked in disbelief. Of course. We in Daxia believe that our current age is the age for learning. Falling in love hinders learning, so of course it is prohibited. Tang Zhen shrugged. His second consciousness was already considered rebellious, but still I didn't dare to fall in love with my classmates. Then, just when Zhongdao was about to ask something else, Yuanzi pulled a reluctant Xiaolan to the front of Tang Zhen. Seeing this, Zhongdao had no choice but to shut up. Tang Zhen, have we met somewhere? Yuanzi asked Tang Zhen directly. Looking at these two childhood playmates, after many years, they seemed to have not changed much. Xiaolan's unique hairstyle was still there, and Yuanzi was still full of energy. Just when Tang Zhen wanted to answer, Zhongdao's words rang out. Yuanzi, you seem to have asked this question to every handsome guy. Before Tang Zhen could speak, Zhongdao, who was sitting behind him, spoke a little speechlessly. As a classmate, he knew Yuanzi's temperament very well. This made Xiaolan on the side want to cover her face. Previously, she had been thinking about a class but could not figure out whose garden Tang Zhen belonged to. When class was over, she wanted to come over and ask, but at that time Tang Zhen was surrounded by people. Many girls were stopped by her. Now after those girls left, Sanako couldn't wait to come over and ask directly, but she didn't expect that Nakamichi Yuhito would say such a thing. Zhongdao, what did you say? If you have the ability, tell me again. After hearing Zhongdao's words, Yuanzi exploded instantly and banged his table. Even if Tang Zhen was really not an acquaintance, this sentence made her how to deal with himself. If Xiaolan hadn't pulled him, Tang Zhen felt that Zhongdao would have been beaten, and he would have been beaten badly. Aha! I'm sorry, Miss Sanako, I have something to do, so I have to leave first. Seeing Sanako getting angry and knowing that he had said the wrong thing, Nakamichi flinched in fear, and then he found an excuse and left the classroom quickly. It seems that if there is no class, he will not dare to come back. Classmate Tang Zhen, don't listen to Zhongdao's nonsense. Yuanzi is not such a person, she just feels that you really look familiar. At this time, for the reputation of her best friend, Xiaolan couldn't help but want to chase Zhongdao. Yuanzi, while saying something for Yuanzi. It doesn't matter, I still know Yuanzi very well. What kind of person is she? I know very well. Tang Zhen waved his hand and said to Xiaolan. Ah! Do you know Yuanzi very well? Have you really met her before? Xiaolan covered her mouth in surprise. Just now she just casually explained for her best friend. With her understanding of Yuanzi, she felt that just now the middle path tells the truth. Haha! Xiaolan, look at it. I told you that we really seem to have met somewhere before, and you still don't believe it. It really makes me sad. Yuanzi said with some dissatisfaction to Xiaolan. Have you really seen it before? Xiaolan asked in disbelief. Not only have I met Yuanzi, but I have also met you. Have you all forgotten who I am? Tang Zhen said to Xiaolan with a smile. Have we met before? Xiaolan asked in confusion. She really couldn't remember. Have you forgotten why you learned karate? Tang Zhen reminded Xiaolan. Tang Zhen, it's UBD. Before Xiaolan could react, Yuanzi finally remembered who Tang Zhen was and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yuanzi's scream attracted the attention of other students. Seeing everyone looking over curiously, she quickly covered her mouth and showed her classmates that she was fine. At this time, Tang Zhen, who heard Yuanzi's exclamation, knew that she was thinking of him, but when he heard Yuanzi calling him ABD, he couldn't help but said with black lines in his head, Yuanzi, what are you talking about? How can we are also childhood friends. We haven't seen each other for many years, so forget it as a surprise. What do you mean by calling me ABD? It's you. Brother Tang Zhen. After the conversation between Yuanzi and Tang Zhen, Xiaolan finally remembered who Tang Zhen was. She was much more polite than Yuanzi, but her expression was a little stiff when she called brother Tang Zhen. Xiaolan is still polite. Tang Zhen took advantage of Xiaolan's address and automatically ignored her expression. Chapter 6 Xiaolan, wait for me after school. Ah. I'm sorry, Tang Zhen, brother, I didn't mean to do it. After hearing Tang Zhen's complaint, Yuanzi was so frightened that he jumped behind Xiaolan, and then stammered an apology. It's okay, after all these years, you don't still remember when I bullied you when you were young, right? Looking at Yuanzi's appearance, Tang Zhen asked speechlessly. Aha! How could it be? Xiaolan, do you think so? Yuanzi walked out from behind Xiaolan in embarrassment. Yes. Brother Tang Zhen, we have missed you all these years. Xiaolan gritted her teeth when she said this, which reminded her of the time when Tang Zhen told them scary stories when she was a child. She was already very interested in things like ghosts and ghosts. She was frightened, and became even more frightened after hearing Tang Zhen's horror story. This has not changed over the years. Just when a few people were still reminiscing about old times, the class bell rang, and they had to go back to their seats. The middle road that had just run out also ran back again, but some did not dare to look at the garden and went straight back to their own seats. On the seat. Tang Zhen. How was your chat? Have Yuanzi really met you before? Before the teacher came, Nakamichi poked Tang Zhen's back and asked, gossiping. Well, Yuanzi, Xiaolan, and I have known each other since we were young. They just didn't recognize me just now. Tang Zhen was a little helpless about the familiar classmate behind him and said truthfully. Okay, stop talking, the teacher is here. If Zhongdao wanted to say anything else, Tang Zhen said quickly. Seeing that Tang Zhen had no desire to speak, Zhongdao could only shut up. In this way, time passed quickly and unknowingly. When it was time for lunch break, everyone took out their lunch boxes and started eating. Only then did Tang Zhen realize that the school did not provide lunch, and he had not prepared anything to eat. Somewhat dumbfounded. Brother Tang Zhen, why don't you eat? Yuanzi, who was not far away from him, asked. I don't know, the school doesn't provide lunch, and I didn't prepare a lunch box for myself. Tang Zhen looked at Yuanzi's luxurious lunch box and swallowed. He is now at the age when he is growing up, and he is very hungry at noon. You don't want to snatch my food again, do you? Looking at Tang Zhen's eyes, Yuanzi blocked her lunch box with her hand and said to Tang Zhen warily. She still remembered that when she was a child, Tang Zhen liked to snatch all kinds of food from her. What do you mean? Am I going to steal your food? Tang Zhen looked at Yuanzi's movements speechlessly and asked with black lines on his head. Didn't you steal enough from me before? You even robbed the lollipop in my mouth. She didn't believe Tang Zhen's words, so Yuanzi asked back, but after saying this, Yuanzi, something feels wrong. Those are things that happened when I was a kid. Don't mention it again, okay? Looking at the strange looks from the classmates around him, Tang Zhen's face turned red. He remembered that he used this sentence to tease Kyudo Shinichi yesterday. He was surrounded by acquaintances at that time, but now he was a little embarrassed in front of the whole class. Don't look at it, don't look at it, it's all a joke from childhood. Yuanzi also noticed everyone's gaze and quickly explained. After listening to Yuanzi's explanation, everyone pretended that nothing happened and continued to do their own things, but secretly looked at them from the corner of their eyes, which made the two of them even more embarrassed. Brother Tang Zhen, would you like to share some of my lunch box with you? Xiaolan, who was still kind-hearted at this time, spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. No, Xiaolan, I'm not familiar with this place. Just tell me where there is a convenience store around the school. I'll just go and buy it. How could Tang Zhen divide one in front of the whole class? He's not so thick-skinned as a girl's bento, of course, he will be in private. In the end, Tang Zhen bought a lunchbox from a convenience store near the school to get over his lunch meal. By the way, Xiaolan, wait for me when school is over. After lunch, Tang Zhen suddenly said to Xiaolan when he was going to throw away the lunchbox. Ah. Oh. Okay. Xiaolan was caught off guard, but still agreed to Tang Zhen's request. Xiaolan, what does Tang Zhen mean when he asks you to wait for him after school? Yuanzi asked Xiaolan as he watched Tang Zhen leave. I don't know, maybe something happened. Xiaolan tilted her head and said. Could it be like when we were kids? Playing tricks on us? Yuanzi guessed. No. That was all in childhood. Now that brother Tang Zhen has grown up, he shouldn't do such pranks anymore, right? Xiaolan said, feeling a little unconfident. Xiaolan, don't be afraid. I will be with you when the time comes. If he dares to bully us, you can beat him with karate. He may not know how powerful you are in karate. Then teach him a good lesson, just like you did when you were a kid. Wasn't that boy Kodo led astray by him? Later, we taught him back to the right path. Yuanzi became more and more excited as he spoke, and began to wave his fists and gestures, as if he had begun to teach Tang Zhen a lesson. Same. Yuanzi, what are you thinking about? Xiaolan was a little speechless, and pulled her back to let Yuanzi fantasize. The school bell rang, and the teacher finally picked up the textbook and walked out of the classroom. The students cheered happily. After a day of class, school was finally over. Tang Zhen, are you really not going to play basketball with us? Nakamichi asked Tang Zhen while changing his shoes in front of the shoe cabinet. No, let's try another day. Zongdao, thank you for the invitation. I just came to Japan and I still have a lot to do. Tang Zhen refused. Okay. After hearing this, Zongdao didn't bother anymore. Xiaolan, Yuanzi, I kept you waiting. After changing his shoes, Tang Zhen came to Xiaolan and Yuanzi. It's okay. Let's leave now. Xiaolan said. After that, the three of them left the school together. Brother Tang Zhen, you want Xiaolan to wait for you, what do you want to do? On the way, Yuanzi asked Tang Zhen warily. I asked Xiaolan to wait for me because I was going to go to her house. When I came to Japan, my parents prepared some Hyuxia specialties for Uncle Mori and Aunt Kisaki Eri and asked me to bring them over. I plan to send it to them in a while, Tang Zhen explained. Is that so? Have you prepared any gifts for us? After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, Yuanzi asked with some anticipation. Although Tang Zhen often bullied and teased them when he was a child, their relationship was still very good. Of course I'm ready. I only have 3 good friends in Japan, Shinichi, Xiaolan, and Sonako. Why don't I prepare gifts for you when I come to Japan? Tang Zhen said. Chapter 7 Visiting the Mori family. Brother Tang Zhen, where do you live now? Xiaolan asked. I'm living in my uncle's house now, which is Shinichi's house. The gifts I prepared for you are all there. Tang Zhen replied. Chatting all the way, everyone gradually regained the familiar feeling, without the initial confusion. Then wait for me. I went in to get something. I'll be out soon. Soon they arrived at the Kodo family's mansion. After asking the 2 girls if they wanted to go in, Tang Zhen said like this after being refused. Said. Okay. You have to hurry up. Yuanzi urged. Tang Zhen didn't reply, and quickly walked into the villa, put away his school bag, took the things he had prepared, and quickly came to the door. So fast? Yuanzi asked, looking at Tang Zhen panting. Didn't you ask me to hurry up? I'm afraid you guys are impatient. Tang Zhen said, rolling his eyes at Yuanzi. Here are the gifts prepared for you. After saying this, Tang Zhen handed Xiaolan and the girl a bag each. What is this? Xiaolan asked curiously. Won't you know if you open it? Just when Xiaolan was curious, Yuanzi couldn't wait to take out the box in the bag and opened it. Guess it yourself. There will be no surprises if you tell me. Tang Zhen also paid attention to the number of entrance halls sold. Wow! This doll is so cute. Xiaolan, what's yours? Without knowing anything, the child opened his box and took out a pair of fist-sized ceramic dolls. Well, wait a minute, this seems to be a set of cups. Xiaolan also opened her gift. It's so exquisite, brother Tang Zhen, why are our gifts different? Yuanzi asked after seeing that their gifts were different. Because I chose them based on your personalities. Xiaolan is stable, but when you were a child, I only remember you being naughty, so I carefully prepared this pair of ceramic dolls for you. Do you like it? Tang Zhen said. Yeah. I like it. Seeing that you are so sincere, I won't care about the past with you. Looking at the cute porcelain doll in his hand and looking at Xiaolan's somewhat envious eyes, Yuanzita the lady said generously. Didn't you say it was over just now on the way? Why do you still remember it now? Tang Zhen was speechless. Hey, I want you to take care of it. Yuanzi said with a happy smile. By the way, have you prepared Shinichi's gift? Sonoko, who was happy at this time, suddenly asked. Ready. I have prepared a set of books for him. It is the collection of cleansing wrongs written by the prison officer Tidian in the Song dynasty of our country. It describes various techniques for solving crimes. Hasn't he always wanted to be a famous detective since he was a child? I believe he will like these books. It's just that I didn't see him when I came to Japan. I heard from my uncle and aunt that he seemed to be investigating some case. Tang Zhen said. Yeah, he hasn't gone to school for a while, and Xiaolan is getting anxious thinking about it. At the end of the sentence, Yuanzi didn't forget to tease Xiaolan. What are you talking about, Yuanzi? I didn't miss him. Xiaolan retorted with a blush. After that, there was another fight, and then a few people said a few words, and everyone separated. Yuanzi was going home. The reason why she wanted to follow her was because she wanted to teach Tang Zhen a lesson. Now that she has accepted the gift, it was hard to do anything, so I had to leave first. And Tang Zhen was going to visit Mori Kogora at her home with Maor Island. After walking a few steps, Tang Zhen and Maor Island arrived downstairs. Tang Zhen glanced at the cafe downstairs, and then followed Maor Island upstairs. Sister Xiaolan, you are back. As soon as Xiaolan opened the door, Conan, who heard the noise, ran to greet Xiaolan. Oh! I'm back, Conan. Did you have a good class today? Did you hear what I said? Xiaolan bent down and touched Conan's head and asked. Yes, Sister Xiaolan, I am obedient, and I. Conan said cutely, and then he saw Tang Zhen who was behind Xiaolan. His cute words suddenly stopped. Hey! It's Conan. Long time no see, why are you here? Tang Zhen looked at Conan with a half-smile, and then asked. Ah! Brother Tang Zhen, you know Conan. Conan was fostered here because his parents were not free. Xiaolan said before Conan could speak. Yeah. That's it. I'm related to his family. How many times have I met Conan? Tang Zhen explained to Xiaolan, and then I touched Conan's head and asked, Conan, do you remember your brother Tang Zhen? Remember, brother Tang Zhen. Long time no see. Conan was a little embarrassed, but he still said it bravely. After that, several people entered the house, and at this time, Mori Kogora was sitting in front of the TV watching the live broadcast of horse racing, refueling there, and showed no reaction to the arrival of several people. Dad, a guest is coming. Seeing this scene, Xiaolan called to Mori Kogora helplessly. Ah, there are customers, there is business, have you come to the door? Mori Kogora quickly raised his head and looked around, and then focused on Tang Zhen, this classmate, is there anything you want me to entrust to me, a famous detective? Dad, he is a guest. He is here to visit you, not for any entrustment. Maor Island said with a black line on her face, and then pointed at Tang Zhen's face, look who he is. It looks familiar, but I don't recognize him. Mori Kogora stared at Tang Zhen for a moment, then shook his head and said, he is Tang Zhen. He came to our house to play when he was a child. He just came from Daxia. Now he is here to see you on behalf of his parents. Xiaolan introduced to Tang Zhen. Hello, Uncle Mori. I am Tang Zhen, the son of Tang Shan and Qiu Sun. I came to visit you when I was a child. Tang Zhen stepped forward and said, you are such a BD. I didn't expect you to grow up so big. I still remember when you were a child, you and Qiu Shinichi bullied Xiaolan. Mori Kogora said with sudden realization. Hey! Uncle, forget about Tang Zhen, why do you still think of me? I have been bullied by your daughter and Yuanzi in recent years. Conan on the side said silently in his heart. Dad, don't mention what happened back then. It's been so many years. Mori Lan said to Mori Kogora helplessly. Mori Kogora seemed not to hear Xiaolan's words and continued to complain to Tang Zhen, it's all because of you, ABD. Not only did you bring Qiu Shinichi to bully Xiaolan, but you also told her a lot of scary stories, which made her sleep at night. She didn't dare go to the toilet, so I had no choice but to let her learn karate to improve her courage. As a result, my courage has not improved, but my status in the family has improved. Xiaolan used the karate she learned to suppress me to death, and she even had to take care of her pocket money. It was all your fault. Mori Kogora's heartbroken speech made the listener sad and the listener shed tears at the end. Chapter 8 Working. With a bang, Xiaolan's fist hit the iron table, forming a dent, and then said to Mori Kogora, Dad, Dad. What did you say? Looking at the marks on the iron table, Mori Kogora and Conan were frightened, and Tang Zhen also looked at it with some disbelief. Xiaolan's seemingly delicate fist was actually so powerful. In his previous life, he had reached the level of Anjin. At that time, it might not be so powerful. Okay, I won't talk anymore, Xiao Zhen. What did your parents ask you to do? Looking at Xiaolan's reaction, Mori Kogora quickly changed the topic. Uncle Mori, I came to Japan to study. When I came this time, my parents prepared some gifts for you and Auntie Faye, and asked me to bring them to you when I have time. Why don't I talk to you as soon as school is over? Lan is here. Tang Zhen was also embarrassed when he heard it. Although he wanted to ask Xiao Lan how to practice karate, he quickly told his purpose. Oh! There is a gift. Take it out and take a look. Your parents and I were good friends back then. After hearing that there was a gift, Mori Kogora temporarily let go of some of his unhappiness and said happily. At Mori's house, Tang Zhen handed the things in his hand to Mori Kogora and said, it's all in here. There's also a portion for Auntie Concubine. Please give it to Uncle Mori to her. Oh! Let me see what good things your parents have prepared for me. Mori Kogora took out 2 boxes from them, ignoring Kisaki Aries, and opened his own. It turned out to be 2 bottles of wine. And a set of exquisite wine sets. It's wine. Your parents really know me, let me see what kind of wine it is. This bottle is Fenjiu, This bottle is Mao Tai. Haha, they are both good wines. Mori looked at the names of the 2 bottles of wine. Kogora's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay, Dad, Brother Tang Zhen is still standing. At this time, Xiaolan woke up the excited Mori Kogora. Aha! Sorry, Xiao Zhen, don't just stand, come and sit, Xiaolan. Go and prepare something to drink for Brother Tang Zhen. For the sake of the wine, Mori Kogora gave up his plan to target Tang Zhen. Discourse. Okay, Dad, I'll get ready right now, you guys talk first. Then he walked away. Seeing Xiaolan become extremely gentle in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen was speechless and came to sit next to Mori Kogora. Xiao Zhen. How are your parents in Daxia now? Seeing him sit down, Mori Kogora asked about Tang Zhen's parents. My father is now a professor in a university hospital and also teaches students at school, and my mother is similar to him. Tang Zhen briefly talked about his parents' career. Well, it seems that your parents' careers are good. Mori Kogora is happy that his old friend's career is going smoothly. Uncle Mori, isn't it the same for you? I sometimes see news about you in the news in Daxia. After coming to Japan, I can hear your name everywhere. The famous detective Mori Kogora is really a household name. After Tang Zhen, Mori Kogora's commercial exchanges began. After a dinner at Mori's house, Tang Zhen said goodbye to Mori Kogora, who had resolved the misunderstanding with him. After returning home, Tang Zhen washed himself, then did a set of punches and fell asleep. Woke up early the next morning, as usual, washed, walked, practiced boxing, and then prepared to go to school. However, when he arrived at the school, he found that there was no one at the school gate. Only then did Tang Zhen see his eldest brother. The time today showed Saturday, and he remembered that yesterday was clearly not Friday. Only then did Tang Zhen remember the weird timeline of this world, and quickly called Xiaolan's house using Big Brother. Hello. This is the Mori Detective Agency. Are you? Is it Xiaolan? I'm Tang Zhen. I want to ask if I can go to school today? When I came to school, there was no one there. Ah. It's brother Tang Zhen. It's Saturday, so you don't have to go to school. Today is Saturday, what day was it yesterday? It was Wednesday yesterday. Brother Tang Zhen, you knew you forgot. But yesterday was Wednesday, why is today Saturday? Saturday is Saturday. What's wrong with you, brother Tang Zhen? Xiaolan was a little confused. Ah, it's okay. Maybe I'm in a strange place and I'm not used to it. Okay, let me ask what day it is today? I'll hang up now and see you later. Tang Zhen said casually. Okay, brother Tang Zhen, goodbye. Whose phone number is Xiaolan? Mori Kogora asked while eating. Brother Tang Zhen's call. He seems to have forgotten what day of the week it is. Did he see anyone at school? Call me and ask. Xiaolan said with a smile. Haha, I didn't expect brother Tang Zhen to be so old that he would forget time. Conan gloated on the side. Maybe you just arrived in a strange place and you are not used to it. Mori Kogora laughed for a few words and said nothing more. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhen looked up at the blue sky, thinking that Conan and the Mori family were going out to harm others again, and then walked home. After returning home and putting his things away, he looked at the time and saw that it was still early. Tang Zhen planned to go out and find a job, and he was almost out of money. Comparing each household, in the afternoon, relying on his student ID, Tang Zhen found a temporary job in a convenience store, paying 1,100 yen an hour, paid daily, and paid at the end of the day. Tang Zhen started his working journey. It was not that he had other ways to make money faster, such as detectives and bounty hunters, but he wanted to completely immerse himself in the life of ordinary people. It was his first time working, and Tang Zhen didn't know what to do. He just learned from the old employees and did whatever he was asked to do, including replenishing goods, cleaning, and memorizing the names of various products in case someone asked. A boring and fulfilling day passed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the boss paid Tang Zhen his salary. For 8 hours, the salary was 8,800 yen. Finally, the boss saw that Tang Zhen was hardworking and willing to work, so he made an agreement with him that Tang Zhen could come to his place after school every day. Come here to do odd jobs for 4 hours. Tang Zhen returned home with some leftover food from the sale. After finishing the food, he took a shower and started to exercise. Unknowingly, it was past 12 o'clock. Tang Zhen looked at the time and saw that it was very good. It was just Saturday and now it is Tuesday. There is no pattern at all. He has to go to school again tomorrow. It was confirmed that after going to school tomorrow, Tang Zhen returned to bed and went to bed. This is why Tang Zhen went to bed so late. Chapter 9 Ordinary. The next morning, Tang Zhen got up early. Because of his strong spirit, although he didn't sleep for long, Tang Zhen still got a good rest and looked energetic. After completing his daily homework, doing horse walking and boxing exercises, and taking a shower, Tang Zhen started to make breakfast in a lunch box to take to school. To be honest, Tang Zhen was not used to eating Japanese lunch boxes. Not because of the taste, but because Japanese people like to eat cold food. Tang Zhen was very unaccustomed to this and couldn't eat it after just 2 days. Yesterday at the convenience store, Tang Zhen bought an insulated lunch box to hold food, but he didn't want to eat cold food. Because of his martial arts training, Tang Zhen pays great attention to health. No matter how good his food is, it is very nutritionally balanced and tastes good. The breakfast Tang Zhen prepared for himself included seafood porridge, egg pancakes, and a basket of steamed buns. What he was going to take to school was a plate of spicy chicken, a plate of ground delicacies, 2 grilled fish, and a bowl of wensi tofu. A bowl of rice. Just when Tang Zhen had prepared breakfast and lunch, and was about to have breakfast, the doorbell rang outside the door. Tang Zhen went to open the door and saw that it was Xiaolan and Conan. "Good morning, Xiaolan." "Good morning, Conan." Seeing that it was them, Tang Zhen asked first and let them in. "Good morning, brother Tang Zhen." Xiaolan and Conan also asked. "We were afraid that brother Tang Zhen would forget to go to class today and asked you to go to school with me." After entering, Xiaolan told them their purpose. "Thank you so much. I didn't forget today. You guys sit down for a moment. It's still early and I haven't eaten yet. Please wait for me a moment," Tang Zhen said after taking them to the restaurant. "Okay, brother Tang Zhen, you can eat first. Would you like some more? Try my cooking." Tang Zhen was polite. "No, please eat quickly, we still have to go to school." Conan looked at the breakfast on the table, knowing that Tang Zhen was being polite, so he urged. "Okay." Tang Zhen said nothing after that. After eating, the group of people quickly arrived at the school. "Xiaolan, why did you come so late today? I thought you were going to be late. You made me worry for a long time," Yuanzi said with a sigh of relief after seeing Tang Zhen and Xiaolan. "I'm sorry, Xiaolan came late because she was waiting for me." Tang Zhen, who walked in with Xiaolan, said. "Waiting for you, why should I wait for you?" Yuanzi, brother Tang Zhen may not be used to it when he first came to Japan. Last Saturday he came to school alone, so I was afraid that he would forget to go to school, so I went to call him," Xiaolan said to Yuanzi. While talking, Xiaolan and Tang Zhen also came to their seats and sat down. "Morning." Tang Zhen. "Morning." Middle road. After that, Zhongdao took Tang Zhen and talked about some things. Soon, it was noon. "Tang Zhen. You won't forget to bring your lunch box again today, right?" Yuanzi asked when they were about to eat. "No, forgetting this kind of thing once is enough," Tang Zhen said speechlessly. "Oh. What did you eat? Let me see." Yuanzi was curious. Tang Zhen took out his insulated lunch box and introduced all his dishes. "Tang Zhen. Your grilled fish is so soft, how can you still eat it?" Yuanzi asked. Looking at the soft grilled fish in the thermal box. "There's no way, I'm not used to eating cold food, so I have to do this." Tang Zhen shrugged helplessly. "Did you cook all these dishes?" "Of course, if I don't do it, why don't you do it for me?" Tang Zhen asked. Humph. Who wants to cook for you? Yuanzi snorted. Hey. I'm just saying casually, how can you, a young lady like you, know how to cook? Tang Zhen glanced sideways at her. Hey. What's so great about being able to cook? Then Sonoko ate his own lunch. After school in the afternoon, Tang Zhen went to play basketball with Zhongdao as scheduled. Because of the control that martial arts had on himself, even if he held back his strength, no one could be his opponent. An hour later. Classmate Tang Zhen, why did you leave after playing for an hour? It's still early, so you should have more fun. A classmate who was in the same group as Tang Zhen advised. Yes. Tang Zhen just had fun. Zhongdao also said. No, thank you for staying. I have to go out to work. If I keep playing, I won't have anything to eat. Tang Zhen was also a little helpless. Although he was just playing basketball, it still made him feel good because he was not good at talking in his previous life. Very relaxing. You still want to work? Isn't it true that the families of international students who come to Japan are quite rich? Asked a classmate. Why don't you ask your parents for money? Asked another classmate. My parents won't give it, what can I do? Tang Zhen spread his hands and was economically sanctioned. He was helpless. Seeing him like this, no one tried to persuade him to stay. They just speculated about Tang Zhen's family background. They felt that his family's economic conditions might not be very good. It was already very difficult to come to Japan with him to go to school, and Tang Zhen could do it in order to alleviate the family's financial difficulties. They were impressed by the burden and went out to work. After that, Tang Zhen gave them the impression that he was a classmate with a cheerful temperament, liked sports, and was passionate about life. After Tang Zhen returned home, he rushed to the convenience store where he worked. After that, Tang Zhen spent his days practicing martial arts, going to school, participating in activities with his classmates in the afternoon, and then working part-time after school. Such ordinary days passed by day, and he asked for leave several times. He didn't know exactly how much time passed in the middle. Tang Zhen didn't know that Conan had gone out to harm a few people. Due to financial reasons, Tang Zhen didn't know. Zhen never had time to participate in their main plot. On this day, the school was on holiday again. Tang Zhen felt that he was going to reach the level of Ming Jin today, so he didn't go to work or go out, and just practiced boxing in the yard. Finally, towards the afternoon, Tang Zhen punched out, and the air made a loud noise. He also felt that he had reached the level of Ming Jin again, and his whole body's strength was condensed, and he was running to his satisfaction. And while reaching Ming Jin, he also felt his body transforming. This was something he had never felt before. Although it was very subtle, it was constantly changing his body. After feeling it carefully, Tang Zhen speculated that it might be because the world is different. This world has some mysterious elements that were not found in the previous world. He is not able to come into contact with it now. He may come into contact with it after reaching a certain height, and he is now it can only be felt passively. Just as Tang Zhen was delighted, the doorbell rang suddenly. Tang Zhen picked up the towel on the side and wiped the sweat from his body. Then he put on the coat he had taken off before, came to the door, and opened the door. Are you? Looking at the black carbon head outside the door, Tang Zhen asked in confusion. Chapter 10 Hattori Heiji. Is this Kyoto Shinichi's home? Hiton Yu looked at Tang Zhen and asked. That's right, you're looking for Kyoto Shinichi. It's a pity that he's not at home. Tang Zhen replied. You are Tang Zhen, right? I heard that you are relatives. Do you know where he is now? Yes, I am Tang Zhen. Where is Kyoto Shinichi? I don't know, you have found the wrong person. I just came to Japan and I haven't seen him yet. Then who should I talk to? You should look there. Tang Zhen pointed to the Mori detective agency not far away and said, "It seems that the rumor is true. That guy's woman is indeed there." Looking at the direction Tang Zhen pointed, Hai Tan Tiou said thoughtfully, "What rumors? Also, who are you? After saying so much, you didn't introduce yourself." Although Tang Zhen guessed who he might be, it was still difficult to confirm, so he had to ask himself. Of course the rumor came from Kyudo's classmate Suzuki Sanako. Of course I went to his high school to check before I came here. Then I heard that you and that woman might know where Kyudo is now. Black Tonta started talking here. The reason, then he raised his hat and introduced himself with a proud tone. "First of all, let me introduce myself. You should have heard of Hattori in Kansai, Kyudo in Kanto. I am Hattori Heiji. This is really the habit of Sanako." After muttering in a low voice, Tang Zhen asked knowingly, "Kyudo from Kanto, Hattori from Kansai, I've heard about you, why are you looking for him? If you have anything, if you can't solve a difficult case, you can go directly to Mori Kogora, who has now replaced Kyudo Shinichi as the new famous detective. It's Kansai's Hattori, Kanto's Kyudo, and I'm a famous high school detective. Why are you looking for that, uncle? I'm here to compete with Kyudo Shinichi to see if this kid can compete with me. Comparable." Hattori Heiji emphasized his identity, and then said in an passionate tone, "I don't know where he is, you should look for him somewhere else." "Okay, since you don't know where that guy Kyudo Shinichi is, I'm going to leave first." After saying that, Hattori Heiji left directly. Tang Zhen saw that the direction he went to happened to be the Mori detective agency. "It's so competitive, it's great to be young." He sighed. At this time, looking at the passionate Hattori Heiji, Tang Zhen felt that there was something wrong with his mentality. "Maybe it's because I died in pain and despair in my previous life. In this life, I also discovered the flaws in my soul. Although I tried my best to make up for it, I still couldn't help but appear old. It seems that I should take a good walk with them more." After discovering this, Tang Zhen made a decision that he should spend more time with Conan and the others in the future, which might be able to adjust his mentality. He has now understand that the later you go in martial arts training, the more important your mentality becomes. Hattori Heiji has appeared. Conan should become Kyudo Shinichi again today, and the people from that organization will soon appear. It seems that the days to come will be more and more exciting. Thinking about some of the plots that I vaguely remembered, after sighing again, Tang Zhen returned to the yard, intending to get familiar with his own strength after reaching Mingjin. As for Conan, we will talk about it later. From Xing Ai to Tai Chi. From palm techniques to kick techniques, all kinds of boxing techniques were used, and the whole yard of the villa was filled with crackling sounds of punches. After completing various boxing techniques heartily, Tang Zhen felt very comfortable. Just after Tang Zhen washed away the sweat, he went out to walk around, and returned home when it got dark. The next day, when he went to school, Tang Zhen saw Xiaolan alone and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaolan, where is Conan? Why didn't he go to school with you? Conan is sick and is still in a coma. I have called him to ask for leave." Xiaolan said worriedly. "It's so serious. Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup?" Tang Zhen guessed that it might be the sequelae of Conan's size shrinking after growing in size yesterday, but he still asked with concern. "I asked the doctor to come and see him. The doctor said it's nothing serious. It's just a common cold and fever. He'll be fine after taking a rest. But Conan is still unconscious." Xiaolan said with some worry. "Since the doctor said it's okay, then it must be okay, so you don't have to worry." Looking at Xiaolan's worried expression, Tang Zhen advised. "But will a cold and a fever cause coma? Originally, I planned to take leave today to take good care of Conan, but my father said that Conan should be taken care of by him and let me go to school. But I promised Conan's mother that I would take good care of him." Lan was still a little worried. Tang Zhen didn't know how to persuade him in the end. The two of them arrived at the school in silence. Xiaolan. What's wrong with you? Is Tang Zhen bullying you? As soon as he entered the classroom, Yuanzi noticed something strange about his best friend. He thought it was Tang Zhen's solid-state germination, and then pointed the finger at Tang Zhen. Okay. Tang Zhen, I thought you had gotten better, but I didn't expect you were just pretending. Yuanzi. What are you talking about? Am I always a bad person in your eyes? Xiaolan is just worried because her little devil Conan is sick. It has nothing to do with me. With Yuanzi's appearance, Tang Zhen quickly explained that he didn't expect Yuanzi to hold a grudge so much. Xiaolan didn't even mention these things, but she still remembered them. Xiaolan, is what Tang Zhen said true? Don't help him hide it. If he really bullies you, I will. Yuanzi confirmed to Xiaolan, and wanted to tell Tang Zhen he made threats, but couldn't find a way for a long time. What do you mean? Tang Zhen said speechlessly. I will tell you everywhere that you steal the little girl's candy. After thinking for a long time, Yuanzi finally found a way to threaten Tang Zhen. Okay, Yuanzi, Tang Zhen didn't bully me. What Tang Zhen said is true. Conan is sick. I'm just a little worried. Xiaolan, who was originally in a bad mood, was amused by Tang Zhen and Yuanzi's words. Although now I'm still a little worried, but I feel much better. That's it. Yuanzi said. Oh. Xiaolan hummed, and then talked about Conan's condition. Xiaolan, since the doctor said it's fine, that kid Conan must be fine, so you don't have to worry. Yuanzi also advised Tang Zhen. After the two people's persuasion, Xiaolan finally let go of her worries. Seeing that Xiaolan's mood had recovered at this time, Tang Zhen began to take revenge on Yuanzi for his previous distrust. Yuanzi. I heard a black man say yesterday that you said Xiaolan was Kyuta Shinichi's woman. Is this true? Yes. Sonoko, when did I become Shinichi's woman? Please tell me clearly. At this time, because she put down her worries about Conan and Tang Zhen's reminder, Xiaolan finally remembered this. And then the two girls started to fight, and they made the classroom go crazy. Chapter 11 Visiting Conan. Finally, because Conan was ill, Tang Zhen took classes for 3 days in a row. This day, Tang Zhen heard that Conan had woken up and planned to go see him. After all, he was his cousin no matter what. Holding a bag, he rang the doorbell of Mori's house. Brother Tang Zhen, why are you here? Didn't you go out to work today? She knew about Tang Zhen's situation and was suffering economic sanctions. In Xiaolan's impression, Tang Zhen always worked everywhere after school to make money and support himself. Didn't I hear you say that Conan is awake? I'm going to come and see him. As for the part-time job, it's just a day or two short. It's fine. Is it when I'm about to starve to death? Do they really not care about me? Tang Zhen said he explained the reason why he came, and then said something seemingly complaining. Conan is still a little weak now. He is still resting upstairs. I will take you up. Xiaolan and Tang Zhen talked about Conan's situation. As for Tang Zhen's complaints, Xiaolan did not answer. Brother Tang Zhen. What is that in your hand? Xiaolan asked when she saw what Tang Zhen was holding on the way upstairs. This is a gift for Conan, some food. You have to bring something to see a sick child. Tang Zhen shook the thing in his hand towards Xiaolan. Oh. Then Conan will be very happy. As they spoke, the two came to Conan's room. Xiaolan opened the door and said to Conan, who was lying on the bed, Conan, someone came to see you and brought a gift. Conan looked up and saw Tang Zhen coming in with Xiaolan, and politely called Brother Tang Zhen. Conan, I made some hyuxia pastries for you. Try it. How do you like it? Xiaolan, come and try it too. Sitting down on a stool on the side, Tang Zhen opened the bag in his hand and took it out. The pastries in the box. Thank you, brother Tang Zhen. Conan thanked him. Okay. Let me also try brother Tang Zhen's craftsmanship. Xiaolan also said. Looking at the pastries in the box, Conan and Xiaolan tasted some of each. Tang Zhen introduced them to them. This is purple sweet potato cake, this is red bean cake, and the last one is walnut cake. Tang Zhen briefly introduced their cooking method and asked, Xiaolan, how do these taste like I mentioned? Very good. I didn't expect your craftsmanship to be so good, brother Tang Zhen. Xiaolan praised. Tang Zhen looked at Conan, it tastes very good, better than those in many pastry shops. After that, the three of them chatted about other things, and then Xiaolan said to Conan and Tang Zhen, I'm sorry, brother Tang Zhen, just talk to Conan here. I still have some housework to do, so I'll go down and do it first. It's okay, Xiaolan, just go and do your work. Don't worry about me. I'll leave after talking to Conan. Tang Zhen said. After watching Xiaolan close the door and leave, Tang Zhen asked Conan, who looked sick, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly collapse? When you were in a coma, I came to see you and found that you were just ordinary. It's just a cold, you won't be in a coma for 3 days, right? What do you mean I suddenly collapsed? Conan squinted and retracted into bed. Ignoring Tang Zhen's doubts, Conan picked up the newspaper and asked, you guys are spreading rumors outside that Xiaolan is my woman. My identity was almost discovered by Xiaolan. It has nothing to do with me. It's all rumors spread by Yuanzi. I just gave Hattori Heiji directions that day. Tang Zhen looked at the news in the newspaper about the poisoning incident of diplomats 3 days ago and couldn't help but ask, isn't this the case 3 days ago? There was no report on it. Who solved the case? Was it you or that Hattori Heiji? Of course it's me. Conan carefully looked at the movement outside. After seeing that Xiaolan was no longer there, he said, actually, I suddenly changed back to my original appearance this time. It was just because I told Xiaolan that the news in the newspaper the name Kyudo Shinichi did not appear. It seems that you are more powerful. Did that Hattori Heiji return to the big board in despair? Tang Zhen thought about how confident he looked when he saw Hattori Heiji that day, and couldn't help asking with a smile. He is just too anxious because he cares about winning or losing. If you are more careful, you don't know who will win. Looking at Tang Zhen's smiling face, it may be because of sympathy, Conan couldn't help but say for Hattori Heiji a kind word. You don't seem to be surprised at all that I would change back to my original self. Conan suddenly asked with some confusion. What's so strange? Since there are things in this world that can make people smaller, there must also be things that can make people bigger. Tang Zhen said nonchalantly. Regarding Tang Zhen's answer, Conan was speechless. The most critical question now is, why did you change back? If you know the reason, maybe you can really change back to your original appearance. Conan looked down at his thin appearance, thought for a while and said, I just remember that I had a cold at that time, and then the black charcoal guy was Hattori Heiji. He poured me a glass of wine and said that it was Hyuxia Lao Baigan who could cure it. Great for colds. Wine. Conan said with some surprise, yes, it's that bottle of wine. I drank a little and changed back to my original self. If I drink more, can I completely return to my normal state? Kyudo Shinichi. Are you sure? Tang Zhen looked unbelieving. If Conan recovered so simply, then the comic detective Conan might become Detective Kyudo Shinichi. That's right. It must be because of that bottle of wine. Conan couldn't wait any longer. What do you want to do? You don't want to go to a bar right now? Xiaolan is down there. If Xiaolan sees you drinking, she will definitely say that I am a spoiled child. Tang Zhen grabbed him and wanted to go. Conan is running downstairs. What are you doing to spoil the child? At this time, Xiaolan's confused voice came from outside. Then Xiaolan came in and looked at Conan and Tang Zhen, who were worried. Then she said to Conan, "Okay, Conan, quickly change your clothes, your classmate Amy and others are here to see you. Brother Tang Zhen is here to see Conan too." As he spoke, the three little guys came to Conan's room. They were surprised to see Tang Zhen and said hello together. "Yes." Tang Zhen just said hello to them and stood on the other side, watching the interaction between a few brats and Conan. Although they had met several times before, they were not very familiar with each other. "Why are you here?" Conan asked with a fake smile on his face when he saw a few brats. "Conan, you took 3 days off because you were sick, and we are all worried about you," Amy said with a concerned look. "It's great. If you are sick, you don't have to go to school. I want to be sick too." The chubby Genta looked at Conan and said with some envy. Chapter 12, Horror in the Library. "It's great. If you are sick, you don't have to go to school. I want to be sick too." Genta, who was fat and squatting, looked at Conan and said with some envy. "Genta, give up, you won't get sick." Mitsuhiko said at the side, "Haven't you heard the saying idiots don't catch colds?" Boom! Genta punched Mitsuhiko in the head with a fierce look on his face. "We are here to go to the library with you," Mitsuhiko said, holding the big bag on his head. "What are you going to the library for?" Conan was confused. "Because Conan, you didn't go to school for 3 days, so you are the only one in the class who has not submitted your book report," Amy said enthusiastically. "We want to help you do the report." "Is that so?" Conan looked at Genta and Mitsuhiko, who were following Amy, a little confused and unconvinced. "What is this? It looks delicious." At this time, Genta saw the snacks that Tang Zhen brought before. "Those are the Huxia snacks that brother Tang Zhen made for me. You guys should try them, they taste good," Conan said. "Really?" As soon as Conan finished speaking, several brats came forward and started eating what Tang Zhen had cooked. "It tastes good. It's really delicious. Brother Tang Zhen's craftsmanship is really good. Why did it disappear so quickly? I haven't eaten enough yet." "Genta, you eat the most. This is Conan's stuff." Amidst the flattery, the food was quickly finished. Even Conan, who had no appetite before, couldn't help but eat 2 more pieces because of their atmosphere. After eating the snacks, a group of people left the Mori Detective Agency in large numbers. When they were saying goodbye, Tang Zhen said to Conan with some envy, "I really envy your carefree elementary school life. It's not like me. When I first entered high school, I had to worry about life. What is there to envy about a primary school student? You don't know how difficult my life is," Conan complained. Then Conan looked at the few kiddies walking in front and said with some happiness and emotion, "I will drink that tonight. Bottle of wine and become a high school student again. Maybe I won't be able to play with them anymore. I hope so." Tang Zhen still didn't break Conan's fantasy in the end. It didn't matter how happy he was. After Tang Zhen went home, he did his homework. It was already getting late. After making some food, Tang Zhen started boxing in the yard, and it got dark before he knew it. At this time, Tang Zhen's eldest brother suddenly called out, "Hey, who are you?" "Brother Tang Zhen, this is Xiaolan, are Conan and the others there with you?" "It's so late now, Conan and his classmates haven't gone home yet, and they are looking everywhere now," Xiaolan asked anxiously. "Conan, they are not here with me. Didn't they say they were going to the library in the afternoon?" Tang Zhen said what he knew. "But the library is closed at this time." "Xiaolan, don't worry, I'll go out and help you find it," Tang Zhen said to Xiaolan. "Okay. Thank you first, brother Tang Zhen. If you find Conan, remember to call me." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaolan hung up the phone. Apparently she went to look for him elsewhere. Where did these little brats go? Tang Zhen put on his clothes, came to the door and thought for a while, then went out towards the library where he heard them talk about during the day. Although Xiaolan said that the library was closed. But Tang Zhen believes in Conan's luck, what must have happened there? After jogging all the way to the library, Tang Zhen climbed through the window and started looking for clues about the little ghosts. At this time, Tang Zhen heard the footsteps of several children. He carefully sneaked over and saw an old man chasing several children with a steel pipe. Tang Zhen wanted to teach a few brats a lesson, so he didn't go out to rescue them right away. He just watched the old man chasing them around, and then Tang Zhen followed them around the whole library while they screamed. Finally, behind a bookshelf, Conan and the others were blocked by the old man. Tang Zhen knew that it was time for him to appear, otherwise they might really be in danger. Tang Zhen appeared in front of Conan like a ghost, snatched the steel pipe from the old man's hand, and then stepped forward and hit the old man's shoulder with the force of his Xing-Ai fist. Go up, and after a snap, the old man was held in place by Tang Zhen's force. At this time, Tang Zhen had time to look back at the few kiddies, and saw that they were all in shock. They were obviously startled by the sudden appearance of Tang Zhen. "You little brats, what's going on?" Tang Zhen asked with some dissatisfaction. "It's Brother Tang Zhen. Brother Tang Zhen is so awesome." Tang Zhen suddenly subdued Director Jinchuan. After seeing clearly that the person who suddenly appeared was Tang Zhen, and that Director Jinchuan was subdued, the few brats all started complimenting Tang Zhen. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, several kiddos rushed to tell the story of what happened, from discovering that Director Jinchuan might kill people and hiding corpses, to discovering the drugs in the bookshelf, to being chased and later told Tang Zhen. Shock. At this time, Director Jinchuan, who was locked there, suddenly spoke in fear. "Who are you? What did you do to me? Why can't I move?" Only then did everyone have time to pay attention to Director Jinchuan. After listening to his words, Tang Zhen pretended to be mysterious and said, "Have you ever heard of Huxia Kung Fu?" "What? Is this the legendary acupuncture point?" "That's right, your acupuncture points were tapped by my ancestral technique. If I don't untie it, you will be paralyzed and die after a while. Now tell me if you have anything to do. Otherwise." Tang Zhen didn't thinking that he was a Kung Fu fan, he even snorted at Director Jinchuan after finishing speaking. As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, the force acting on Director Jinchuan was about to disappear, and then he felt a soreness and numbness in his legs, and then he fell to the ground weakly. My foot, what's wrong?" Director Jinchuan screamed, hugging his leg. "It's starting to happen. If you don't tell me, it will be too late." Tang Zhen reminded. Okay, I'll explain it right now." The fear of the unknown overwhelmed Director Jinchuan's last rationality, and he told all the stories of his crimes. At this time, although Conan felt a little bit concerned about Tang Zhen's actions just now, it was unbelievable and I thought it was unscientific, but I still didn't ask now. Instead, I cooperated very cooperatively and took out a recorder to record the crime story explained by Director Jinchuan. Just as Director Jinchuan finished explaining, a siren sounded outside, and the police arrived. It turned out that when Tang Zhen discovered that Director Jinchuan was chasing the child, he secretly called the police. "My hero, now that I have explained everything, can you unlock the acupuncture points on my body?" Director Jinchuan, who was lying on the ground at this time, begged Tang Zhen. At this time, Tang Zhen saw the police who had come in through the gate, and said to Director Jinchuan, "Don't be afraid. When I tapped your acupuncture points just now, I didn't use much force. You'll be fine on your own after a while." Then he watched the incredulous Director Jinchuan being picked up and taken away by the police. Chapter 13 Punishment. "Brother Tang Zhen, how did you do that just now?" Yes, it's amazing. Is it really Huxia Kung Fu? After director Jinchuan was taken away, several kiddies began to surround him, asking curious questions about Tang Zhen. Of course it's Huxia Kung Fu, otherwise how could you explain the scene just now? Tang Zhen asked rhetorically. But this is unscientific. Conan didn't believe it. No, this is very scientific. Conan, do you want to give it a try? Tang Zhen said to Conan with ill intentions. No, no need. Conan quickly shook his head. Although he didn't believe Tang Zhen's words, he still didn't want to try. What about you? Tang Zhen looked at the other kiddos. No, we don't need it either. Brother Tang Zhen, how did you find us? Conan changed the topic at this time. It was your sister Xiaolan who discovered that you were so late and hadn't come home yet, and so were you kiddos. Your family members were very worried. In the afternoon, you said you wanted to come to the library, so I came out to look for you. You guys. Tang Zhen explained why he came to see them. Conan. Are you okay? At this time, Xiaolan, Ayami Mitsuhiko, and Genta's parents all rushed over. Brother Tang Zhen, what's going on? Conan asked with numbness when he saw the group of people arriving. What else could happen? You little brats? You almost died in the hands of that old man. Can't I call back and tell them? Tang Zhen asked, and then watched him deal with Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, I'm fine. Brother Tang Zhen showed up in time and saved us. Don't worry. Looking at Xiaolan squatting in front of him, Conan said quickly. Conan, it's great that you're okay, otherwise how would I explain it to your mother? Xiaolan said after seeing that Conan was okay. Brother Tang Zhen. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Conan and the others wouldn't know what they would be like now. Haha, it doesn't matter. I think with their intelligence, they won't be in any danger even if I don't show up. Tang Zhen said with a laugh. You must be classmate Tang Zhen. Thank you for saving my Ayami. I am Ayami's mother. A woman stood up and thanked Tang Zhen. Yes, classmate Tang Zhen, thank you so much. Afterwards, Genta and Mitsuhiko's parents also came forward to thank Tang Zhen. You're welcome, it's just a little effort. Tang Zhen said a little embarrassed. Originally, if Tang Zhen hadn't appeared, they might have saved themselves. With Conan here, there shouldn't be any danger. It's just that these kids are too reckless. If anything happens, they will rush up. What should they do if they encounter danger? Tang Zhen asked a few people. Yes. We will punish them well when we go back. Genta's father said with deep sympathy. When he heard that his son was involved in a murder case and was being chased by criminals, he broke out in a cold sweat. Don't punish them too harshly. I think they just have nothing to do. I think it's enough to let them go back and copy the school rules. This is how I came here when I was a child. Tang Zhen suggested from the side, but he didn't say, it's no use copying the school rules yourself. Yet. This is a good idea. It's much better than beating them up. If it doesn't work 10 times, then 100 times. I believe they will remember to teach him a lesson this time. Mitsuhiko's mother felt that this was a good idea. Oh. No. We helped the police find the victim's body. We also found the murderer, Director Tsukawa. Yes. Can you spare us? We won't dare to do it again next time. After listening to the arrangements made by several adults, Genta Mitsuhiko and Ayami began to show their merits, plead for mercy, and admit their mistakes, but they were not forgiven and were dragged home by their parents. Brother Tang Zhen, I hate you, I don't like you anymore. Tang Zhen could still vaguely hear Ayami's cry. Brother Tang Zhen. Let's go home too. Seeing everyone had left, Xiaolan held Conan's hand and said to Tang Zhen. Okay. Tang Zhen then spoke to Officer Magyar who came to handle the case. Officer Magyar told him to go to the police station to record a statement when he was free, and then let him go. In silence all the way, Tang Zhen, Xiaolan, and Conan returned to their homes at the intersection. The next morning, when Tang Zhen was making breakfast, Conan came to him. Tang Zhen looked at Conan, who looked hungover, and asked, "Conan, did you really drink that bottle of wine? The doctor said that I may be resistant to Lao Baigan, and no matter how much I drink, it won't help." Conan accepted this cruel reality with an ugly look on his face, and he is still walking a little swaying now. "Then what do you do now?" "Of course I will continue to be Conan. Sooner or later I will catch that person from the black organization and find the antidote to turn him back into Kyoto Shinichi." Conan felt helpless and then said, as if to cheer himself up, "I mean, how do you explain it to Xiaolan? Don't say that I taught you to drink it. I have finally restored the image of Xiaolan and Yuanzi in their hearts. Don't use me as a shield," Tang Zhen warned. "Speaking of..." "Aha! How do you know?" Conan asked speechlessly. Just when Tang Zhen was about to say something, the phone rang, and Tang Zhen had to let Conan go to answer the phone. "Hey, who are you?" "Brother Tang Zhen, this is Xiaolan. I want to ask, is Conan here with you? He ran out before eating." "Yes, it's right here. I'll let him eat here." "Okay, thank you." Brother Tang Zhen, you can't let your child drink randomly." Xiaolan thanked him first, and then said to Tang Zhen with some complaints, "That Xiaolan. I didn't teach you this. I haven't had a drink since I came to Japan." Tang Zhen quickly denied. But Xiaolan obviously didn't believe it, but in the end she hung up the phone without saying anything more. "Conan." Tang Zhen looked at Conan, who was sneaking out. "Haha. Brother Tang Zhen. I'm going to school first," Conan said to Tang Zhen awkwardly. "Forget it. I won't explain until I see your sister Xiaolan. You'd better finish your meal here before leaving. Your sister Xiaolan is still concerned about you not having breakfast." Looking at Conan's appearance, he thought, seeing his desire to grow bigger, Tang Zhen didn't say anything else and stayed with him to have breakfast together. After eating, Conan left early. He just wanted to avoid Xiaolan. At school, Tang Zhen was explaining to Xiaolan that he was not the one who taught Conan to drink. "Really, I heard Conan say you taught him, and I heard you yesterday saying something like teaching bad children. Don't listen to his nonsense." He secretly drank after Hattori Heiji gave him a glass of wine that day and felt that drinking was delicious. As for what he said yesterday about preaching to bad children, it was just because he wanted to drink. I quickly stopped him. He is afraid that you will misunderstand. Tang Zhen pushed the blame onto Hattori Heiji and explained it by the way. "Xiaolan, don't believe him. He taught Shinichi to steal your things when he was a child. What's weird about teaching a kid to drink now?" Just when Xiaolan was about to believe it, Sanako next to her spoke. "Yuanzi, you." Tang Zhen felt like he couldn't even wash himself off after jumping into the Yellow River. "Look. Xiaolan, he is speechless now." Yuanzi said to Xiaolan proudly. "Forget it, believe it or not." Tang Zhen was helpless in the end. Chapter 14 Cherry Blossom Viewing. 8 o'clock in the evening, Mori Detective Agency. "Xiaolan, how about we go to see the cherry blossoms tomorrow?" After dinner, Mori Kogora, who was sitting in front of the TV and drinking beer, suddenly asked Xiaolan, who was doing housework. "I'm going to enjoy the cherry blossoms, but Dad, there are a lot of people enjoying the cherry blossoms now. What's there to appreciate when there are people everywhere?" Xiaolan stopped what she was doing, and was a little tempted by Mori Kogora's suggestion, but when she thought that there were more people than cherry blossoms, the scene was a little shaken. "Don't worry. Xiaolan, I know a good place. It's in the mountains of Shanai County outside Tokyo. It's definitely a good place to enjoy cherry blossoms, and not many people go there," Mori Kogora assured. "Okay." After hearing what Mori Kogora said, Xiaolan agreed, and then Xiaolan suggested, "Dad, how about we call brother Tang Zhen?" "Xiaolan, why did you call that boy? You don't like that boy, do you?" Mori Kogora asked warily. Conan, who was originally watching TV and not interested in cherry blossoms, suddenly became alert after hearing Mori Kogora's words. He quickly looked at Xiaolan nervously, wanting to hear her explanation. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Xiaolan squeezed the thing in her hand loudly, but after seeing her father and Conan still looking at her, she had to explain, "I saw brother Tang Zhen alone in Japan, his parents are not around, and he has to work every day to support himself. Life is very hard, so we called him so that he could relax. If Tang Zhen were here, he would definitely tell her that he was not working hard at all, no one was controlling him, and he didn't know how happy he was." This. Mori Kogora hesitated. He was not worried about money, but worried that his daughter would be abducted. "Dad, haven't you always said that you and brother Tang Zhen's parents are good friends? And his parents didn't forget to bring you a gift when he came to Japan to go to school?" Xiaolan said again. "Okay. You call him to inform him and ask if he is free first. If he is free, we will take him with us." Seeing that Xiaolan had mentioned this, Mori Kogora had no choice but to agree. "Okay. I'll make a call right away." Seeing Mori Kogora agree, Xiaolan said happily. Watching Xiaolan go to make a call, Mori Kogora winked at Conan. Conan understood and followed carefully. "Hello. I'm Xiaolan. It's like this. Tomorrow we are going to Shanai County to enjoy cherry blossoms. I want to ask if you are free. If you are free, come with us so that you can relax." "Oh. I'm free. Then meet me downstairs at my house at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Well. Brother Tang Zhen, see you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Xiaolan talked to Mori Kogora and continued to do housework. At this time, Conan came to Mori Kogora. Mori Kogora quickly asked, "Conan, have you noticed anything unusual?" "Uncle, there is nothing unusual about Sister Xiaolan, it is just an ordinary conversation." "As long as there is nothing unusual, Conan. You are usually with your sister Xiaolan, so you have to keep an eye on her. If there is anything unusual between her and Tang Zhen, you must tell me." Mori Kogora whispered to Conan. "Uncle, isn't this good?" Conan had already agreed in his heart, but he still pretended to be hesitant and expressed his worries. "If Sister Xiaolan finds out that I am spying on her?" "Don't be afraid, I'm with you in everything. If your sister Xiaolan finds out, just say I asked you to do this." "Okay. No problem, Uncle, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Seeing Mori Kogora taking over the responsibility, Conan assured him, patting his chest. "Haha. Good job, Conan. You have to be more careful when the time comes, otherwise your sister Xiaolan will be kidnapped by Tang Zhen. When your sister Xiaolan gets married to Daxia, you won't be able to see your sister Xiaolan. Well, think about your brother Shinichi's aunt, who is Tang Zhen's mother. She has only been back to Japan twice since she married in Daxia." Mori Kogora praised Conan, and then threatened again with a solemn expression. "Well, no matter who it is, I will not let other men get close to Sister Xiaolan." Just as Conan and Mori Kogora were discussing, Tang Zhen also hung up the phone and turned down tomorrow's work. Since the last time Tang Zhen planned to get involved in the plot, he has never had a chance to join their action. This time it is a great opportunity. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Zhen finished his homework early and came to the downstairs of Mori's house to wait. Not long after, the Mori family came down from upstairs. "Uncle Mori, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to forget to look for me when you were traveling." Tang Zhenai said with gratitude after bowing to each other. Haha. Xiao Zhen. It was Xiao Lan's suggestion to call you, so you have to thank him properly. Mori Kogoro laughed. Xiao Lan, thank you, but Uncle Mori, I still want to thank you. After all, if you didn't agree, I wouldn't be able to come. Okay. It's getting late, it's time to set off. Mori Kogoro said after exchanging greetings. Afterwards, a group of people rushed to the car rental company, where Mori Kogoro rented a car and took everyone to the cherry blossom viewing area. We were speechless all the way, and soon we arrived at the place where we could enjoy cherry blossoms. Ah, it's so beautiful here, and the air is so fresh. On the mountainside, Mori Kogoro parked his car next to the observation deck, surrounded by cherry blossom trees. The breeze blew, and the pink cherry blossoms fell like snowflakes. Well, the scenery of nature always makes people feel good. Looking at the picturesque scenery, Tang Zhen also felt a lot more cheerful. Xiaolan pulled Conan out of the car and walked aside happily. The mountain cherry blossoms are really beautiful. Look, there are them on the mountain over there too. The cherry blossoms on the street are also very beautiful, but there are too many people. However, the cherry blossoms blooming on the sparsely populated mountains are the truly beautiful cherry blossoms. Mori Kogoro looked at the mountains covered with cherry blossoms in the distance and was quite satisfied with his trip. While everyone was admiring the cherry blossoms, Conan was the only one who didn't feel anything at all. He muttered silently, "It's so boring to rent a car and travel so far away to see the cherry blossoms." "What did you say?" Just after Conan finished muttering, Mori Kogoro came over and asked with an old face. "Ah, I mean it's really valuable, worthy of the famous detective Mori Kogoro." Conan said with an embarrassed smile. "No, Uncle Mori, Conan was just complaining that we are boring." "Conan, kid, please don't lie." Tang Zhen complained, but he had not forgotten that Conan took the blame on him some time ago, and now it is time to take revenge. "What?" After listening to Tang Zhen's words, Mori Kogoro punched Conan and asked. "Dad, you hit Conan again. Why are you hitting him when a kid doesn't understand how to appreciate it?" Conan quickly hid behind Xiaolan after receiving a punch, and Xiaolan also asked accusingly. "Forget it, Uncle Mori, now that Conan doesn't know how to appreciate the beautiful scenery, don't let him affect his mood. Let's continue to enjoy the scenery." Tang Zhen saw that he might have been taught a lesson and stopped Mori Kogoro, who continued to attack, regardless of what was going on. Conan glared at him. "That's it," Mori Kogoro laughed, "come on, let's take a commemorative photo. You guys, hurry up and stand under the tree. Dad, use the automatic photography function, and you can take pictures too." Chapter 15, Teach Xiaolan how to split fists. Okay. Mori Kogoro set the automatic photography to take some group photos with everyone. After that, the four of them were on this platform, admiring flowers and taking photos, but most of them were photos of Conan and Xiaolan. Mori Kogoro deliberately separated them, giving Tang Zhen and Xiaolan a chance to take photos alone. "Dad, it's right on the mountainside. The scenery is so beautiful. Isn't it even more beautiful on the top of the mountain? How about we go to the mountain to have a look?" Xiaolan suggested to Mori Kogoro. "This." Mori Kogoro was also a little moved and said hesitantly, "But there is no road up the mountain. If we want to go to the top of the mountain, we can only walk up, which will be very tiring." Yes, it would be great for Sister Xiaolan to watch the cherry blossoms here." Conan also advised, he didn't want to use his little arms and legs to climb the mountain. "Dad, it's hard to go out and play once, so you have to have fun. Moreover, the mountain is not very high. If you go faster, you can get there in half an hour. Don't you think so, Brother Tang Zhen?" Ignoring Conan, Xiaolan begged. Tang Zhen was also brought into the discussion. "I have no problem. I listen to you. If Xiaolan really wants to go up the mountain, I can accompany Xiaolan up. You just wait here. Tang Zhen said. Okay. Let's go up the mountain together. After hearing that Tang Zhen wanted to go up the mountain with Xiaolan, Mori Kogora quickly agreed with his daughter's opinion, and Conan finally said that he would go with him. Boy, are you trying to trick my daughter? Mori Kogora secretly pulled Tang Zhen behind and asked while the group was climbing the mountain. How could it be? I said that because I saw Xiaolan really wanted to go up to her, and I have always regarded her as my younger sister. Tang Zhen denied it. That's good. If you want to take advantage of my daughter, I tell you, just give up. I won't let my daughter be with you. Mori Kogora felt a little relieved, but he couldn't help but warn. Dad. Brother Tang Zhen, what are you talking about? Come on, hurry up. Xiaolan's urging came from the front. Daughter, come right away. Xiaolan. I'm discussing the scenery with my uncle. Then the two of them quickly caught up with Conan and Xiaolan in front. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in the mountains. The scenery here was just as Xiaolan expected. It was much better than halfway up the mountain. The pink cherry blossoms all over the mountains and the lush green mountains looked like a picture scroll. The scenery here is so beautiful. Xiaolan has a good taste. The breeze blew gently, and the petals were flying in the sky like snowflakes. Mori Kogora was a little intoxicated by the scenery in front of him. This is a good place chosen by Dad, otherwise how could we see such a good view? Xiaolan praised. This shows that Uncle Mori and Xiaolan have the same vision. They are indeed father and daughter. Tang Zhen said on the side. As for Conan, he is too tired to talk now. By the way, Brother Tang Zhen, I heard from Conan that you used one move to pin a criminal to the ground and couldn't move. What happened? After everyone walked around the top of the mountain, Xiaolan seemed to remember something like that. He asked Tang Zhen. Oh, you said that is a method of applying strength in the boxing I practice. Why are you so curious about it? Tang Zhen asked. Well, I've been hearing Conan talk about that scene before. It's a bit unbelievable. I wonder, Brother Tang Zhen, can you teach me something? Xiaolan looked at Tang Zhen and asked expectantly, and then added, but I heard Conan said that you said this was your ancestral trick. If there is any inconvenience, Brother Tang Zhen, just say so. It's nothing inconvenient. Xiaolan, if you want to learn, I can teach you. But you need someone to try this move next to you to learn it quickly. Tang Zhen looked at Mori Kogora and Conan for a few times, and then pulled Conan said, we can just use Conan to practice. Hey! Brother Tang Zhen, what do you want to do? Conan asked, dancing happily as he was being carried. This. Xiaolan hurriedly saved Conan and said with some worry, Brother Tang Zhen, I'm afraid this is not good? What if there is any harm to Conan? It's not dangerous. It's just a numbness in my feet. If I don't use Conan, why should I use Uncle Mori? Tang Zhen explained, and then continued, and it won't work with Uncle Mori. His body is too strong. Being strong is not a good candidate for training. Seeing Tang Zhen discussing with Xiaolan whether to use himself or Conan to test moves, Mori Kogora felt worried. Just when he was about to say something, Tang Zhen said that his was not good. Although he didn't know why, he still said quickly. Yes. Daughter, look at how strong my father is, it's definitely not possible. This. Xiaolan, if you're still not at ease, just feel it for yourself. There won't be any danger. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Tang Zhen stepped forward and came to Xiaolan. Without waiting for her to respond, he stood in front of Xiaolan. A punch on the shoulder. Tang Zhen's blow directly knocked Xiaolan to the spot. Mori Kogora and Conan didn't even react to the lightning that happened. Just when they were about to step forward to see how Xiaolan was doing, Xiaolan was shocked and recovered from the stunned state. This surprised Tang Zhen. He didn't expect that Xiaolan's physical fitness was so good. If Tang Zhen was an ordinary person, he would definitely there is no problem if you stay in place for 5 or 6 seconds, but when you get to Xiaolan, you can't hold on for 2 seconds. Xiaolan, are you okay? Sister Xiaolan, how are you? I'm fine, Dad, Conan, don't worry. Xiaolan stamped her feet to relieve the soreness and numbness in her feet, and then said to the two of them. UBD. How could you suddenly attack my daughter? Seeing that his daughter was fine, Mori Kogoro roared at Tang Zhen. The loud sound startled a large group of birds in the forest. Uncle Mori, don't worry, my actions are measured. Looking at the roaring Mori Kogoro, Tang Zhen quickly explained. Yes, Dad, I'm fine, my feet are just numb. Looking at her anxious old father, Xiaolan also advised. Okay. Xiaolan, you have tried it too. There is no danger. Now we can just use Conan to practice. Tang Zhen quickly changed the subject. Okay. After personal experience, Maor Island found that there was no danger, so she agreed to Tang Zhen's proposal with confidence. Conan, don't run. Tang Zhen grabbed Conan who was about to run and started to explain the principle of this move to Xiaolan. This is a kind of strength in the Xingyi Quan I practice. It's called Pekan Jin. It can hit people directly from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, just like chopping firewood. It can directly nail people to the ground. To use modern medicine to explain it, it was at that moment when the force entered the body that it broke the blood circulation in the legs and feet of the human body, causing the blood supply to the legs and feet to become abnormal, so the whole person was numb on the spot. Chapter 16 Lost. Tang Zhen explained the principle of split fist strength to Xiaolan, and Conan and Mori Kogoro on the side also listened with interest. Originally, Conan thought this trick was magical and couldn't figure out the reason for it, thinking it was unscientific. However, after knowing its principle, although it still felt magical, it was still within his acceptance range. Xiaolan, look. After explaining the principle, Tang Zhen used Conan to demonstrate. He lightly punched Conan on the shoulder. Tang Zhen controlled his strength and punched Conan without using too much force. Fixed in place. Xiaolan, do you understand? Tang Zhen said to Xiaolan, who was circling around to look at Conan. There are some things I still don't understand. Xiaolan shook her head and asked Conan, who was still there, Conan, how do you feel now? Sister Xiaolan, I'm fine. As soon as Conan finished speaking, the force acting on him disappeared, causing him to fall to the ground hugging his legs and shouting, ouch, my legs are numb to death. Conan, are you okay? Xiaolan was startled and quickly went up to help him up. She didn't expect Conan's reaction to be so big. It's okay. It's just that my legs are numb and I can't stand. Conan leaned into Xiaolan's arms and said with a look of enjoyment. Fortunately, Xiaolan didn't notice her expression. Xiaolan, don't worry, I'm useless. Just try harder, Conan will be fine in a moment. Tang Zhen looked at Conan and shook his head. Sister Xiaolan, I'm fine. Sure enough, after a while, under Tang Zhen's threatening eyes, Conan reluctantly left Xiaolan's arms and stood up. Xiaolan, come and try. Seeing Conan's appearance, Tang Zhen didn't say anything, just said to Xiaolan. Okay. Xiaolan looked eager to try and punched Conan on the shoulder. Ouch. Sister Xiaolan, please be gentle. However, Xiaolan's punch did not stop Conan, but instead knocked him to the ground. Sorry, Conan, are you okay? Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed and helped Conan up. It's okay. Xiaolan, please continue. Tang Zhen stepped forward to check, and then told Xiaolan some of her shortcomings and asked her to continue practicing. It's really nothing, Conan. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm an expert in boxing," Tang Zhen assured. After a period of time, Conan was inhumanely used as a prop for Xiaolan to practice martial arts. Even Mori Kogora on the side couldn't help but come up and punch Conan a few times. Finally, when Conan felt that his shoulders were about to be crushed by Xiaolan, Xiaolan finally grasped the correct method and stopped him in place. "Great! I finally learned it!" Xiaolan cheered. "Congratulations, Sister Xiaolan," Conan said weakly. Looking at Conan's look, Xiaolan was a little embarrassed. "Okay. Xiaolan, remember this feeling, let's practice until this point today. Next time you have time, you can take Conan and continue practicing." Tang Zhen looked at Conan and said. "Well, it's getting late, we should go back." Mori Kogora, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, also said. "Okay. Conan, do you want me to carry you?" When going down the mountain, Xiaolan asked, looking at the helpless Conan. "Let me carry Conan. There are 2 grown men here. How can you, a girl, carry a child down the mountain?" After Tang Zhen said this, he carried Conan on his back. "Tang Zhen, did you do this on purpose?" Conan lay on Tang Zhen's back and asked him in a low voice. "What's intentional? Don't pretend to be stupid. I feel like you can practice your punches without anyone coming, but you made me take so many punches at Xiaolan's hands." "That's right, I did it on purpose. Who asked you to ask me to take the blame for you some time ago? No matter how you explain it, Xiaolan and the others don't believe me. I won't retaliate against you, and I will feel bad." Jiandu said to this extent. "Yes," Tang Zhen simply admitted it. I didn't expect you to be so stingy. It's been so long and you still remember this," Conan said speechlessly. "A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years, haven't you heard this sentence?" Tang Zhen said, and the 2 of them said nothing else and returned to Mori Kogora's car. As the sun sets, this cherry blossom viewing event ends here. Everyone except Conan feels that this trip has been a good harvest. Mori Kogora drove Tang Zhen and 3 others down the mountain along the winding mountain road. "I remember there is a small road ahead, which can save me a few kilometers." The dense woods blocked a lot of light, and the car was walking on a bumpy mountain road. Mori Kogora, who was a little tired, had the idea of taking a shortcut and leaving quickly. "Uncle Mori, are you sure there is no problem with this road?" Tang Zhen asked. "Yes, Dad, don't get lost," Xiaolan immediately questioned. "You are so verbose. My detective, Mori Kogora, is always very sure of everything I do. Just sit tight and sit tight," Mori Kogora retorted somewhat unhappily when his daughter questioned him. Tang Zhen, Conan, and Xiaolan looked at each other in confusion, but the steering wheel was in the hands of Mori Kogora, so everyone thought it was better not to provoke him. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped on the road and could no longer be driven. Xiaolan crossed her slender waist and complained to the ashamed-looking Mori Kogora, "Dad, you still said there was no problem. Now not only are you lost, but the car also has a puncture, and the good mood is gone." Tang Zhen shook his head and sighed, "Uncle Mori is really sure of everything, and we happen to encounter another instability." Xiaolan thought about it and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, thinking that brother Tang Zhen is quite good at joking. At this time, Mori Kogora looked around, and finally said to everyone helplessly, "It's still 20 or 30 miles from here to the bottom of the mountain. It's impossible for anyone to live in such a wilderness. No accident, we will see it tonight. I have to spend the night in the car." Hearing what Mori Kogora said, Xiaolan let out a frightened "ah," then looked around, feeling a gust of wind blowing, and saw the deep and dark woods that could not be seen to the end, as if there were unknown terrifying monsters hidden, and the leaves rubbed against each other. There was a rustling sound, more like someone approaching quietly, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. "No, I don't want to spend the night in a place like this," Dad, please think of a way. As soon as Xiaolan finished speaking, she found that Conan had disappeared. She quickly grabbed Mori Kogora's arm and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Kiki, Conan, he is missing." "What? Where's that kid?" Mori Kogora was about to explain that he didn't bring a spare tire. But he heard the creepy words again and found out that this was indeed the case. He couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 17 Sky-Priced Mountain Mud Temple. Mori Kogora heard that Conan was missing, and quickly looked around, but saw no trace of him. "Tang Zhen, have you seen Conan?" Tang Zhen stroked his forehead and said speechlessly, "I just saw Conan going that way." Before Tang Zhen could point out which direction it was, Conan emerged from the bushes. "You little brat, you are so arrogant. You usually run around at murder scenes, but at this time, you still dare to run around in such a wilderness, saying, 'Don't you think you have a long life?'" Mori Kogora he grabbed Conan's collar with one hand, lifted Conan's whole body up and shouted, "Yes! Conan, why are you so naughty? What if you encounter a wild beast?" Xiaolan also said with some reproach. He, no, Uncle Mori, Sister Xiaolan, I just found a temple in front, it should be lived in." Being carried by Mori Kogora, Conan quickly pointed to the side of the road with a smile and said. After giving Conan a few words of education, everyone walked towards where Conan pointed. Mori Kogora, Xiaolan, and Tang Zhen hurriedly walked through the bushes. Through the moonlight, they saw a temple on the edge of the mountain in front of them, so everyone walked there together. 5 minutes later. Shanai Temple. The name is the same as this mountain, and it is built in a place like this. It is a bit unusual no matter how you look at it. Mori Kogora looked at the gloomy environment of the temple and said with some suspicion. "I saw this building with red columns and grey tiles in front of me. The gold letters on the plaque were clearly visible, but the overall structure was still a bit old, obviously due to years of exposure to the sun and rain." The four of them walked up the wooden stairs and passed through the corridor. Mori Kogora pushed open the entrance door and carefully shouted, "Is anyone here? Hey! Is anyone here?" After a long while, an eerie voice suddenly came from the aisle next to you. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The sudden sound startled everyone. The four Mori Kogora people quickly turned around and saw a bald old monk wearing a raincoat with a long nose and white beard. His eyes were filled with fierce light, which was completely unlike him. A monk in a temple. Tang Zhen looked at the old monk and then said calmly, "We are tourists here to enjoy the cherry blossoms, but our car broke down. We want to stay here for one night. Master, is it okay? Borrowing? We don't have room here for you to stay for free." Hearing Tang Zhen say this, the old monk's eyes became kind, but the meaning of his words was very clear. "Staying here is accommodation, we can pay for it." Mori Kogora understood and said with a smile. "Great, if you want to stay, you should tell me earlier. I thought you were here to interview about that matter, and I was about to ask you to go back. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the monk Tianyang who is the host of this temple." Hearing the word money, Monk Tianyang was like seeing the god of wealth. He immediately grabbed Mori Kogora's hand and said kindly with a smile. Tang Zhen asked curiously, "What is that thing about?" Ha, it's a trivial matter, it's just a trivial matter, it's none of your business. The accommodation includes bedding rental, hot water for bathing, 2 vegetarian meals, tour expenses, etc. For adults, it is 10,000 yuan per person. For children, it is cheaper, 8,000 yuan. You have 3 adults here, 1 child, just give me 38,000 yuan. Monk Tianyang rubbed his palms and looked at the 4 Mori Kogora people like they were slaughtered sheep. 10,000 yuan? Isn't this too expensive? Mori Kogora said with some dissatisfaction. Ha, it's not impossible not to stay here. At this time, Monk Tianyong looked like he couldn't live with him anymore. I have to tell you, our temple is the only one in the wilderness here. It's dark and windy at night, the mountain road is difficult to travel, and it's about to rain. If you leave now, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours to go down the mountain. Monk Tianyong said with kind eyes and a kind look on his face. Mori Kogora touched his wallet painfully, and whispered, Xiaolan, Tang Zhen, why don't we just make do with it and spend the night in the car? Anyway, after the sun comes out tomorrow, we can call someone. The trailer went downhill. Tang Zhen smiled and said, I don't care, it's fine anywhere. Xiaolan frowned slightly. She naturally knew that the accommodation fee was too expensive, but she was really scared to spend one night in that eerie forest. At this time, God was not kind, and the patter of rain could be heard outside the window. Monk Tianyong's squinted eyes were opened, and he said in an eerie voice, I advise you to stay here, and don't be reluctant to leave that place. Count your money, especially on a rainy night like this, that thing is probably watching you from a dark and scary place. Mori Kogora wondered, that thing? Is it an animal? Are there tigers here? Conan asked, and then added, with Sister Xiaolan here, even 2 tigers are useless, right, Sister Xiaolan? He asked Xiaolan at the end. Tang Zhen was speechless and held his forehead. After hearing this, Mori Kogora nodded in agreement, but looked at Xiaolan's ugly look and clenched fists, and wisely said nothing. Conan. What do you mean by this? Are you praising me or hurting me? Xiaolan clenched her fist and said to Conan. He. Looking at this situation, Conan knew that he had said the wrong thing, but he just laughed and did not dare to speak again. Hey, what's a tiger? That's an ancient monster that likes to hang out in the rain and darkness, and specializes in eating human souls, the Wuxian dog. Monk Tianyong ignored their interaction and said to himself, but his voice was just right. Falling, coupled with the shocking bursts of thunder outside the window, the atmosphere became even more terrifying. Xiaolan has always been afraid of ghosts and other things, so she no longer cared about the offense caused by Conan's words. She said with some fear, Dad, let's stay here for one night. How about Uncle Mori, can I pay for it with my own money? Tang Zhen said when he saw Mori Kogora, who was a little worried about money. Mori Kogora coughed several times and felt a little moved, but when he remembered that Tang Zhen was invited by them, how could they ask him to pay, so he said, Xiao Zhen, we agreed that we would invite you, how could we ask you to pay? Then he said to the host, look, my daughter and her classmates are still underage, so they should be treated as children, right? Monk Tianyong looked at Maor Island and Tang Zhen several times and said, okay, but you have to pay them first. Mori Kogora slowly took out his wallet and counted 310,000 yuan notes and 4,1,000 yuan notes with difficulty. Monk Tianyong took it with a smile and carefully checked the authenticity. Everyone, come out. There are customers coming. We need to treat them well. After collecting the money, Monk Tianyong shouted to the front corridor. Dong 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 dong. 4 bald monks of different heights quickly ran to the entrance with bare feet and lined up in order, like soldiers waiting for review. Later, Monk Tianyong introduced the 4 monks to them in turn. The one with a loyal face is called Quan Nian, the one with fat head and big ears is Tun Nian, the one with dark skin is Mu Nian, and the one wearing glasses is Xiu Nian. Mori Kogora, Xiaolan, and Tang Zhen looked at the appearance of these 4 people, combined with their respective specialties, and immediately understood the basis for Monk Tianyong to give them Dharma names, and secretly praised, it is really vivid. After Monk Tianyong finished his introduction, Xiu Nian, Tun Nian and other 4 practicing monks immediately said in unison, please give me more advice. Mori Kogora immediately smiled and said, hey, easy to say, easy to say. Monk Tianyong ordered, Tun Nian, show your true skills and let the guests have a look. Chapter 18 The Foggy Dog. Monk Tianyang ordered, Mu Nian, you also go and help prepare dinner. Quan Nian and Zai Unian will take the 4 guests to visit around the temple. Tun Nian and Mu Nian agreed and walked away. Quan Nian and Xiu Nian led the 4 Mori Kogora people to visit and explain the main worship hall and other places. In the process of asking and answering questions, both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. After visiting the main hall, Quan Nian and Xiu Nian took Mori Kogora and the 4 of them to the rest room. While passing through the plank road, Conan saw a locked room and couldn't help running there without permission. The last group of people heard the legend of the foggy dog here again. There seemed to be some secrets involving this temple, but the 2 monks were a little secretive about it. The foggy dog again. Is there really a foggy dog that eats people's souls in this wilderness? Xiaolan felt her palms began to sweat, her mouth was a little dry, and she suddenly felt that today's trip seemed to be a wrong decision. Looking at the frightened Xiaolan, Tang Zhen coughed twice and saw that everyone's attention was drawn before he said, there seems to be the sound of a waterfall coming from above. Why don't we go and have a look together, Master Quan Nian? So Quan Nian, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, nodded and led a group of people up there. When we came up, we saw waterfalls flowing down from the mountains. Part of the water flow was blocked by rocks and then diverted to the plank road. The waterfall right in front of you seems to be within reach, and the split stream is covered with swirling cherry blossoms flowing through the slatted wooden boards under your feet. This scene is really unforgettable. Uncle Mori, if you want to see cherry blossoms next time, it would be a good idea to come here. Tang Zhen said. This place is good, but the fees charged by Monk Tianyang are too expensive. Mori Kogora said with some grudges. Conan looked into the window next to him and saw the familiar beams, thinking that the waterfall was right next to the room facing the wall. Grrrrrrrrr. At this moment, Mori Kogora's stomach suddenly growled. He couldn't help but scratch his head and said awkwardly, Little Master Quan Nian, is dinner ready? My stomach is full. We're protesting now. Quan Nian looked at the sky, estimated the time, and said with a smile, it should be ready, please come this way. Then Quan Nian and Xiu Nian walked to the dining hall with Mori Kogora and 4 others. On a small square table about 50 centimeters long, there was a large bowl of white rice, and the remaining plates contained shredded carrots, bamboo shoots, green vegetables, and tofu. This is too vegetarian, you can't see any oil or water at all. Mori Kogora said in disbelief. He almost put his face on the dish. With his eyes wide open, he could hardly see the oil on the dish. He wanted not to eat it. But there was no way, he couldn't get the money back after paying it, so he had to bury his head in it and eat, turning his sadness into appetite. By the way, I was very curious just now, what exactly is a foggy dog? While everyone was eating in silence, Conan suddenly asked curiously. The movements of Monk Tianyang and the 4 cultivating monks Quan Nian stopped almost at the same time. Their expressions were different, but their eyes were all full of panic. Kid, you. Quan Nian, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, frowned. Thinking of Conan suddenly barging into the room facing the wall, he suddenly felt that the child was really naughty and troublesome. Tang Zhen smiled lightly and said, actually, I'm quite curious too. At this time, Monk Tianyang put down his bowl and chopsticks and said in a deep voice, the so-called Wuxian dog is just a boring legend. That day the dog had a big red face, a long nose, thick white eyebrows and beard. Whenever it rained at night, it would sneak into the village like fog, break the walls and catch people with the strength of a strong man. Walk. It also uses its feet that can fly into the air to climb tall trees, hang people up, and then eat human flesh. It's a terrifying monster. Tang Zhen saw Xiaolan's pupils dilated and her hands trembling as she put down the bowls and chopsticks. Thinking that she was beginning to worry that the foggy dogs would come and take her away when she went to bed at night, just like her reaction when she told them scary stories when she was a child. Moreover, it especially likes young girls with thin skin and tender flesh. Yes, just like this girl. Monk Tianyong stared at Xiaolan with strange eyes. He leaned forward, and his long nose was unbearable. I thought that the foggy dog might be in human form, hiding among the people, and this person was telling the story of the foggy dog. Ah! Xiaolan covered her face with her hands and screamed in fear. Cold sweat flowed from her forehead and she hid behind Mori Kogora as fast as lightning. Ha 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 ha, but this is just a boring legend. You don't need to take it seriously. You don't need to take it seriously. Monk Tianyong's scary joke succeeded. His gloomy face turned into a kind look, and he waved his hand with a smile. Conan stared at Monk Tianyong with the corner of his mouth twitching, thinking in his heart, "You old man, how dare you scare my Xiaolan? You are usually very majestic when you suppress me, why are you so scared now?" Mori Kogora, the old father who was controlled by Xiaolan with financial power and was restricted from drinking beer, couldn't help but said angrily, "Misty dog. That's all, what are you afraid of? Don't you know how to do karate? If one comes, fight one, if two come, fight both. That's a monster. How can you deal with it with karate?" Xiaolan's face turned red and she retorted angrily. Conan said cutely, "Sister Xiaolan, how can there be monsters in the world? We must believe in science." Xiaolan murmured, wanting to refute but couldn't. In short, she was just afraid. Later, the topic of foggy dogs led to the topic from 2 years ago. As a result, after everyone knew that Mori Kogora was the famous sleeping detective Kogora, the dinner ended on bad terms. In the guest room, there were 4 mattresses placed horizontally. Tang Zhen slept on the horizontal mattress alone, and Xiaolan slept on the 3 mattresses vertically. "Dad, do you think the legend of the foggy dog is true?" Xiaolan was wearing pajamas, kneeling on a mattress in the middle. "Maybe, Xiaolan, you have to be careful," Tang Zhen said jokingly. "UBD, you're scaring Xiaolan again. Do you believe I will deal with you?" Mori Kogora waved his fist at Tang Zhen. "Xiaolan, don't listen to him. You have to believe in science. What era are we in now? Where do the ghosts come from?" Mori Kogora said angrily, looking at Xiaolan who was frightened by Tang Zhen. "Yes, Sister Xiaolan, Wuxian dog." Conan just finished the popular science, and then concluded, "In short, Sister Xiaolan, you have to believe that there are no such things as ghosts and ghosts in the world." "Kid, where did you get all this weird knowledge?" Mori Kogora asked in surprise. "Haha, brother Tang Zhen told me stories." Tang Zhen was speechless, but he still silently took the pot for Conan. "Conan, you know so much." "Conan is not afraid, but she is so afraid." Xiaolan said a little embarrassed, and then added, "I'm not afraid, not at all." If Xiaolan hadn't seen Xiaolan pulling Conan and Mori Kogora's mattress next to her, everyone would have believed it. "Okay, it's been a tiring day, go to sleep." Seeing that it was getting late, Mori Kogora urged. At this time, Xiaolan had already wrapped herself in the quilt. Chapter 19 Murder Case. "Conan, if you are scared, you can go to Sister Xiaolan's bed." After turning off the lights, Xiaolan said to Conan next to her. "Tang Zhen Mori Kogora Conan." "No, Sister Xiaolan, I'm not afraid." After being speechless, Conan reluctantly rejected this somewhat tempting proposal. If there wasn't a Tang Zhen here who knew his identity, he felt that he had already agreed. In the middle of the night, Tang Zhen, who had finally fallen asleep amidst Mori Kogora's snoring, was woken up by a noise. "Conan, do you want to go to the bathroom?" Xiaolan asked with concern. "No, I don't want to," Conan said weakly. Tang Zhen. In the end, it was not enough for Xiaolan to wake up Conan. She also woke up Mori Kogora and Tang Zhen. There was no way, facing the watery eyes of such a cute girl like Xiaolan, the three grown men could not refuse, so they had to accompany Xiaolan to the toilet. In the corridor outside the toilet, 3 people were squatting there, yawning profusely. "Really, you are such an adult. I am scared to go to the toilet," Mori Kogora complained with some dissatisfaction. Who told Xiaolan to be a girl? Tang Zhen was also a little helpless. "It's all your fault, you brat, for telling her so many scary stories when she was a child. Otherwise, Xiaolan wouldn't be so timid." Maoli Kogora began to verbally criticize Tang Zhen, while Conan on the side was already nodding. He started to doze off and had no time to pay attention to the two of them. Just as they were complaining to each other, a figure quietly approached them from behind and suddenly appeared next to Mori Kogora. "Ah!" Mori Kogora let out a terrifying scream. This scream not only woke up Conan and Tang Zhen from dozing, but also attracted Munian, who was already sleeping. After an explanation, the group of people returned to the room. "Xiaolan, you are serious? Do you know that you almost sent your father away just now?" Mori Kogora said to Xiaolan with some lingering fear. "Dad, didn't you say there are no ghosts? How could you be so scared by me?" Xiaolan asked, holding a ghost face mask in her hand. The next day, when the sun enveloped the temple, Munian came over and woke the 4 of them up. Except for the timid Xiaolan, no one slept well. A group of people yawned and got up. When they came to the dining hall, Tunian had already prepared the meal. It was still the same as before, without any oil or water. A group of people sat there and waited for everyone to gather before eating. Master Tianyang didn't sleep well either. "Yes. I read a book last night and went to bed very late." "Ah." While everyone was chatting, a scream suddenly came from Munian, who went to find Xiunian for dinner. A group of people ran towards the place where the screams occurred, and soon they arrived at the solitary room they visited yesterday. At the door, everyone found Munian sitting on the ground in fear. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Xiunian hanging high on the beam. After that, Mori Kogora quickly called the police. Not long after, Officer Magyar, who had met Tang Zhen once, arrived with a group of people. After that, various on-site evidence collection work and questioning of on-site personnel were carried out. At the same time, 2 people were involved. A case from years ago. Looking at Conan running around at the murder scene, Tang Zhen was speechless. But he still did nothing and just watched a group of people busy there. "Brother Tang Zhen, I have something to tell you." Conan, who had warned the police several times, saw that it was no use, so he came to Tang Zhen's side. "What do you want to say?" Tang Zhen couldn't help but ask. Then Conan told him what he had discovered and wanted to ask for his help to solve the case together. "For solving the case, you can just ask Uncle Mori. Why should you ask me?" Tang Zhen said he was unwilling to get involved, and he was not interested in solving the case. But he didn't listen. Conan was also a little helpless. "Why did you ask him to help you solve the case before? Let's use the same one now." Tang Zhen also wanted to take a look at the sleeping Mori Kogora. Seeing that Tang Zhen disagreed, Conan had no choice but to use the old method to knock down Mori Kogora with one needle. After that, Tang Zhen watched his performance silently. But the more Tang Zhen looked at it, the more strange he became. Are all these policemen blind? They were fooled by Conan so easily. Tang Zhen had some doubts about the authenticity of this world, but his spiritual sense told him that this world was real. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking about the world, Conan had used the identity of Mori Kogora to reveal the murderer's murder methods, and pointed out the real murderer, Abbot Tianyang, and pointed out that the murder 2 years ago was also committed by Abbot Tianyang. At the beginning, host Tianyang was still quibbling in every possible way, but with Conan's rigorous reasoning and evidence, he had to admit his criminal history and reasons. "Because of Mr. Mori, Xiunian found out that I was the murderer of his brother 2 years ago, and then he wanted me to surrender, but no matter how hard I begged, he refused. For the sake of the temple's reputation, I had to pretend to agree. When he was waiting for him to go out unprepared, I strangled him with a rope from behind, and then used the method Mr. Mori said to hang him above the room, disguised as fog. The way Tengu commits a crime. Seeing that Master Tianyong had confessed, Officer Magyar planned to take him and leave with the evidence. Officer Magyar, wait a minute, I have something to report. At this time, Mori Kogora walked quickly to Officer Magyar. Oh. Brother Mori, what do you want to report? Officer Magyar said with concentration. It was finally time for the detective to ask the police. I want to report this temple for charging excessively. They are driving up prices and disrupting market order. Oh. There is such a thing. The water fee, meal fee, and visit fee are all similar to other places, but the accommodation fee is astronomically high. We were charged 34,000 yuan for a room for 4 of us. Mori Kogora said with some dissatisfaction. 34,000 for this kind of condition is indeed a bit excessive. Officer Magyar said after looking at the environment of the temple. But Brother Mori, you didn't drink either? Have you forgotten that I'm from the criminal division, and I have no control over such high prices? Officer Magyar smelled the smell of Mori Kogora and said speechlessly. Ah! Mori Kogora was a little dumbfounded, and he actually forgot about it. However, as a police officer, I still have the responsibility to help you adjust this matter. Looking at Mori Kogora's appearance, Officer Magyar said with a smile on his face. Then he came to the only 3 remaining monks. After some persuasion, the monks had to return the overcharged money to Mori Kogora. After receiving the refund, Mori Kogora happily took everyone back home in a police car. As for the broken taxi, I left it to the police. Chapter 20 Treating Guests to Dinner. After school that day, Tang Zhen, Conan, Yuanzi, and Xiaolan were walking home together. What? Xiaolan, when you went out to see the cherry blossoms, you called Brother Tang Zhen but you didn't call me. I'm your best friend. Yuanzi exclaimed a little exaggeratedly, having just heard Xiaolan talk about the activities the day before yesterday. Yuanzi, pay attention to your image. Looking at the passers-by on the road, Xiaolan pulled her gently and then said, Yuanzi, it's good that you didn't go. The day before yesterday was really bad. Oh. What a bad idea, have you encountered another murder case? Yuanzi asked with some gloating. At the beginning, everything was fine, but then there were unfortunate events one after another. Regardless of Yuanzi's gloating about his misfortune, Xiaolan told Yuanzi all the bad things that happened after viewing the cherry blossoms. It seems like it was a great time for you to come over last weekend? It's not like I could only attend various meaningless banquets with my mother. Although after hearing the bad things Xiaolan said, Yuanzi was still a little envious. Conan, how long until next Sunday? Tang Zhen, who was walking behind, asked Conan regardless of the chat between the 2 girls. You don't even know this? Tomorrow is Saturday. Why do you ask? Conan asked in confusion. Tomorrow is Saturday. Tang Zhen was a little shocked and speechless. Today seems to be only Monday. Don't they think something is wrong with this damn timeline? It seems that Conan and the others will go out to harm others again tomorrow. That's right. Brother Tang Zhen, what's wrong with you? Don't you know what day tomorrow is? Conan didn't understand Tang Zhen's shock, and he asked with some concern. It's nothing. Maybe I've been practicing martial arts, working, and going to school recently. I'm a little tired and I forgot about the time. Tang Zhen explained casually. He couldn't say that the world was abnormal. He wasn't here now. Just know what day and day tomorrow is. It's easy to be regarded as crazy. Oh. Then you have to take a good rest. Don't tire yourself too much. Conan didn't think much about it. Only then did he remember the previous topic and asked, what are you planning to do on Sunday? Have I not been in Japan for a while? In order to thank you for taking care of me during this period, I plan to invite you to my house for dinner on Sunday night. Tang Zhen said. You don't have to be like this. Conan advised, it's not easy for you to live alone now. It's okay. I can do it myself. It doesn't cost much. When the time comes, you can call your so-called juvenile detective team to come together. Since they were punished by their parents last time, they still ignore me. Tang Zhen waved his hand and said. Yuanzi, Xiaolan, are you free this weekend? I would like to invite everyone to my house for dinner. After Tang Zhen finished talking to Conan, he ignored his reaction and walked quickly to Xiaolan and Yuanzi who were talking. Oh! Did anything good happen to you? Yuanzi became interested. No, I just wanted to thank everyone for taking care of me. Tang Zhen said. Okay. I'll go to your place then. Seeing that Yuanzi agreed, Tang Zhen looked at Xiaolan again. I don't have a problem, I just don't know if Dad is willing. Xiaolan, call Uncle Mori when the time comes and tell him that I have brewed a batch of good wine. Uncle Mori will definitely come, Tang Zhen said. Brother Tang Zhen, I didn't expect you to be able to make wine, but why are you making wine? Yuanzi asked in surprise. I can't help it. Isn't it true that Japan doesn't allow people under the age to drink alcohol? Now I want to go out and buy a bottle of beer but I can't find a place to buy it. I can only brew it myself. Don't worry, it's just some rice wine. Tang Zhen said helplessly. What are you going to make delicious by then? I have to tell you, I'm a bit picky. Yuanzi said to Tang Zhen. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll cook it for you if I can. Tang Zhen said, patting his chest. Oh! Yuanzi said to Tang Zhen as if he had thought of something, I heard that you have a delicacy in Daxia that is a great test for cooks. I wonder if you can cook it. What? 3 no sticks? Yuanzi thought of a dish that would take a lot of effort and test the cook. I don't know how to do this. Looking at Yuanzi's expression, he was a little disappointed, and Tang Zhen said quickly, but I know the general principle, and I will slowly learn how to do it for you when the time comes. It's just that in the middle, a lot of raw materials may be wasted. I also know it. Okay. Seeing that you work every day, you don't look very rich. When the time comes, I will provide the raw materials. Yuanzi understood Tang Zhen's embarrassment and said boldly. Okay. When the time comes, we'll finish our meal first, and then we'll just treat these as desserts. Tang Zhen said. It was Sunday, so Tang Zhen took a break today to entertain guests. He didn't go anywhere except practicing martial arts at home and going out to buy groceries. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaolan and Yuanzi arrived at Tang Zhen early. Xiaolan, Yuanzi, why did you come so early? Didn't you say you would come at 7 o'clock? Tang Zhen asked a little strangely. Brother Tang Zhen, Yuanzi wanted to come and help you as soon as possible. So he asked me to come with him. Xiaolan said with a smile. Well. The garden is the best. Tang Zhen agreed with a smile. No way. I just want to see how you are preparing. Yuanzi said somewhat reservedly. A few people entered the house talking and laughing. Before they reached the kitchen, a faint fragrance hit their nostrils. Brother Tang Zhen, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? I made the soup. I plan to treat everyone to hot pot tonight. Eating hot pot? Yes, isn't the weather a little cold now? It's better to eat hot pot, and it's very convenient. While talking, Tang Zhen brought Yuanzi and Xiaolan to the kitchen. Brother Tang Zhen, is there anything we can do to help? Xiaolan asked. Help? Tang Zhen looked at it and said, just help wash the dishes, and I will do the rest. Okay. After that, the two girls started to help wash the vegetables and chat with Tang Zhen. "Brother Tang Zhen, are you not used to studying in Japan?" Xiaolan asked. "It's okay. I've always been used to it," Tang Zhen said. "Brother Tang Zhen, did you have a girlfriend at school?" asked the gossiping Yuanzi. "No, students in Daxia are not allowed to have puppy love. It is not as open as Japan. I remember Nakamichi asked me this question before. Why do everyone like to ask such questions?" "Oh, nothing. It's just that everyone is a little curious about Daxia." While everyone was chatting, time passed unknowingly, and people invited by Tang Zhen came over one after another. Indeed, Conan and his friends, and then Dr. Agaza Mori Kogora. Chapter 21 Lively Hot Pot. "Brother Tang Zhen, what should we eat tonight?" "Eat hot pot." "Brother Tang Zhen, why is the food still raw? When we have hot pot later, we cook it while eating." "Brother Tang Zhen, do you need our help?" "Well, go get the juice out." As soon as a few primary school students arrived, they started chattering and asking various questions. Fortunately, Xiaolan and Yuanzi were there to help, otherwise Tang Zhen wouldn't know what to do. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Tang Zhen took out the hot pot. "Hey! Why 2 hot pots?" Conan asked. "Because considering the presence of children like you, your brother Tang Zhen prepared a pot of clear soup and a pot of spicy food. If you can't eat spicy food, just eat the one cooked in clear soup," Xiaolan said to the primary school students. "Okay, everyone is here, let's eat." After everyone arrived, Tang Zhen put out all kinds of side dishes. "Tang Zhen, didn't you say you have some good wine? Why don't you bring it out?" Mori Kogora asked. "Ah! I almost forgot, I'll get it right away." Tang Zhen quickly got up and went to get the rice wine that had been brewed. "Dad, can't you just skip 1 or 2 drinks?" Xiaolan said with some dissatisfaction. "Xiaolan, don't worry, it's just some rice wine I brewed myself. There's nothing big about it." After hearing Xiaolan's complaint, Tang Zhen explained. "Ah! It's just rice wine. Where's the good wine we promised?" Mori Kogora was a little disappointed. "Haha! Mori! Tang Zhen is still underage, how can he get good wine?" Dr. Agaza laughed and said. "Although it is rice wine, it tastes good. I brewed it with all the secret recipes." At this time, Tang Zhen had already taken out the rice wine. "Come on, let's have a try, Xiaolan, Yuanzi, do you want it?" Tang Zhen began to pour wine for Mori Kogora and Dr. Agaza. No, we don't need it. We can just drink the sherbet you brewed before," Xiaolan and Yuanzi said. They didn't want to become drunkards. As for a few children, they wanted to try it, but they were ruthlessly rejected. "Okay, everyone, let's start eating. Those who can't eat spicy food can cook it in the clear soup hot pot. Those who like spicy food can cook it in the spicy hot pot. There are also dipping sauces I specially prepared for you," Tang Zhen said after just 2 mouthfuls of hot pot. "This way of eating is still rare in Japan," Dr. Agaza said. "Yeah. I just came to Japan and I'm not used to it. In Japan, people eat cold food everywhere. If I want to have a hot pot, I have to cook the base myself." Tang Zhen started to cook the hot pot with hot red oil. Started the food. "Sanzi, do you like spicy food?" "Eat. Why don't I eat it?" Yuanzi picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite carefully, and then hiss. "Tang Zhen! Water, 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 where's the water?" It was so spicy that she inhaled. "Yuanzi, are you okay?" Tang Zhen quickly handed her the sherbet and looked at her somewhat exaggerated reaction. "Phew, it's so enjoyable," Yuanzi said after easing the spiciness. "Brother Tang Zhen, you guys look delicious. Genta, who was assigned to the clear soup pot, shrugged his nose and said to Tang Zhen. Yet, we want to try it too. Conan was like the other brats. This. Tang Zhen hesitated and advised, our pot is very spicy. If you don't believe me, ask Yuanzi. You little brats should just eat the clear soup. What if it makes you cry? Yuanzi said. Sister Yuanzi, you are so contemptuous. We can always eat mustard. It's a little spicy, but it's nothing. Feeling that she was being slighted, Genta quickly retorted. Okay then, if you can taste it, eat it. Eat less. Finally, everyone agreed to the request of several children. Ah! It's really enjoyable. First, foodie Genta tested the waters. After eating some mushrooms and tofu, Genta said, stroking the sweat on his forehead. Seeing that he was fine, several other children also started eating. Mitsuhiko and Conan felt that they could still accept it, but they kept drinking. Only Ayami cried after eating a little, and drank a lot of juice. Slow down. Okay, let's have clear soup. Seeing Ayami finally regaining her composure, Xiaolan said gently. She doesn't like spicy food too much. That's simply poison. I wonder how you ate it. Ayami looked at the other three classmates who were drinking water and eating hot pot and said incredulously. Ayami. You don't understand? This is food for boys. Genta said proudly, wiping the sweat from his head. Yet. Conan and Mitsuhiko nodded, and then started grabbing. You little brats, don't you know how to burn your food? Mori Kogora said with some dissatisfaction as he watched several brats snatching his food. Uncle, aren't you drinking? This dish won't taste good if it is boiled for a long time. We are here to help you. Yes, Conan is right. Yes, Uncle, we are helping you. You guys. Forget it, Dr. Tang Zhen is here and will take another one. Mori Kogora saw that he couldn't defeat them, so he clinked glasses with Tang Zhen and the others. After drinking another glass of wine and watching everyone enjoying the meal, Mori Kogora and Dr. Agaza Tang Zhen also joined in. Oh, brother Tang Zhen, that piece of mutton roll you sandwiched is mine. Guanjun said. I blanched your piece of tofu. Tang Zhen countered. Don't grab, there are many, take your time. Mori Kogora said as he put some into his bowl. Xiaolan, do you want some? It's very good. Yuanzi said seductively to Xiaolan. In the end, Xiaolan couldn't resist the temptation of principle and joined the spicy hot pot over there. At the end of this meal, I almost felt like I was in a war. Finally, after Conan fished out the last piece of tofu, the war ended. After the meal, a group of people sat on the sofa and chatted. Ah! I'm so full. Mitsuhiko touched his belly. Yet. I feel like I'm going to gain weight again. Genta said while lying on the sofa. What? Gain weight? Xiaolan and Yuanzi became excited after hearing Genta's words. If I had known earlier, I should have eaten less. It's all because brother Tang Zhen made it so delicious. Tang Zhen was speechless. They had so much fun just now, but he didn't force them to eat. What are you afraid of? It's nothing to eat once in a while. A drunken Mori Kogora looked at the two girls who were startled and said indifferently. Uncle Mori, why don't you drink? You seem to be drunk with just a little rice wine. Nonsense. I'm not drunk. The blush on my face is from spicy food. You look a little drunk. Mori Kogora retorted. Tang Zhen. How are you? You seem a little dizzy. Yuanzi asked with some concern. I haven't drank for a long time, so I'm a little drunk, Tang Zhen said, shaking his head. Chapter 22 The Reason for Being Driven to Japan. I didn't expect your rice wine to have such strong staying power. When I drank it just now, it was almost like drinking a drink. Dr. Agaza felt a little dizzy. Brother Tang Zhen, I have a question for you, Yuanzi said, looking at Tang Zhen, who was a little drunk. Ask, said Tang Zhen, who was a little dizzy. Why did you always bring Shinichi to bully us when you were a child? Taking advantage of Tang Zhen's drunken state, Yuanzi asked the question he wanted to ask. There were other children at that time. Were Xiaolan and I the only ones who were easy to bully? Ha ha ha. As for why Shinichi bullies Xiaolan, he has always liked Xiaolan, but he just doesn't know how to express it. That guy is a ghost. Xiaolan and Conan, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Tang Zhen and Yuanzi, couldn't help but feel a blush on their faces. Xiaolan thought to herself, no wonder that guy Shinichi liked her so early. But Conan thought with dark thoughts, brother Tang Zhen still dared not to say anything to the outside world. Then why are you bullying me? Do you also like me? Yuanzi said with a rare blush, and at the same time there was some expectation in his tone. You're talking about Yuanzi. I see how cute she is. She will definitely cry for a long time if she is bullied. Ha 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 ha. Tang Zhen smiled happily after he finished speaking. That's all. Yuanzi, whose hair was full of black lines, asked unwillingly. What else do you want to know? Tang Zhen shook his head. You don't want to trick me while I'm drunk, do you? Ha ha ha. No, no. Yuanzi quickly waved his hand and said. Brother Tang Zhen, how did you come to Japan? I didn't hear you tell me before. Conan on the side asked at this time. He could see that Tang Zhen was a little drunk and was very easy to talk now. Hey, you said this. Tang Zhen sighed. It was all because of drinking. I was drinking with some friends in a small restaurant that day, and we were all drunk in the end. Then I don't know who it was that suggested we go see the beauty together. Then a few of us came to the side of the road. Hearing this, everyone felt speechless for a while. A few drunk people squatted on the side of the road to look at the beauty. Everyone thought he would go to some nightclub or something. Tang Zhen didn't care what they thought. He continued to preach. Then we met a group of people who also drank too much. Among them were my classmates from school. After they heard what we were going to do, they joined us. Follow along. It was fine at the beginning, but the bad thing was that I didn't know who pointed at a woman and said she was beautiful. After that, the two of them started to argue about this matter, and they even got into a fight. And the woman we were talking about actually called the police and said we were being gangsters, and then we were educated by the police uncle. In the end, a school-wide notice came. My parents felt that I had embarrassed them all, so they sent me to Japan, cut off all contact with those bad friends, and imposed financial sanctions on me. Tang Zhen finished the story in one breath, and then picked up the rice wine on the table and drank a glass. That's it. No wonder you were embarrassed to say it before. Yuanzi said. Yeah, isn't it embarrassing? That's the FG reason. It's nothing. Everyone didn't know what to say. So it was very comforting. Your parents are making too much fuss. Mori Kogora said after listening for a long time. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Tang Zhen waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned to Yuanzi and said, don't you want to eat some non-stick food? How are you preparing the food? I sent someone to bring it, but you didn't know it in the kitchen before. Yuanzi asked, looking at you looking a little drunk, do you want to do it now? Is everything okay? My hands are very steady. Then Tang Zhen went to find something and walked to the kitchen. What is brother Tang Zhen going to do? I don't know, maybe I want to make something delicious for sister Yuanzi. After that, several kiddies followed Yuanzi and Tang Zhen to the kitchen. Why are you kiddos following you? Why don't you go and have a rest? We're just here to see what delicious food brother Tang Zhen makes. Yeah, we won't rob you. Seeing that he couldn't drive away this group of brats, Yuanzi let them go and couldn't help but look at Tang Zhen in the kitchen. At this time, Tang Zhen had already begun to make preparations. Tang Zhen first beat 5 eggs, then added a large amount of sugar, starch, and a certain proportion of water, then mixed them together, and then filtered them. Then Tang Zhen turned on the fire, poured the previously mixed mixture into the pot, and started stirring. After reaching a certain consistency, start adding oil to it. After that, it was just constant flipping and refueling. Seeing Tang Zhen's strength and hearing the sound, Conan came over and felt that his kitchen might not be able to withstand Tang Zhen's repeated use. As Tang Zhen stirred, the food in the pot gradually took shape. I used all my strength, and after 10 minutes of beating, it finally came out of the pot. How is it? How is it? Yuanzi stepped forward and asked. Phew! It overturned. It didn't work. Tang Zhen said, pointing to the contents of the bowl. Look at some of the black spots on it, it's because I didn't stir it evenly, which caused the pot to get mushy. Tang Zhen said helplessly. Okay, stand far away and I'll do it again. Then Tang Zhen tried several more times before he succeeded. The garden has exhausted me. That's it for 3 portions. Have you all tasted it? Tang Zhen looked at the people behind him who had all rushed over after hearing the noise. They were still sharing what they had just cooked. Brother Tang Zhen, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Brother Tang Zhen. I didn't expect anyone to cook like this. It makes me tired just looking at it. How does it taste? This is my first time making this dish. Not bad, very bomb. The taste is also very good. 3 servings is a bit too little. It would be nice if we had a few more servings. Genta smacked his lips. Genta, haven't you seen how hard Brother Tang Zhen is working? How many more do you want? Everyone raved about this dessert. As long as it's delicious, it's not in vain that I've been tired for a long time. If you still want to eat it, we can't do it today. I just learned this dessert and am a little tired. If you want to eat it, we can talk about it later. Tang Zhen felt that his Ming Jin strength was a little tired. He kept shaking the spoon for more than an hour and felt that his hands were not his own anymore. It seemed that he should practice more in the future. Brother Tang Zhen, you have worked hard, come and try what you have made. Yuanzi left some for Tang Zhen to try. Okay. Tang Zhen took a mouthful of it with a spoon and put it in his mouth. Well, it tastes good. Brother Tang Zhen, how does what you made compare to the genuine product? How do I know? I've never tasted the genuine product. I saw this online before. Tang Zhen shrugged. Ah. I've never been there before, but it's so delicious. Brother Tang Zhen, it feels so awesome. After everyone chatted for a while, the dinner party ended and everyone went home. Chapter 23 Discussion. That afternoon, Nakamichi took Tang Zhen to the training room of the school's karate club. When the two walked in, they saw students wearing karate training uniforms divided into 2 parties, cheering for the 2 people in the middle to compete. Xiaolan. Tang Zhen recognized one of the people and asked Zhongdao, who is the person who is sparring with Xiaolan? He is so powerful that he has the tendency to suppress Xiaolan. That's Ms. Tsukamoto Sumi, who is in the 3rd year of high school. What do you think? She's awesome, isn't she? I heard that the 2 of them were going to compete, so I quickly brought you over. It's interesting. Nakamichi patted Tang Zhen on the shoulder. Thank you. Now concentrate on watching them compete. Tang Zhen thanked him and continued to observe the competition between the 2 people in the field, hoping to discover some differences in the martial arts of the 2 worlds. Tang Zhen came to Yuanzi, who was cheering for Xiaolan, and looked at the 2 people in the field. Although they were just sparring, they were fighting with each other, and every move and kick was powerful. Whenever one of them was forced into the crowd, when he was at the edge, everyone who was close to him rushed back, for fear of accidentally being bumped into. Looking at the two fierce girls, yes, their fight can be described as fierce. No one knows why a girl who looks so weak has so much power in her body. After just watching for a while, Tang Zhen saw that although they were fighting fiercely, none of them were fatal moves. That's right, this was just a sparring match. Tang Zhen, I heard that you also know martial arts, who do you think will win? Yuanzi, who was cheering for Xiaolan, saw Tang Zhen's arrival. Well, it depends on the situation. If there are no accidents, Senior Tsukamoto is going to win. Tang Zhen said after thinking for a moment. How could it be? Didn't Xiaolan pass by Tsukamoto-senpai once last time? Sanako believed it or not. The last competition you mentioned, I also heard Conan say that it was because cousin Shinichi didn't go. Xiaolan's potential was inspired by anger, so she narrowly won that competition. Tsukamoto-senpai's moves are more sophisticated, and I feel her power is greater. If Xiaolan doesn't unleash her potential, Xiaolan can't win. Tang Zhen looked at the two people in the field and began to explain the current situation between them to Yuanzi. Then do you have a way to help Xiaolan? I think she is about to lose. It's just an ordinary competition, winning or losing is not important. Tang Zhen advised. Do you have any idea? Yuanzi asked confusedly. How do you know? Tang Zhen was surprised. Guess. Please help Xiaolan. She is about to lose. Yuanzi said proudly. Okay, we can only use that method. Tang Zhen had no choice but to say to Yuanzi, and then whispered to Yuanzi. This can really work. Yuanzi was doubtful. When Tang Zhen nodded to confirm, Yuanzi turned to Xiaolan who was about to lose her support and shouted, Xiaolan, I just heard brother Tang Zhen say that Shinichi has a girlfriend outside. What? Hearing this, Xiaolan felt like she was struck by lightning. After finally dodging several attacks from Tsukamoto Sumi, she completely exploded. She felt like Popeye had eaten spinach. Within a few blows, Tsukamoto was defeated by Sumi. Look Yuanzi. I'll just tell you my way, okay? If you still don't believe it, it's your turn to explain it to her. While Tang Zhen was talking to Yuanzi, Xiaolan seemed to be enveloped in a blackened aura. Came to the two of them. Seeing Xiaolan's current appearance, the group of people standing together quickly moved away from Tang Zhen and Yuanzi. Everyone felt a little scary about Xiaolan now. Sanako. What did you just say? That guy Shinichi found a girlfriend. Xiaolan tried her best to smile. Looking at Xiaolan now, Yuanzi was also a little frightened, and said quickly, It's okay, I just wanted to help you, I asked you to stimulate your potential so that you can defeat Senior Tsukamoto. These are all given to me by brother Tang Zhen. In the end, Tang Zhen was betrayed. Is that so? Xiaolan looked at Tang Zhen. Of course, if you don't believe me, call Shinichi and ask. Tang Zhen said, and then asked Xiaolan teasingly, Xiaolan, didn't you always say before that you don't like Shinichi? How did you hear about Shinichi? You will be so nervous when you have a girlfriend. Ah. This. After receiving Tang Zhen's confirmation, Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Then after hearing this sentence again, she blushed and didn't know what to say. Yes. Yes. Xiaolan, you still don't admit it. Yuanzi, Xiaolan, had recovered and was also cheering from the side. Is this why you can defeat me? Tsukamoto Sumi, who was rubbing her sore arms and coming with Xiaolan, heard the conversation of several people and asked thoughtfully, and then said to herself he said to himself, it seems that the power of love is really powerful. No, that's not the case anymore. Tsukamoto Sumi's words made Xiaolan blush, and she didn't know what to say. Tsukamoto-senpai, you can also find a boyfriend. Sanako said quickly. Boyfriend? Let's forget it. I don't want to talk about it when we are at school. Tsukamoto Sume was a little moved, but she still shook her head. You are cheating. Seeing that the atmosphere between the few people had eased, a group of people who had retreated came over. After hearing what they said, Tsukamoto's supporters said, "This can't be considered cheating." It was entirely the reason for Xiolan's outburst. Xiolan's supporters objected. Okay, don't quarrel." Tsukamoto Sumimi saw that they were quarreling and said quickly, the client, are not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? After that, everyone began to discuss how to stimulate their potential. If they exploded like Xiolan did at every critical moment, their karate level would definitely be greatly improved. "Sister Sumi, are you interested in competing with me?" After coming over for a while, Tang Zhen asked after seeing that Tsukamoto Sumi had rested. "Oh, this junior, you are." Tsukamoto Sumi didn't know Tang Zhen yet. "I am Xiolan's classmate, Tang Zhen. I just transferred from Daxia. I also practiced martial arts before. I just watched the competition between Xiolan and my senior sister, and my hands were a little itchy." Tang Zhen introduced himself. "Oh, you are the new transfer student. I have heard others mention you before. I didn't expect that you also practice martial arts. I wonder what you practice?" Tsukamoto Sumi asked curiously. "Of course it's Hyuxia martial arts." Tang Zhen said matter-of-factly. "Of course I know that you practice Hyuxia martial arts. I'm asking you what style of martial arts you are training in? You have so many styles of Hyuxia martial arts." Tsukamoto Sumi said a little speechlessly. I don't know what school I belong to. I'm involved in both Xingyi Bagua Tai Chi. After thinking about it, I didn't know which school my martial arts belonged to, so I had to say this." Chapter 24 Discussion 2. That's okay. After hearing what Tang Zhen said, Tsukamoto Sumi was speechless, thinking that he was biting off more than he could chew, and wanted to teach him a lesson. "Tang Zhen, you really want to fight Sister Shumi? Didn't you see how fierce the fight between her and Xiolan just now was?" Zongdao, who had been silent before, said a little worriedly. "Don't worry, Zongdao. I'm very strong. If you don't believe me, ask Xiolan, didn't you stop me without looking at the garden?" Tang Zhen said confidently. "The middle way. You don't have to worry. Brother Tang Zhen's martial arts skills are no worse than mine," Xiolan said after regaining her composure. "Are you ready?" Tsukamoto Sumi asked as they stood in the middle of the training room. "Let's start," Tang Zhen said as he moved his hands and feet. Then the two bowed to each other. The two of them began to look at each other silently from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, looking for each other's weaknesses and secretly building momentum. At this time, the noise outside the field could no longer affect the two of them. They only had each other in their eyes. Opponent. This was Tang Zhen's first true battle since he came to this world. Although the opponent was a female high school student, he was just a small Mingjin warrior now. Coupled with the weird scientific outlook of this world, he couldn't help but be careful. What if the boat capsizes in the gutter? The opposite Tsukamoto Sumi also had the same idea. Although she just heard Tang Zhen say that he studied very miscellaneously and thought that he was not dedicated enough in martial arts and had not learned the true essence of martial arts, Tsukamoto Sumi was very interested in martial arts. Seriously, or did it cheer her up? Tang Zhen moved first, and he crossed the distance of 7 to 8 meters in an instant. His hands were like snakes, and he grabbed Tsukamoto. Because it was just a sparring match, Tang Zhen couldn't use moves that were too lethal. The moment Tang Zhen took action, Tsukamoto Sumi felt that Tang Zhen was not simple. Facing Tang Zhen, who suddenly came in front of him and the two hands grabbing towards him, Tsukamoto Sumi kicked him sideways and planned to kill him. Tang Zhen forced him away. Faced with this kick, Tang Zhen planned to push it away with his hand, but when his hand just touched Tsukamoto Sumi's leg, a huge force hit him that he couldn't resist. Although he had long known that this case was in this world, people's explosive power may be very great, but without actual experience, Tang Zhen doesn't know how powerful it is. Now that the real contact was finally known, there was no time to react too much. Tang Zhen quickly used the force release method in Tai Chi to relieve this huge force. But when Tang Zhen released this huge force, he also lost the first move. Tsukamoto Bensumi's powerful punch has come straight at him. Faced with this sudden and fierce punch, he had experienced more dangerous scenes in his previous life. Tang Zhen did not panic at all, and also struck out with his palm. However, this time Tang Zhen was already prepared and did not directly resist. With the help of the strength when the fists and palms met, he jumped back and forth, and at the same time relieved this strength. It's a long story. From Tang Zhen's attack to being forced back by Tsukamoto Sumi, everything happened in a flash of lightning. Before everyone could react, the first wave of confrontation was completed. Junior Tang Zhen, you responded well. It seems that I underestimated you before. Senior is also very good. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Tang Zhen said, shaking his numb arm. Senior, be careful. I won't be beaten back by your power this time. With that, Tang Zhen launched another attack on Tsukamoto Sume, and Tsukamoto Sume also rushed towards Tang Zhen. In an instant, the two collided together, and when their fists and palms met, there were bursts of explosions, and the air seemed to burst. Suddenly, Tsukamoto Sumi found a flaw in Tang Zhen. This was because Tang Zhen was not as strong as Tsukamoto Sumi, so the flaw was exposed. Looking for this flaw, Tsukamoto Sumi kicked Tang Zhen. People outside the court couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this kick. Tang Zhen felt that if he was hit by this kick, he would definitely be kicked out. But he didn't panic. He forcibly changed his body's center of gravity, avoided this leg, and came to her side. Before Tsukamoto Sumi could turn around, he struck her lower back with a palm. Before Tsukamoto Sumi's legs fell, she felt Tang Zhen's attack. She kicked out her legs and landed on the ground. She shifted her center of gravity to avoid Tang Zhen's palm. At the same time, she kicked Tang Zhen sideways. Shocked, trying to force him away. In her opinion, Tang Zhen had a flexible body and was not good at confrontation, so he should have distanced himself. However, Tang Zhen's reaction was exactly the opposite of what she expected. Instead, he got closer to her and started fighting. After closing the distance, Tang Zhen slapped Tsukamoto Sumi's face with his palm. When she was defending, Tang Zhen also struck her lower body with his leg. Feeling Tang Zhen's attack, she did not avoid it as Tang Zhen expected. Tsukamoto Sumi had a head-on collision with him, and instantly knocked Tang Zhen back again, making Tang Zhen feel that his legs were numb. Tang Zhen, who once again suffered a loss in terms of strength and physique, began to fight Tsukamoto Sumi with his speed advantage. Tang Zhen finally figured it out. This weak woman who looked delicate had amazing strength, amazing endurance, and very good defense ability in addition to speed. His own Ming Jin was of no use at all when he hit her with all his strength. She is simply a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. She can defeat all enemies with one force. It is not easy to defeat her at all. Tsukamoto Sumi, who was sparring with him, also knew for the first time that even though her strength and physique were not as good as hers, there were still people who could use their speed advantage to suppress her. Fists, palms, kicks, knee strikes, elbow strikes, in addition to vital points, Tsukamoto Sumi was attacked by Tang Zhen countless times in just a short moment. From the initial active attack, Tsukamoto Sumi slowly turned into a defensive counterattack. In the end, she had to defend and hide all the time. She felt that if she continued like this, sooner or later she would not be able to keep up with Tang Zhen's rhythm and expose her flaws. Lose this discussion. In this kind of close combat, Tang Zhen felt that his physical exertion was very small. He believed that under his mental pressure and dazzling attacks, the first person to be unable to hold on must be Tsukamoto Sumi. But I don't want to win this competition with this exhausting method. We must get rid of this trend, both of them think so. There was some sweat streaming down Tsukamoto Sumi's forehead. She felt that she could not go on like this anymore, and was preparing for the final blow to decide the outcome. Just when he had this idea, Tang Zhen slapped Tsukamoto Sumi with a palm that changed from a palm to a grasp, using the same technique as before. Facing this move, Tsukamoto Sumi did not dodge or block, but planned to withstand the move forcefully, and then launched her own fierce counterattack. Chapter 25. The discussion is over. Just when Tsukamoto Sumi was caught by Tang Zhen and was about to rely on his own strength to break free, Tang, who was already familiar with her methods, swallowed her strength in his hands and dispersed her power. He took the opportunity to grab Tsukamoto Sumi and ended the fight. This discussion. Senior, I accept. After restraining Tsukamoto Sumi, Tang Zhen let go of his hand and said to her, Junior, your speed and grappling are really good. Tsukamoto Sumi said while rubbing her aching arm. Tang Zhen, I didn't see it. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful martial arts. Zongdao came to Tang Zhen and said incredulously. Look at Xiaolan and Tsukamoto Senpai, can you tell what they are called martial arts? Tang Zhen couldn't help but ask. That's right. Nakamichi looked at the two girls and said. Tsukamoto Senpai, are you okay? A large number of people gathered around Tsukamoto Sumi and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just a discussion, we both have our hands on it. Tsukamoto Sumi said nonchalantly. Brother Tang Zhen, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Yuanzi walked around Tang Zhen and said. Of course. Brother Tang Zhen, do you want us to spar? If I knew you were so powerful, I would have sparred with you a long time ago. At this time, Xiaolan said eagerly. Looking at Xiaolan who suddenly became belligerent, Tang Zhen felt a little uncomfortable. This was inconsistent with her usual gentle image. Xiaolan, let's do it next time. My physique is not as good as yours, and I can't stand fighting against Tsukamoto Senpai. You see. After speaking, Tang Zhen raised his hands to show her. Now that the blood is circulating, you can see that Tang Zhen's hands were bruised, obviously from the sparring session just now. Okay then. Xiaolan was a little disappointed, and then looked at Tang Zhen's injury and asked with concern, Brother Tang Zhen, is your hand okay? Yes. It looks a bit scary. Yuanzi also said. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a while. Tang Zhen rubbed his arms and said nonchalantly. Brother Tang Zhen, your clothes are torn in some places. Yuanzi noticed at this time. Maybe it was broken during the sparring session just now. Tang Zhen said nonchalantly, it's okay, and I have been planning to buy clothes recently. Tang Zhen was not wearing a school uniform. Before he came to the karate training room, he was playing basketball with someone and had already changed into a set of casual clothes. Oh! Brother Tang Zhen! Do you want to buy clothes? Tomorrow is Sunday. I will accompany you then. Hearing that Tang Zhen wanted to buy clothes, Yuanzi volunteered and also extended an invitation to Xiaolan. Xiaolan, I know there is a newly opened shopping mall. I will stop by to buy clothes for Brother Tang Zhen tomorrow and also go shopping. Do you want to go with me then? Tomorrow is Sunday again? Why didn't I know? Tang Zhen couldn't complain about the weird timeline of this scientific world, but he just didn't know if he would be assimilated by the world in the end. This. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, then refused. Shopping. Forget it tomorrow. Let's go when we have time in the future. I want to go on a tour for Sherlock Holmes fans with Conan. Ah. Is that so? Yuanzi was a little discouraged. I'm so sorry. I broke Junior Tang Zhen's clothes. I just heard you say you were going shopping. Could you please join me? At this time, Tsukamoto Sumi came over and said. Okay. Okay. I'm still worried that there are few people and it won't be lively enough. It's also good to have seniors here. Hey. You guys made a decision for me without even asking me. At this time, Tang Zhen, who had recovered from his fugue, finally added a word. What? Do you have any objections? I'm helping you. No, I don't have any objection, just let it be what you say. Tang Zhen said quickly when he heard Yuan's dissatisfaction. Zhongdao. Do you want to go shopping with us tomorrow? Tang Zhen asked Zhongdao in a low voice. Shopping? It's better to go shopping with a woman. Forget it. I'd better go play basketball tomorrow. Nakamichi shook his head repeatedly, and then said as if he had thought of something, you don't know how troublesome it is for women to go shopping. They can put a shopping mall together. If you go shopping all over the store, you may end up buying nothing. Why do you know so well? After listening to Zhongdao's words, Tang Zhen imagined the scene and felt a little numb. Although he had heard about the troubles of women shopping, he had never experienced it personally, so he still didn't believe it. Where do they get so much energy? If you have a mother who likes shopping, you'll know. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't believe it, Zhongdao said as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past, then patted Tang Zhen on the shoulder and said with vicissitudes of life, young man. You are still the best. Too little experience. Don't talk to me in this tone, okay? After hearing Zhongdao's words, Tang Zhen's head was full of black lines and he almost punched him, telling him that young men with too little experience are impulsive. I don't know what Zhongdao, who had escaped the disaster, wanted to say to Tang Zhen, but unfortunately I was interrupted by Tsukamoto Sumi and Xiaolan, who took Tang Zhen to exchange martial arts experiences. After that, a group of people gathered together and talked about martial arts and some of their own personal experiences in martial arts training. In the end, Tang Zhen stayed until the end of this karate training. Just when Tang Zhen, Xiaolan Yuanzi, and Zhongdao were about to leave, a somewhat burly teacher came to Tang Zhen. Hello. I am Gong Juren, the karate teacher here. You can call me Teacher Gong Ju. The teacher introduced himself first. Tang Zhen was speechless at the teacher's name and looked a little weird, but he still said politely, Teacher Gong Ju, my name is Tang Zhen. I am a new international student. I didn't know your name. What's wrong with staying with me? I just watched the competition between you and Tsukamoto Sumi. You are very good. I wonder if you are interested in joining our karate club. Teacher Gong Ju extended an invitation to Tang Zhen. Thank you, Teacher Gong Ju, for your kindness, but I'm sorry, because for some reasons, I can't join the karate club. Tang Zhen refused, joking that he had a complete inheritance of Hyuxia martial arts to learn karate, and he didn't have the time. That's it. Gong Juren was a little disappointed and didn't ask why. Finally, he added unwillingly, since you don't want to, forget it, but when you are free, you can come here to communicate with everyone. Okay, thank you, Teacher Gong Ju. Then I'll take my leave first. Tang Zhen said. Afterwards, everyone bid farewell to Gong Juren. Classmate Tang Zhen, you will come to us more often in the future. I will gain a lot from discussing with you. At this time, Tsukamoto Sumi stepped forward and said. Of course, I gained a lot from playing against my senior sister. Brother Tang Zhen, why did you look at Teacher Gong Ju so strangely just now? Xiaolan asked curiously. Chapter 26 Shopping. Are there no people in our school who understand Hyuxia? Tang Zhen did not answer Xiaolan's question, but asked curiously. It seems there is. But what's wrong if we don't teach? Xiaolan said with some uncertainty. Well, your karate teacher's name is very unique. The parents who named him probably don't understand Hyuxia, right? Tang Zhen said a little weirdly. I don't know. What happened to Teacher Tool's name? You should tell me. Seeing Tang Zhen still playing riddles, Yuanzi said anxiously from the side. Gongjuren, in Hyuxia it means tool man, which means tool man. Now do you understand what I mean? Tang Zhen said directly without being shy. Tool man, no wonder you showed that expression. Xiaolan couldn't help laughing. Haha. Tsukamoto Sumi and Nakamichi who were with everyone also laughed out loud, but they immediately held back. After all, it was rude to talk about other people's names behind their backs. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Only Yuanzi laughed without any scruples. Okay, Yuanzi, please pay attention to your image. It's not good to laugh at other names behind your back. Xiaolan quickly pulled Yuanzi. Tang Zhen, if my name is pronounced in Hyuxia, will there be any strange homophony? Zongdao asked curiously at this time. No, the pronunciation of Zongdao Yoran is very normal, and there are no other homophones. Seeing everyone looking at him, Tang Zhen said after reading the name of Zongdao in Hyuxia. What about my name? After hearing Zongdao's question, Yuanzi asked anxiously. Suzuki Sanako. Tang Zhen translated it in Hyuxia, and then said, it's a very normal name, without any weird homophones. Phew. That's good. Sanako patted her chest reassuringly, and then asked, what about Xiaolan and Tsukamoto Senpai's names? There's nothing wrong with their names. Tang Zhen translated their names in Hyuxia and said. Tsukamoto Senpai, see you tomorrow. Yuanzi, see you tomorrow. While talking, a group of people walked out of the school. They separated at the intersection and made an appointment to go shopping tomorrow. The entire journey was silent. Early the next morning, Tang Zhen was called out by Yuanzi early. After meeting Tsukamoto Sumi at the agreed place, he went straight to the newly opened shopping mall she mentioned. In front of a large shopping mall. We're finally here. After changing to 2 subways, the 3 of them finally arrived. Is it necessary to go so far to buy clothes? Tang Zhen said with some complaints. In the past, when he bought things, he always thought about what he wanted to buy. Then he just went to the nearby place to buy it. There was no need to go that far. Well, brother Tang Zhen, why are you talking so much nonsense? We are here to help you. Yuanzi rolled her eyes at him, and then pulled Tsukamoto Sumi and walked into the mall. Get rich at first sight. Tang Zhen looked at the name of the mall speechlessly and sighed, this name is really unique. Junior Tang Zhen. Doesn't the name of this shopping mall have any weird pronunciation? Tsukamoto Sumi asked. She was a little suspicious about the name of her karate teacher yesterday. No, there is no normal pronunciation. Looking at the disbelieving looks in the 2 women's eyes, Tang Zhen continued to explain, you should know that black and white are impermanent, right? Seeing the 2 people nodding, Tang Zhen continued. In many movies and TV series I have watched, the hats worn by Black and White and Wu Chang have the words get rich at first sight, while the hat of another person has the words the world Taiping, 4 words. I just feel that the name of the shopping mall is a bit inappropriate. Now get rich at first sight means you are here too. Is that so? After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, the 2 girls were a little hesitant, but they still pulled Tang Zhen and walked into the mall. But as soon as a few people entered the gate, they saw the 4 big words you are here too and they were speechless. I dare say that this shopping mall will either become popular or close down in the future. How dare you use such a name? Their boss is so talented. After being speechless, Tang Zhen said, although he was a staunch scientist in his previous life. However, things like this happened when he traveled through time himself, and he began to doubt the things in the legend. Then can we get in? Yuanzi asked with some uncertainty after hearing what Tang Zhen said was true. Go, why don't you go in?
You're already here, what's there to be afraid of? Senior Tsukamoto and I are here, what are you afraid of? Tang Zhen said, patting his chest. Yes. Sonoko, haven't you heard that ghosts are afraid of people with strong blood like us? Tsukamoto Sumi said calmly, she had complete confidence in herself. In this way, the three of them started shopping in the mall. At the beginning, Yuanzi was a little frightened, but after entering a store, all fears were forgotten and they started shopping happily. Brother Tang Zhen, this white one is good. Yuanzi asked Tang Zhen to try on a white casual suit. That one looks too young, Junior, try this black one. After Tang Zhen changed, Tsukamoto Sumi said, and then recommended a black one. No, this one is a bit too old. This one doesn't work either. It looks a bit chilling when worn. Try this one. In the following time, Tang Zhen tried one by one under the advice of the two girls, but they could always find various problems. After trying 3 stores, he saw that they still wanted to keep choosing. As a last resort, Tang Zhen had no choice but to quickly choose 2 sets of clothes that he liked and bought them regardless of their obstruction. I originally thought that after I bought the clothes, this shopping trip was over, but I never thought that this was the beginning of the real pain. After buying Tang Zhen's clothes, the 2 girls did not leave, but began to try on each other's clothes. Brother Tang Zhen, how do you like this dress? Yuanzi asked Tang Zhen holding a pink dress. It looks very cute and suits you very well. Tang Zhen nodded. Really? Senior sister, come and take a look for me. Yuanzi felt that she was being perfunctory. Let's take a look. Tsukamoto Sumi came to Sonoko, yet. It really reflects your youthful vitality, but it feels a little childish. That's it. Yuanzi put down the dress and started to pick up other clothes and looked at them. Sonoko, what do you think I'm wearing? Yes. Yes, yes, this outfit makes me look heroic when I wear it as a senior. Sonoko looked at Tsukamoto Sumi's clothes and said with great approval. You think it's good, right? Let me take a look at the price. Tsukamoto Sumi was very satisfied, but after looking at the price, she felt it was not a good deal, so she changed her clothes back. Chapter 27, Finished Shopping. In this way, from the 1st floor to the 6th floor, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the 2 girls visited every store in this mall with great interest. They didn't even go to the toilet or eat during the process. I just drank 2 bottles of drinks that Tang Zhen bought and ended the shopping. To be honest, at the beginning, walking with Tang Zhen was not very tiring due to Tang Zhen's physical condition, but the 2 girls had to go in every time they passed a store, chatting about the same thing for a long time, and sometimes even dragged Tang Zhen away. After going in and not buying anything in the end, Tang Zhen felt very tired and almost left midway. Did you agree to buy clothes for yourself? I have bought all the clothes, why are you still shopping here? Tang Zhen felt that his physical fitness was not as good as that of the 2 girls. Coming out of the mall, 2 girls were walking in front, with Tang Zhen behind, carrying large and small bags of things, most of which belonged to the 2 girls. Now he regretted not listening to what Zongdao said. He was right. He is indeed still too young and has too little experience. If he were asked to use one word to describe girls shopping, there would be only one word: so scary. Junior Tang Zhen, I'm sorry. I promised to buy you clothes, but I didn't expect you to hang out with us for so long. Just when the 2 girls were discussing where to go, they noticed Tang Zhen behind them. Shock, Tsukamoto Sumi said with some embarrassment. Nothing. Just think of it as familiar with Japanese prices. Tang Zhen said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Thank you for your hard work, brother Tang Zhen. Do you want us to help you pick up the things you have on you? Yuanzi asked politely now. Why do you say it was polite? Because when he asked this question, Yuanzi was still walking forward.
He had no intention of turning around to help him carry his things. "We've been shopping all day, aren't you hungry? We should find a place to have some food now." Tang Zhen didn't care about the garden and expressed his thoughts. "Well, if you don't tell me, Junior Tang Zhen, I haven't noticed that I am indeed a little hungry." Tsukamoto Sumi's stomach growled. "Yes. I'm so hungry. For Tang Zhen's sake, I'll treat you to a big meal for the sake of carrying our bags." Yuanzi also felt hungry. "There's no need for a big meal. I know a very good restaurant. It's cheap, affordable, and tastes pretty good. I'll take you there." "Oh. Well, you will lead the way, and I will treat you when the time comes," Yuanzi said boldly and grandly. "Of course I'm treating you to a treat. I've been with you all day, do you still want me to treat you?" Tang Zhen said feebly. He was already very hungry now. It was the time when he was growing up. Being hungry was really terrible. Tang Zhen took them back on the subway and stopped when they were about to reach the Miwa district. Then it was a walk. After walking for about 10 minutes, Tang Zhen took Yuanzi and Tsukamoto Sumi to a residential and commercial area. This is an old business district. There are many old-fashioned buildings and shops. There is a street full of izakayas. This is a street that feels very retro and down-to-earth. It does not have the hustle and bustle of other places in Tokyo. Full of life. How long does it take, Brother Tang Zhen? Is there really a delicious place here? I'm almost starving to death. Yuanzi is also the first time to come to this kind of place. Yuanzi, don't worry, we'll be here soon. Why didn't you cry out that you were hungry when you got up first to go shopping? Tang Zhen said speechlessly. While talking, Tang Zhen led them to a stop in front of an old-looking Japanese restaurant, and then led them inside. Watanabe House. This is a store opened by a man named Watanabe. Sanako asked. Maybe. I'm not sure about this. I've only been here once. Tang Zhen shook his head and said. When I came to the store, I saw that it was a rather small restaurant with single tables. At this time, there were no customers in the store. Everyone first came to the bar and started ordering. At the top of the bar, the menu and prices are also written on white paper. They are all sold in the form of set meals, such as grilled fish set for 700 yen, pork chop set for 750 yen, etc. Tang Zhen ordered a grilled fish set, Tsukamoto Sumi ordered a boiled fish set, and Sanako ordered a barbecue set for herself. After ordering, the three of them found a seat and sat down, drinking barley tea prepared by the owner while waiting. Brother Tang Zhen, how did you find this place? While waiting, Yuanzi looked around and asked curiously. Didn't I look for odd jobs before? I passed by here and was a little hungry, so I ate here. I thought it tasted good and was quite affordable. Have you never been to a place like this before? Tang Zhen was a little curious. I've been to a place like this before. It was a long time ago. Tsukamoto Sumi said with memories. I've never been here before, I've always been with Xiaolan. Yuanzi shook his head and said. While they were talking, the food for several people was brought out. The first was Tsukamoto Sumi's boiled fish set meal. The cod was cooked until the cod was oozing with soy yellow soup, and the surface of the snow-white fish meat was slightly burnt. It was a good time to taste it, and the manager's side dishes and seafood miso soup were also given. The miso soup smelled fragrant and the soup was quite rich, which looked good. Then came Sanako's barbecue set meal. The small plate contained barbecued meat with light butter stains on the surface, carefully prepared dipping sauces on the side, and a bowl of mushroom-flavored soup, which looked delicious. Finally, there is Tang Zhen's own grilled fish. The grilled fish is cooked at just the right temperature, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Served with some side dishes, it will greatly increase your appetite. After a set of dining etiquette, the three of them began to eat eagerly. Phew! I'm finally alive. Halfway through the meal, Yuanzi took a sip of mushroom soup and let out a long sigh of relief. It tastes good. Tang Zhen said to Yuanzi while eating his grilled fish. Yeah. It's okay. Next time I'm free, I'm going to bring Xiaolan over and let her try it. Yuanzi said happily. Yeah. The food here is not only delicious, but also affordable. It's a very nice place. Tsukamoto Sumiya said. Before they knew it, the three of them finished the portion they ordered. I feel like I can have another serving. At this time, Yuanzi said with some unfinished thoughts. I think it's better to say goodbye. It's almost night time. I've eaten too much now and I can't eat at night. If you eat too much in the middle of the night, it's not good for your health and it's easy to gain weight. Tang Zhen persuaded. Hearing that it was easy to gain weight, Yuanzi gave up the idea of eating another serving. After that, the Yuanzi paid the bill, and the three of them strolled around the street again. Seeing the two girls wanting to continue shopping, Tang Zhen quickly stopped him and shook the big and small bags on his body, and they reluctantly agreed. Tang Zhen left here together. The group of people parted at the place where they met in the morning. After watching Yuanzi return home in the car that had been waiting for him for a long time, Tang Zhen returned home feeling a little exhausted. Chapter 28 Conan Exposed. Early that morning, Tang Zhen was still practicing boxing in the courtyard. Suddenly he heard the sound of the door opening. He quickly stopped and looked out the door. It turned out that it was Conan who opened the door and came in. Conan, why are you here so early? Seeing that it was Conan, Tang Zhen asked and ignored him and continued to punch himself. Alas! Conan sighed and didn't know where to start. Why, is your sister Xiaolan ignoring you again? Tang Zhen, this place has almost become a special place for Conan to complain. Whenever he encounters any troubles, he will go to Tang Zhen, a peer who knows his true identity. Tell me here. Alas! Brother Tang Zhen, someone discovered that I am Kyudo Shinichi. Conan sighed again. Oh, what? Who is it? Is it Xiaolan? This news was a bit sudden. Tang Zhen stopped his movements and asked. It's the high school detective Hattori Heiji from Oita whom you met last time. Oh. Then how did he find you? Are you in danger? Tang Zhen asked curiously. Afterwards, Conan told Tang Zhen what happened in the Sherlock Holmes tour group. After revealing my identity, he promised that he would not reveal my identity. Conan finally said. Pa Tang Zhen came to Conan and punched him on the head. Oh! Tang Zhen! Why did you hit me? What's wrong with just beating you, you kid? It seems that the lesson my uncle and aunt gave you last time was not enough. You forgot it so quickly. Tang Zhen said with some dissatisfaction. It seems that I have to call my uncle and tell my aunt and them to let them have another child. What if your big one is useless? It's still too late to have a baby now. What do you mean by that? Conan said with some dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Literally, if you are so wasteful, you will waste yourself to death sooner or later. It's okay this time, but Hattori Heiji discovered your identity. If you were discovered by that organization that day, would you still? Is there a way to survive? Conan was speechless now. Also, haven't you always used Uncle Mori to help you solve cases before? Why did you use Hattori Heiji this time? After giving Conan a lesson, Tang Zhen continued to ask. Hattori Heiji is too keen. If I asked my uncle to help, he would definitely see it at a glance, so I had to use him, but in the end he found out his identity. Conan was also helpless. Oh! Forget it, I won't talk about you anymore. You should be more careful yourself. After hearing this, Tang Zhenyu stopped practicing and went to the kitchen to cook. After the two had breakfast and waited for Xiaolan at the door, the three of them went to school together. Brother Tang Zhen. Conan really likes you. He often comes to play with you without even eating breakfast. Why does that kid like me? He's just here to make a living. Children, they all like new things. The three of them arrived at school chatting. While saying hello to his familiar classmates, Tang Zhen came to his seat. Tang Zhen, how do you feel about going shopping with a woman? As soon as Tang Zhen sat down, Zhongdao behind him asked in a low voice, but for some reason, Tang Zhen heard a hint of smile in his words. It feels great. The girls are very attentive. They helped me pick 2 sets of clothes that were very suitable for me. I also learned a lot. In the end, we even went to have a meal together. Tang Zhen said in a show-off manner. As for whether it was really false, only he knows. This is unscientific. Zhongdao said, somewhat disbelieving you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yuanzi. I dare not ask her. Zhongdao muttered in a low voice, then stopped dwelling on the topic and started chatting with Tang Zhen about other things. Time flies by so fast. Today is another day off. Conan goes out to cause harm to others, but Tang Zhen works in a fish shop. This is already his 3rd day here. At this time, the store's Panasonic boss called everyone together, and he, a temporary worker, was no exception. Today we are holding an event in the rice flour area, with the theme of children's first shopping. There may be many children on the street in a while. You have to treat them as adults. After a pause, the Panasonic boss continued, as long as there are no special circumstances, you should not lend a helping hand to them. This is to cultivate their sense of independence. Yes. A group of people nodded in agreement. Tang Zhen, help dismember this fish. Okay. After listening to the instructions of the Panasonic boss, several employees began to do their own work. Time passed unknowingly, and Tang Zhen was responsible for dismembering the fish himself. When Tang Zhen finished all his work, he started to get a little bored. Tang Zhen, who had nothing to do, began to stare out the window at the street in a daze. At this moment, he saw several familiar figures, Conan, Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayami. What were they watching on the video recorder outside this store? Seeing these people, Tang Zhen knew where Conan was causing trouble today, not even sparing his own neighbors. Determined to participate in an event with them, Tang Zhen came outside and overheard their conversation before he even got close. Stop, 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 yes, that's right here. This is the reason why Xiaohong disappeared. This was Conan's voice. Let's take a look too. The other 3 kiddies also came to the side of the video recorder. After that, they seemed to be sure of something and ran to a certain place. What are you guys doing? Tang Zhen, who had been paying attention to them for a while, spoke up. Brother Tang Zhen. Why are you here? Ah. It's Brother Tang Zhen. That's great. Seeing Tang Zhen, Conan, and a few kiddies gathered around him and started chatting. Stop, stop, come over here. Tang Zhen said because they were too noisy to interrupt. As for why I'm here, of course I work here. Tang Zhen pointed to the inside of the store and said, I just saw you guys, so I came out to say hello to you. What do you little brats want from me? I have promised you in advance that our boss has already given instructions. If you brats ask for help, we will not help unless there is a special reason. Tang Zhen spread his hands and said to this kid. Brother Tang Zhen is in serious trouble. Ayami said anxiously. What exactly happened? After that, several kiddos quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. It seems that the child may really be in danger. I will ask for leave from the boss immediately and go to find him with you. After listening to their words, Tang Zhen also became a little solemn. According to the laws of science in this world, anything with almost none of the events Conan participated in were undead. Chapter 29 Searching. Tang Zhen asked for leave from his boss. Originally, the Panasonic boss disagreed. He didn't think that any child would be in danger in broad daylight. But Tang Zhen still used those kiddies. One of them was a kid from the famous detective Mori Kogura's family. He had very strong observation skills. What if something happened in an accident? In the end, the Panasonic boss agreed to Tang Zhen's request for leave, and also asked, although I don't think there is any real danger. But if you, Tang Zhen, are in danger, call the police as soon as possible. After taking leave, Tang Zhen and Conan and a few other kids came to the place where they found the clues, an abandoned building that was about to be demolished. After comparing it with the video and discovering Xiao Hong's hat, a group of people speculated that Xiao Hong might be inside. When these little guys wanted to break in, Tang Zhen quickly stopped them. "Brother Tang Zhen, why are you stopping us? It's time to save Xiao Hong," Genta said with some dissatisfaction. The other two brats nodded in agreement. "You little brats, please don't go in. It's too dangerous inside. You haven't noticed that this building is crumbling. It's up to me and Conan to save people. You keep watch outside. If we don't come out for a long time, call the police. At the same time, if the demolition team comes, stop them first and say there is someone inside," Tang Zhen pointed out. He pointed at some dilapidated buildings and the warning signs next to them that they would be demolished today. "But why? Take Conan but not us." The three little guys were a little dissatisfied. "Conan is smarter than you, okay, stop talking, it's more important to save people now." Tang Zhen waved his hand to interrupt the nonsense, led Conan over the obstacle, and walked inside. "Conan, let's search separately. You look for me on the first and second floors and go to the 345th floor." Looking at the huge floor, Tang Zhen said to Conan and walked upstairs. "Brother Tang Zhen, be careful. The floor of this building is very unsafe. It would be bad if you step on it." "Well, I will pay attention, and you should be careful too." Tang Zhen quickly came upstairs, and then searched from room to room. The speed was very fast, and he checked all 345 and 3 floors in a short time. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any sign of anyone. Tang Zhen, who had gained nothing, had to go downstairs to see how Conan was doing. But when he first arrived on the first floor, he heard a familiar shout, "Conan, come and see, there is a basement here." Tang Zhen was a little annoyed. Didn't these little brats ask them to wait outside? Why did they come in privately? I quickly came to the first floor and saw Conan standing with a few kids in front of a room. "Why did you little brats get in? It's so dangerous here. Didn't I ask you to guard outside?" Tang Zhen asked angrily. "We've been watching you outside for a long time without any movement, and we were worried that you might be in danger, so we came in to take a look." "Is there anything we can do to help you?" several kiddos said in unison. "If there is danger, it will be useless for you guys to come in," Tang Zhen said angrily, then ignored these brats and asked Conan. "I've checked upstairs and found no clues. Do you have any clues here?" "I didn't find it either. It seems like it might be in the basement." After saying that, Tang Zhen walked down first. Seeing this, Conan and a few other kids came down with him. Sure enough, here, hey! Why is there another person? At this time, Tang Zhen, who was walking in front, spotted a large and a small figure lying on the ground. "What? Xiao Hong is inside, is he okay?" The few kids behind heard Tang Zhen's voice and hurried up and asked. "Is everything okay? I just passed out due to the drug." Tang Zhen checked the child's condition and said with a sigh of relief. "Conan, how are you doing over there?" Tang Zhen asked Conan, who was checking on another person. "This man is dead," Conan said with a heavy tone. "What? Is there a dead person?" Upon hearing that there was a dead person, several little ghosts were so scared that they crowded together. "Now you know you're afraid." Looking at the scared little guys, Tang Zhen said reproachfully. Judging from the situation, what might this child have discovered? The murderer wants to kill and silence him. Tang Zhen picked up the child on the ground and left him lying on the ground. He came to Conan and said, "Yet. The murderer planned to crush Xiao Hong here during demolition later to make it look like an accident." Conan analyzed. Xiao Hong may know this person. Xiao Hong might not have found the murderer when he came here before. But for the sake of safety, the murderer decided to make Xiao Hong an accident and kill him here. Facing the case, the few kiddies immediately put down their fears and began to analyze it. Not bad? What a smart kid. It's a pity that you have to be buried with him here. At this moment, voices came from upstairs. Who? Tang Zhen looked around and saw a tall, dog-like person there, looking at everyone with a sneer. Just when Tang Zhen was about to rush forward, the man closed the door and pressed against something behind the door. Damn it! You were careless. When he came to the door, Tang Zhen opened it hard and hammered it hard. He found that the door was made of solid wood and iron sheet, which was useless at all. Brother Tang Zhen, how are you? Conan ran over with everyone and asked. That BD locked the door. No matter how hard he turned, it was useless. The door was too strong. Tang Zhen said helplessly. It seems that he plans to trap us here, and then crush us here when the demolition comes. Conan is still calm. Mom, Dad, I don't want to die here. After hearing Conan's words, Amy cried in fright. I don't want to die, I haven't grown up yet, and I still want to travel around the world. Brother Tang Zhen, Conan, please think of a solution. Guanjun said with a sad face. It's all your fault, Conan. If you hadn't agreed to call the police, we wouldn't be like this. I still have good eel rice to eat. Genta complained to Conan. Okay, Genta, Conan didn't let you in. You came in on your own. I asked you to wait outside before. Tang Zhen said impatiently as Genta complained to Conan. Now you know the danger, right? If you had been outside, how could such a thing happen? Tang Zhen suppressed his emotions and still complained a little, but he was just complaining about himself. Oh! If I had known, we should have gone out directly when we found Xiao Hong. We shouldn't have stayed here longer. Villains die from talking too much. This sentence is sometimes the same for decent people. Tang Zhen blamed himself for being careless. Yes, I was talking about Conan earlier. But now that I know a little bit about martial arts, I have started to become a prostitute. Okay, now is not the time to complain. This place may be demolished at any time. It is very dangerous. We have to find a way out quickly. Conan comforted several real children. Chapter 30 A critical moment. Seeing that things were already like this, Tang Zhen no longer struggled. Tang Zhen took out his mobile phone and tried to make a call outside. Seeing Tang Zhen's phone call, the little guys immediately became happy. Hey! I didn't expect brother Tang Zhen to have a phone. Now we are saved. Don't be too happy. This is the basement. There's no telling whether there is a signal. At this time, Conan said a little disappointed. Conan, don't be so disappointed. Amy said softly. Conan really got it right. There is no signal here and the phone can't be made. Tang Zhen said helplessly before the few little devils finished arguing. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded now. Conan is such a crow's mouth. Mitsuhiko muttered. Okay, it seems there is no shortcut. We can only use brute force to open the door. Tang Zhen said, handing Xiao Hong in his hands to Genta and the others, then he came to the door and started to knock on it. Get up with your body. Time passed unconsciously, but there was still no movement at the door. At this time, Tang Zhen was also a little tired. He was a little envious of Xiaolan's talent of being able to break telephone poles with punches at every turn. Conan, come here, I'm a little tired. I need to take a rest first. As long as I knock the door looser, I will be able to open it. Tang Zhen said to Conan. Okay. Genta, you come too. Conan agreed and called Genta to take turns hitting the door together. After resting for a while, Tang Zhen, who had regained his composure, asked Conan and the others to get out of the way, and he started bumping again. Finally, after unremitting efforts, the door finally became loose. Just when Tang Zhen was about to use his special move, a huge roar suddenly sounded outside, followed by a shaking in the entire basement. Not good. The demolition workers are here and they have already started demolishing the house. Conan became a little confused, while Amy and the others were already hugging each other. Don't be afraid, everyone, I will open the door soon. Tang Zhen said, and then began to retreat inside. When he retreated to the corner, he held his breath and concentrated there. After brewing for a while, Tang Zhen gathered all his strength in his hands, then suddenly rushed to the door and punched down with 2 fists. 2 punches landed on the door in no particular order, making a dull impact. The door was opened by Tang Zhen's hammer, but no one could pass through. Seeing such great results, they almost cheered, but the few kiddies quickly held their breath for fear of disturbing Tang Zhen and affecting his ability to open the door. Tang Zhen returned to the wall again, and used the same method to hammer the door again. Finally, after a loud noise, Tang Zhen hammered a hole through the iron-clad wooden door. Conan, go out quickly and move the things outside. Looking at the hole that could only pass through Conan and Amy, Tang Zhen said quickly. Boom! At this time, another huge sound came from above the head, shaking the basement into dust. Okay. Conan knew that the matter was urgent, so he didn't waste any time and climbed out of the hole directly. Come on, Conan. Looking at Conan struggling to move the debris outside the door, a few little guys were cheering him on. There was a click sound, and Conan finally opened the door from the outside. Oh! That's great! Looking at the opened door, several little ghosts cheered happily. Okay, don't be too happy. It's very dangerous now. Let's go out quickly. You come and hold Xiao Hong. I don't have the strength. Seeing the door being opened, Tang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, and handed Xiao Hong over. The strongest Genta. Okay. Genta held the somewhat thin Xiao Hong in his arms, and then everyone started running outside. Brother Tang Zhen. Are you okay? At this time, Conan saw something was wrong with Tang Zhen and asked with concern. It's okay. It's just the after effects left when I opened the door just now. I just need to rest for a while. Don't worry about it now and get out quickly. Tang Zhen felt a little weak, but he still said quickly. Finally, after narrowly dodging a few falling boulders, some of them finally ran out. Stop, stop quickly. At this time, people outside also saw Tang Zhen and others running out of the inside, and quickly directed the demolition machine to stop. Who are you? Why are you in there? After Tang Zhen and the others ran out, a person who looked like a person in charge ran over and asked, sweating profusely. Ignoring the man, Tang Zhen pointed in one direction and shouted, "Don't let that man run away." What's wrong? The person in charge was a little confused, and the person pointed by Tang Zhen began to run outside. Humph! I won't let you run away again. Conan was angry. Just now they almost confessed everything, so he snorted coldly. Tang Zhen saw Conan squatting down, groping for his feet a few times, and then kicked him out. He didn't know what he hit. He just heard a bang, and the escaping man fell to the ground and was directly hit. Passed out after being smashed. What kind of black technology is this? Looking at this scene, Tang Zhen asked in shock. This is not some black technology. This was made for me by a doctor. It looks like an ordinary shoe, but in fact there is a lot of principle behind it. It uses the scientific principle of electricity and magnetism to enhance foot strength. Conan told Tang Zhen introduced the scientific principles of shoes. Tang Zhen looked at Conan's shoes. He didn't care about these things now, but asked a sole question: since you have such powerful shoes, why didn't you use them just now? Everyone almost died in them. I can't even move my hands now. This made Conan completely speechless. He didn't know why he forgot such an important item. Without Conan again, after Tang Zhen called the police, he told the person in charge here everything that happened inside and asked them to suspend the demolition. There was a body inside, and the man who was kicked down by Conan just now was the murderer. Not long after the demolition stopped, the familiar police officer Magyar led the team here again. Tang Zhen, what's going on? Officer Magyar found Tang Zhen, the reporter, and asked. Officer Magyar, you'd better ask Conan and the others. They know more details than me. Tang Zhen said weakly. Officer Magyar, this is what happened. Then Conan told Amy and the others what happened, including the murderer who fell on the ground. At this time, the man who fell on the ground woke up together with Xiaohong. After that, they said something, but Tang Zhen didn't pay attention. He only knew that he confessed his crime very simply, and he was able to kill even a child. The person is not worthy of his attention. Chapter 31 Shikishima. Conan, why are you so melancholy? Tang Zhen came to Conan and asked as he watched the murderer being taken away. People like him don't deserve sympathy. If he killed the lone shark, it could be said that he had no choice but to kill an innocent child and then lock us in the basement without hesitation. When he died, he was already a scumbag. Although Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to that person, he still listened for a while. Yes. Conan. Don't look at the various confessions made by various criminals after being caught. In fact, they just want to reduce some of their guilt. At this time, Officer Magyar, who came over to express his gratitude to Tang Zhen, was listening. After hearing what Tang Zhen said, he said that as an old detective, he was used to this. Classmate Tang Zhen, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what the consequences would have been in the end. Officer Magyar laughed and said to Tang Zhen. Haha. This is what I should do. I draw my sword to help when there is injustice. Tang Zhen exchanged polite words with Officer Magyar. At this time, Xiaolan dragged Mori Kogoro to find Conan because she hadn't seen him for a long time. After hearing what happened in this short period of time, she was a little shocked. Officer Magyar, can you take me to the hospital? Tang Zhen asked when he saw that everyone had finished handling all the matters that needed to be dealt with. Tang Zhen, are you injured? Brother Tang Zhen, where are you injured? Is it serious? It's okay. It's just that the muscles in both hands are a little strained because I hit the door too hard when I was trapped in the basement. I can't use my strength now, Tang Zhen said. Okay. I will arrange for you to go to the hospital right away. Officer Magyar immediately called a police car to take Tang Zhen to the hospital for a checkup. Xiaolan, you don't need to follow me, it's nothing serious. After that, Tang Zhen went to the hospital alone. On this day, Tang Zhen, who had just finished one day of classes, was invited by Mori Kogoro to travel with them to a place called Shikishima. It was not until he boarded the ship to Shikishima that Tang Zhen learned that Mori Kogoro was invited to give a speech because Shikishima wanted to increase his reputation. At the same time, he also heard about the billion-yen gold and the ghost ship. Conan. What's going on with the ghost ship and gold? Tang Zhen came to Conan and asked after watching Mori Kogoro and old man Kinoshita who came to greet them from Shikishima walked away. Brother Tang Zhen. Don't you even read the news? You're too ignorant. Conan was speechless. Crack. Who are you saying is ignorant? I just don't like to watch the news. Tang Zhen touched Conan's head with his hand that had not yet recovered. Conan recovered after being immobilized for a moment, stamping his feet and complaining, Brother Tang Zhen, Don't hit me with this technique, okay? Since you taught Xiaolan this technique, she never hit me. Mine, but after learning your method, because it doesn't hurt anyone, whenever I do something wrong, she will use this method to teach me a lesson, which makes me resistant now. Haha. Okay, stop complaining, you are so ignorant. Tang Zhen said with a smile, and then continued to ask, now answer my question just now, what happened to the ghost ship in gold? It is said that 7 years ago, there was a businessman who started his career through smuggling. After discovering that he was about to be exposed, he quickly exchanged cash for gold, drove a boat, planned to go to sea, and fled abroad. It's a pity that when the ship sailed not far from Shikishima, it encountered a storm and sank suddenly. But today, 7 years later, the ship that sank at that time suddenly appeared again on Shikishima, and the one above it, the gold, has disappeared. Conan told Tang Zhen what he knew. It seems like the people on the island invited Uncle Mori over for more than just a speech, right? Maybe they also wanted to ask Uncle Mori to help find gold. Tang Zhen touched his smooth chin and thought. Hey? Why do you say that? Conan asked with some confusion. You don't understand this. If you want to invite a celebrity, it's not a good idea to invite a celebrity. You have to hire a detective. You are a detective and you may not know that detective is sometimes synonymous with trouble. Have you seen any places where people want to increase their popularity? Detective. Tang Zhen said. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Conan disagreed with Tang Zhen's words. Hey! If you still don't believe it, you will know when the time comes. Tang Zhen said confidently. Unknowingly, 3 hours later, the boat also stopped at the pier of a small island. Tang Zhen and Conan walked behind, watching Mori Kogora very coquettishly greeting the villagers who came to greet him. I didn't expect Uncle Mori to be so popular. Could it be that my guess just now was wrong? Looking at the scene in front of him, Tang Zhen felt a little unconfident. Let me tell you, the detective is really not as bad as you think. At this time, Conan said proudly. At this time, a little girl ran up in front. She looked a little older than Conan. Because Tang Zhen had been talking to Conan before, they didn't know who she was. Hey! What do you want to do? Conan felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by the little girl. Are you from Tokyo? What's your name? The little girl asked Conan directly without recognizing her. Conan, Edogawa Conan. What about you? My name is Mikami Suzuko. Your name is so strange. Is such a name popular in Tokyo now? The little girl introduced herself and then asked Conan. My name is weird, what does it have to do with you? Conan said speechlessly. Conan, why are you talking to the village chief's daughter? You must be polite. Mori Kogora heard Conan's words and punched him directly, leaving a bright red bump on his head. Uncle Detective, it's okay. After Mikami Suzuko said something to Mori Kogora, she stepped forward and hugged Conan's arm, blushing slightly and said, It seems that I am older than you, do you want to call me sister? It's more popular now to date people who are younger than you. Tang Zhen looked at this little girl speechlessly, shook his head and followed Mori Kogora and the others to visit the ghost ship. When I came to the place where the ghost ship was parked, I saw a very dilapidated ghost ship, said to be the Shenlong, parked in an open-door warehouse. Is this the ghost ship? Looking at the rusty yacht, everyone couldn't believe it. Well. At this time, Tang Zhen seemed to suddenly sense something, frowning and looking in one direction. Chapter 32 Shikishima 2. Brother Tang Zhen? What's wrong? Xiaolan saw his abnormality and asked involuntarily. I feel like someone is secretly looking at us. Tang Zhen said solemnly in one direction. No. Xiaolan also looked there, but found nothing. Could it be your imagination? Conan also came to join in the fun. It's impossible for me to have any illusions. Maybe that person has left. Tang Zhen said firmly. Get out of the way. I'm here to take a look at this so-called ghost ship. At this time, a man who came with them pushed Conan away very rudely, walked towards the ghost ship, and rejected Mikamimura long introduction. This man is so rude. Conan, are you okay? Xiaolan said, supporting Conan who almost fell. Thank you, Sister Xiaolan, I'm fine. Sorry, he is from Dongdu Travel Agency. It is related to the future of this island, so we can't say anything. At this time, the old man Kinoshita who had picked them up before said apologetically. Forget it. We're fine too. Seeing that everyone had said this, Xiaolan said understandingly. After visiting the ghost ship, the group went to the villager's mansion in Shikishima, where Mori Kogoro will give a speech. Come on, Mr. Mori, please drink. In the public hall, Mikami village chief enthusiastically persuaded Mori Kogoro to drink a little more, there is still some time before the speech. Ha ha ha. Okay. Thank you, village chief. Mori Kogoro drank generously. Although they felt that the Mikami village chief was a little too attentive, Tang Zhen and Conan ignored it and enjoyed the various delicacies prepared by the Mikami village chief for Mori Kogoro with peace of mind. Only Xiaolan was a little worried, watching the more and more they drank. Mori Kogoro. Really, how can I give a speech when I'm drunk like this? Xiaolan muttered with some dissatisfaction, but for the sake of her father's face, she couldn't stop him from drinking. At this time, it was almost time for the Mikami village chief to meet. Mori Kogoro was also drinking very happily, and then he expressed his thoughts. Mr. Mori, after you finish your speech, can I lend you your wisdom? You don't want me to help you find the location where the Shenlong sank, do you? Although Mori Kogoro was a little drunk, he still knew these things. As expected of a famous detective, he saw my thoughts at a glance. That's it. I guess the Shenlong may have sunk near our Shikishima. As long as we know the location, we can find it as soon as possible. Mikami village chief Fang Fang admitted. Even if the gold is found, it will not belong to you. It will be handed over to the country. Mori Kogoro does not engage in this kind of business that looks like a loss at first glance. But our small island can also get 10% of the benefits, right? Village chief Mikami rubbed his hands and said. I'm a detective, I can't do this kind of treasure hunt. Mori Kogoro is a master who doesn't let go of rabbits when he sees them. In the end, the village chief Mikami compromised and successfully persuaded Mori Kogoro with 1/10 of what he could get on the island as a reward. Look. You still don't believe me when I said they would invite Uncle Mori for other purposes. Tang Zhen said to Conan while looking at the two of them. You were just wrong. Conan still refused to admit that Tang Zhen said that detective was synonymous with trouble. After that, the old man named Kinoshita came out and talked to everyone about the Shenlong. After dinner, it was time for the lecture. Outside the public hall, there were crowds of waiting villagers. Everyone was talking a lot and seemed to be looking forward to Mori Kogoro. But now the main character they were expecting, Mori Kogoro, looked drunk. Tang Zhen was not interested in the lecture, so he took this opportunity to look around. Next to the public hall, there was a small house with the sign Navy Army Archives. Tang Zhen pushed the door open and found that the house was like a small museum. There were many things in it, most of which were related to ships. There was also the model of Navy ship and some scrolls hanging on the surrounding walls depict scenes of naval battles. Walking to the innermost part, a pair of armor of an ancient Japanese general appeared in front of me. Sitting there as a whole, it was as if the ancient general was still alive, which looked a bit scary. Tang Zhen looked around for a while, and after seeing that there was nothing to see, he exited the room. Brother Tang Zhen. Conan came over in surprise. What are you doing? Ah? Conan, I'm just going to look around, Tang Zhen said casually. What about you? Why aren't you with your sister Xiaolan and the others? Uncle Mori is still drinking, Conan said a little depressed. I can't help but refuse to accept it. I know that I will give a speech soon, but I still make myself drunk. Maybe I will make a big fool of myself in the end. Haha. Uncle Mori is not afraid of making a fool of himself. What are you afraid of? Tang Zhen comforted with a smile. Conan. You are here. At this time, the little girl Suzuko Mikami ran over, hugged Conan's arm and said, there is nothing to see here. Come on, I will take you to a fun place. Where to go? Conan was a little at a loss. The back of the stage is much more interesting than here. The little girl happily pulled Conan and ran towards the back of the public hall. Tang Zhen looked at the two people running away and started wandering in another direction. He had no interest in playing with the child, especially when the little girl was the daughter of the village chief on the island. After turning to the back door of the public hall, Tang Zhen suddenly noticed two figures in the woods on the other side. One was a thin man with long hair, and the other was an observer from the previous travel agency. He seemed to be named Uehara or something. Long time no see, Aoki. Uehara from the travel agency stopped the man, took off his sunglasses and looked at him with his hair covering half of his face. I will never forget your face. I don't know what you're talking about. The man seemed startled when he saw Uehara. I'm just a lighthouse keeper. My name is Hamada. Are you kidding me? Uehara lifted up the man's collar, lifted up his hair and revealed half of his terrifying face. After that, the two argued for a few more words and then separated. At this time, Mori Kogora's speech was about to begin. Tang Zhen looked at Bintian's back thoughtfully. He did not stay here for much longer. When he came to the place where he had eaten, he saw that Mori Kogora was already preparing to take the stage. Is it really okay for Uncle Mori to do this? Looking at the drunk Mori Kogora, Tang Zhen came to Xiaolan speechlessly and asked. I don't know, I hope nothing will happen in the end. Xiaolan felt powerless with such an out-of-character father. At this time, the public hall auditorium was crowded with villagers. On the stage in front was a banner of Lecture of Mr. Detective Mori Kogora, and there was a big ball hanging with ribbons on the side. Chapter 33 Sudden Crisis. At this time, the public hall auditorium was crowded with villagers. On the stage in front was a banner of Lecture of Mr. Detective Mori Kogora, and there was a big ball hanging with ribbons on the side. Then now we welcome the world-famous detective Mr. Mori Kogora. Thank you all. Amid continuous applause, Mori Kogora staggered out of the backstage, and almost fell down before he even stepped onto the podium. It's really embarrassing. Seeing Mori Kogora's appearance, Xiaolan blushed and said worriedly, Dad is so drunk, how can he still give a speech? Probably. He said this, just to comfort Xiaolan. Conan looked at Mori Kogora, who looked unformed and could not stand firmly, feeling a little nervous. It seems that the famous detective is a little nervous, haha. The old man Kinoshita who was in charge of hosting wiped cold sweat and smiled awkwardly to liven up the atmosphere. Today, in order to commemorate Mr. Mori's visit to the island, we specially prepared a big colorful ball and asked Mr. Mori to pull it. Tang Zhen only watched Mori Kogora pull down the ribbon unsteadily. With a sound of bang, the big colorful ball above the stage fell down and started a raging fire, which almost hit Mori Kogora. The stage was directly set on fire, and even Mori Kogora's butt was on fire. Flame. Oops. It burned me to death. At this time, Mori Kogora poked his butt that was on fire in a funny way, and he was completely drunk and woke up. Dad. In the chaos, Xiaolan and Tang Zhen were the first to react. They hurriedly took the fire extinguisher next to them and rushed over to extinguish the flames on the uncle's butt. Soon after, the fire on the stage was put out by them, but I don't know why the villagers at the scene were still very frightened. It's the ghost of the navy that's causing trouble again. Quiet. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Run. After extinguishing the flames, Tang Zhen ignored the panic of the villagers under the stage and came to Conan, who was checking the colored balls, and asked, "Do you see anything? Someone wants to kill Uncle Mori." Conan took out something from the debris and said, "It's an ignition device, and it smells of gasoline." "Then did you see who did this?" Tang Zhen was a little curious. "I'm not a god, how can I know who did it with just this clue?" Conan rolled his eyes. At night, in a hotel, Mori Kogoro was lying on the tata rice, applying ice to his injured buttocks, and at the same time questioning the village chief Mikami. "Village chief, what do you think happened today? You can tell me something. Inviting me here almost cost me my life." Mikami village chief lay in front of Mori Kogoro in a doge seat position, and said with sweat on his face, "I'm very sorry that this happened, but Mr. Mori, please believe that this was just an accident." "Accident? No. This is murder. I almost died." Mori Kogoro was a little excited. "Mr. Mori, calm down, it was an accident. It was definitely an accident. It was just an accident when we accidentally leaked gasoline onto the colored balls." Just when Mori Kogoro was about to say something else, Mikami village chief became a little impatient. He suddenly tore off the disguise on his face and said with a sinister expression, "Mr. Mori, I have already explained that this is just an accident, absolutely. There's no mistaking it. It seems that you are not going to call the police. Maybe you still want to keep that batch of gold." Mori Kogoro said with a sneer when he saw the appearance of the village chief Mikami. "Yes. Mr. Mori, you just need to quietly help us find the gold." Village chief Mikami stopped pretending. "What do you mean?" "Humph. Mr. Mori, if you don't do what I want, no one will dare to guarantee your safety and leave here." Mikami village chief threatened, "I won't send you a boat on the island without my consent left. You guys think about it tonight." After saying this, the village chief Mikami left. Damn it! Mori Kogoro was so angry that he forgot about the pain in his butt. "How dare you threaten me? Uncle Mori, how about we fight out?" Tang Zhen suggested. He had long disliked the Mikami village chief. "With Xiaolan and me here, I believe no one on this island can be our opponent." "That's right, Dad, I don't have to compromise with such a person." Xiaolan clenched her fists, squeezed them loudly, and said eagerly, "Calm down, you two." At this time, there was an outsider who had not left in the room, the old man Kinoshita, who went to pick them up. He quickly comforted Tang Zhen and Xiaolan, and then said, "Mr. Mori, I'm so sorry. Our village chief did this for the development of the island. Please don't worry, I will send you away at dawn tomorrow. I can still make the decision about the few boats. Hey! I won't leave like this in despair." Seeing what the old man said, Mori Kogoro said angrily, "If I just leave like this, what will happen to my reputation? How will others see me as a famous detective?" Tang Zhen and Conan were speechless as they watched. Mori Kogoro was left behind by such a simple provocation. "Uncle Mori, I don't think the people on this island will be kind to us." Tang Zhen took out his mobile phone and said to Mori Kogoro, "We'd better call the police quickly." "Call the police? Why call the police? Uncle Mori, don't you understand now? Even if we find gold in the end, they may not let us leave." After speaking, Tang Zhen made a gesture on his neck. "Is this impossible?" Before Mori Kogoro said anything, Xiaolan asked in disbelief. "Impossible? I just asked on the island. There have been people missing on this island before, and a group of people came to look for treasures." Tang Zhen sneered. "Conan, have you noticed it too? Ever since we landed on the island, there have been people watching us." Finally, Tang Zhen asked Conan. "That's right. I've always felt this way before, but I'm just not sure." Conan said with some uncertainty. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Tang Zhen gave me the phone and asked me to call the police." Mori Kogora was finally persuaded. Afterwards, Mori Kogora called his old boss, Officer Megure, and explained the situation here. Uncle Mori, we may be in danger tonight. What if the murderer who wants to harm you strikes again? Let Xiaolan and I take turns keeping watch. Seeing that Mori Kogora had called the police, Tang Zhen suggested again. Okay. Xiaolan, Tang Zhen will trouble you tonight. He refused, but after feeling the injury on his butt, Mori Kogora agreed to Tang Zhen's suggestion. Chapter 34 Attack again. In the middle of the night, it was already dead of night. In the hotel where Mori Kogora and the others were staying, Tang Zhen was keeping a board vigil listening to Mori Kogora's sleep talk. Suddenly, Tang Zhen noticed a dark shadow approaching quietly. Tang came to Mori Kogora, first covered his mouth with his hand, and then quietly woke him up. Uncle Mori, wake up. How's it going? Looking at Mori Kogora who was awake, Tang Zhen pointed to the door. This. Mori Kogora was startled when he saw this dark shadow. He didn't expect that Tang Zhen was right. Someone would come to kill them tonight. Bang! Just when He Ying opened the door, Tang Zhen kicked him over and kicked He Ying away. A hole, stop. After the black shadow was kicked away, he landed on the ground, turned over and started running away, while Mori Kogora endured the pain in his butt and had already chased after him. Uncle Mori, wait! Tang Zhen also hurriedly chased after him. Dad, what's wrong? This is Xiaolan and Conan sleeping in the back room. You were woken up by their movements. When you came out, you only saw the backs of Tang Zhen and Mori Kogora chasing after them. Tang Zhen and Mori Kogora chased the black shadow to the ghost ship and lost sight of it. Let's go in and take a look. Uncle. Wait a minute, what if there is danger? Tang Zhen grabbed Mori Kogora, who was a little impulsive, and advised, there is such a big movement, wait for everyone to arrive in a while, let's go in together. You are too careful. Mori Kogora was speechless, but still resisted the urge to go in. Not long after, the village chief Mikami, who was disturbed by the noise, came here with a group of people. Mr. Mori, I heard that someone attacked you. What's going on? Mikami village chief asked Mori Kogora. I still want to ask what happened. I was almost killed during the day, and someone attacked me again at night. If you ask me, who should I ask? Mori Kogora complained with some dissatisfaction. Ah! Did you catch that person? No, that person ran into this warehouse. Because it was all in the dark, what if there was an ambush, we didn't go in. Mori Kogora shook his head. A group of people came to the warehouse and found a body on the shenlong. Everyone, please give way and don't destroy the scene. At this time, the detective Mori Kogora came into play. He stepped forward to check the miserable-looking body. The deceased was tortured a lot before his death. Does any of you know who he is? What? Ah! This is Bintian. Someone recognized the deceased, who was the keeper of the dock lighthouse. Ah! This is the Navy causing trouble. Someone made a miserable cry, which aroused fear in others. It's the arrival of outsiders like you that caused the riot in the Navy's soul. If this continues, the Navy's soul will curse us and drive them out. At first, some people put the responsibility on the Navy soul, and at the same time blamed Mori Kogora and his group, and wanted them to be kicked out. Hey! You invited me here, okay? Mori Kogora was angry. He had encountered so many bad things as soon as he arrived on the island, and now he is blaming them. Well, everyone, calm down. This afternoon I seem to have seen the deceased, who had a conflict with the officer from the Tokyo travel agency, and he seemed to have weapons on him. At this time, Tang Zhen said that he had seen a scene today. Oh! You mean that Uehara? Mikami village chief asked the people around him, does any of you know where Uehara lives? It seems like I'm staying at Tanabin. Okay. Go find him now and ask about the situation. No. Some people were left here to look at Bintian's body. A policeman who had just arrived rushed to the Tanabe Hotel together with the self-defense force formed by the villagers. At this time, Tang Zhen discovered that there was something unusual about the old man Kinojita in the crowd, but he didn't say anything about it. Uncle Kinojita. Conan, who had been silent at this time, asked the old man Kinojita, "What is this naval soul they are talking about?" Well. Old man Kinojita paused at Tang Zhen and said, "This started more than 400 years ago. At that time, a defeated navy fled here. I didn't expect that the residents of this island would be cause of this. Coveting the treasures carried by the navy, he finally launched an attack on the navy and killed them in that cave. Since then, many strange things have happened on the island. Everyone believed that it was the spirit of the navy that was at work. In order to calm their anger, the villagers in the morning placed a shrine in the cave where the navy died, so that the island would be quiet. Come down. But these happened more than 400 years ago, why are the villagers still so afraid?" Conan continued to ask. "Because 5 years ago, a group of people came to study the navy, but they disappeared for no reason." "Ah. Where is the naval cave?" Conan had heard from Tang Zhen before that a group of people had disappeared on the island. He did not expect that they were here to study the navy. Finally, he asked where the naval cave was located. "Ah. I can't tell you this." As he spoke, everyone had already arrived at the Tanabe Hotel. "Let me go in first. He was invited by me, and I want to persuade him to surrender." Just when everyone was about to go in, the old man Kinojita said to everyone. After speaking, the old man walked directly into the hotel regardless of everyone's objections. Seeing the situation, everyone had no choice but to wait outside. Conan, who wanted to sneak in, was also stopped by everyone. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a gunshot suddenly came from inside. "No." Hearing the gunshot, a group of people rushed in and saw the old man Kinojita lying on the ground in pain, covering his arm. "Mr. Kinojita. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a few scratches." Kinojita pointed to the open wooden window. "I originally wanted to persuade him to surrender, but unexpectedly he shot me directly and ran away from here." Everyone came to the window and looked out, and saw a black shadow fleeing into the forest. One person was left to take the old man Kinojita to the hospital, and the others chased him out. However, they searched for a long time in the dark and found nothing. On the way back to the hotel where we stayed. "Brother Tang Zhen. Have you noticed that Uncle Kinojita has a gunshot wound on his hand?" Conan came to Tang Zhen and asked. "Well, I noticed that he should have shot it himself, and he seems to be the one who attacked us before." Tang Zhen expressed his speculation. "Oh. Do you have any evidence?" "No. I just felt that he was injured. The person who attacked us before was kicked by me." Chapter 35 Naval Cave. While Tang Zhen and Conan were talking, they returned to the hotel, and Mori Kogora and Xiaolan had already returned first. "Brother Tang Zhen, how can you run around with Conan in the middle of the night?" Xiaolan said with some complaints as she watched the two people come in. "Thanks to Xiao Zhen this time. If you hadn't proposed the vigil and let the gangster come in, what would have happened?" Mori Kogora said happily regardless of Xiaolan's complaints. "Haha. With Uncle Mori here, even if the gangster comes in, he will definitely not get any benefits." Tang Zhen said modestly. "Uncle, when will the police come?" Conan asked at this time. "Haha, Officer Magyar notified me just now using the phone number Xiao Zhen left for me. Because another murder occurred, they are worried about our safety. They have just set off and they will probably arrive before dawn." Mori Kogora was a little proud. "Oh. That's good. Brother Tang Zhen. Why don't you get some sleep first? You have been keeping vigil all night before, and you haven't slept yet." At this time, Xiaolan and Tang Zhen said. Okay. Tang Zhen didn't refuse. After a night of noisy, he was indeed a little sleepy. Brother Tang Zhen, wake up! In confusion, Tang Zhen felt someone pushing him. Conan! What's wrong? Seeing it was Conan, Tang Zhen cheered up and asked. Officer Magyar is here. He asked everyone to come together. Okay. Looking at the newly whitened sky outside the window, Tang Zhen got up. Brother Mori. Hasn't the suspect been caught yet? Officer Magyar didn't waste any time and asked straight to the point. No, he took advantage of the darkness and ran away to who knows where. Officer Magyar, the suspect may be hiding in the naval cave on the island. It's just that the people on the island are afraid of the legend there and don't dare to go in and search. Tang Zhen, who had just arrived, spoke. Oh. Navy cave? Where is it? Officer Magyar asked the village chief Mikami. It's on the west side of the island. I'll take you there right now. Village chief Mikami wiped the sweat from his head. Under the leadership of the village chief, a group of people came to a cave. On the way there, the village chief Mikami had already told everyone the legend about the Navy Cave. This is the Navy Cave. Outside the Navy Cave, except for a group of policemen and Mori Kogora's group, there were the village chief Mikami and the old man Kinojita. The other villagers did not follow because of fear. Go straight in, Takagi, you go in front. Officer Magyar hesitated and ordered, looking at the cave that looked a bit eerie in the early morning light. Ah. Yes. A young policeman was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, and then walked cautiously into the cave. With this policeman opening the way, the people behind felt relieved and followed. Not far away? Everyone was about to reach the end of the cave. There were still many unburned candles on the ground, and there was a shrine against the wall. Isn't this cave scary? Why would anyone come to light a candle? Officer Magyar asked the village chief Mikami. Ah. Binda has always taken care of this place. Village chief Mikami, whose calf was spinning a little, quickly replied. It seems the suspect is not here. Officer Magyar said with some disappointment, looking at the empty cave. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the cave, like someone whining. Ah! It's the spirit of the navy that is causing trouble. The strange sound made the village chief Mikami turn pale with fright, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of terror. The cry of Chief Mikami startled everyone, especially Xiaolan, who was so frightened that she screamed and almost crushed Mori Kogora's arm. Ah! Xiaolan, let go, my hand is almost broken by you. Mori Kogora let out a scream. At this time, Conan ignored the people who were frightened and came to the shrine alone. He pushed it open hard, revealing a downward hole. Then he turned back to everyone speechlessly and said, "It's just the sound of the wind blowing through the cave. Where did the ghost come from?" Ah! This! A group of adults looked at each other speechlessly, a little embarrassed. The courage of so many people was not as courageous as that of a child. Ahem! Since it's the wind, there's nothing to be afraid of. Come on, let's go down together. Officer Magyar stepped forward, carried Conan away, and walked down first. Mori Kogora also volunteered to follow him, and then a group of people walked away one after another. At this time, no one noticed that Tang Zhen, who had not spoken since entering the cave, looked at Conan strangely. When he first entered the cave, Tang Zhen felt an eerie feeling. There seemed to be a malicious force watching everyone. When he came to the shrine, in his mental induction, some consciousness gathered around the shrine. Above, this was something he had never experienced before. When everyone heard the weird noise, the malice reached its peak, but after Conan said it was the sound of wind and explained it using scientific methods, the eeriness and terror in the cave suddenly disappeared, and even the malice and consciousness Tang Zhen felt retreated unwillingly. Although I knew Conan was not simple from the beginning, I didn't expect that he had the ability to make unscientific things disappear, and Conan himself was still ignorant. "Brother Tang Zhen, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me so weirdly?" Conan couldn't help but ask when he saw everyone walking down the passage. Only Tang Zhen was looking at him. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so brave, and other adults were so scared. You were the only one who realized that the sound just now was the sound of wind," Tang Zhen said with a pretentious sigh. "Humph. That's just because they are too superstitious. What era are we in now? We have to believe in science." Conan, a scientific dog, said with some pride. "Okay. Let's go in too." At this time, Tang Zhen didn't want to say anything more and walked down with Conan. "Ah! Mori, get up quickly, you're crushing me." "Oh well." Suddenly, there was a scream from below, and everyone hurried over to take a look. It turned out that the steps collapsed, and Officer Megure and Mori Kogora fell together. Who took over building these steps? They didn't build them any stronger. Mori Kogora helped Officer Megure up and said with some complaints. "Hey, I didn't expect this to lead to the seaside. Wow! It's so beautiful." Mikami Suzuko and Xiolan, who had followed them at some point, came to the end of the cave and looked excitedly at the sparkling sea reflected in the morning sun. "Hey! There's something wrong with this brick." At this time, everyone walked out of the passage. Tang Zhen, who was walking at the end, picked up a brick and said, then he pinched it with his fingers, and some debris fell from the brick, revealing the inside. "Of gold to come. Officer Megure, these bricks are mixed with gold. This may be the gold that disappeared on the smuggling ship Shenlong 7 years ago." Chapter 36 Gold and Corpses. Tang Zhen handed the gold in his hand to Officer Megure, who was attracted to him. Yes, this is the missing gold." Officer Megure peeled off the covering on the bricks, revealing the true identity of the gold inside. "Officer Megure, I found a body here." Just when Officer Megure and everyone's eyes were drawn to the gold, Conan made a voice from a corner. "What? Where is the body?" When Officer Megure heard that there was a body, he didn't care about the gold and hurried to where Conan was. "He is that Uehara. How did he die here? Who killed him?" At this time, Mori Kogora explained to Officer Megure and couldn't help but ask. "Oh. He's the suspect." Officer Megure stepped forward to check the body and found that the person had been dead for some time. This was a shooting. Judging from the traces at the scene, it was an acquaintance of his who committed the crime. He was killed and silenced. After the examination of the forensic department and Conan's constant hints on the side, they came to this conclusion. "Oh. Do you know who the deceased was familiar with?" Officer Megure looked at Mori Kogora, the village chief Mikami and others and asked. After hearing Officer Megure's question, everyone couldn't help but look at Old Man Kinoshita. "Why are you looking at me like this? I didn't kill the person." Old Man Kinoshita stepped back and shook his head in denial. "Oh. Can you lift up your shirt and let everyone take a look? The person who attacked us last night was kicked in the chest by me. If it was that person, there should be a footprint on your chest," Tang Zhen said at this time. While everyone was talking, several police officers had silently surrounded the Old Man Kinoshita. But at this moment, the Old Man Kinoshita suddenly turned around, grabbed Conan who ran behind him at some point, and at the same time took out the gun in his arms. "Pistol. Ah! Conan." Xiolan couldn't help but get up and take 2 steps when she saw Conan being kidnapped. "Don't come over here, or I'll shoot." Old Man Kinoshita put the gun on Conan's head, and then began to retreat toward the passage. "Calm down. Calm down first." Officer Megure looked at the Old Man Kinoshita who kidnapped Conan and said with cold sweat on his head. "Calm down, how can you tell me to calm down? Where is the gold that is about to be obtained just because of the intervention of you people?" The Old Man Kinoshita, who usually looked very kind, said with a ferocious expression. Then the old man Kinoshita talked to himself there about the efforts he made in order to get the gold, from inviting Uehara, the survivor of the Shenlong, to finally interrogating Binda and blaming Uehara for murdering Binda. And then killed Uehara to silence him. It's because of this kid's trouble with you that the police arrived early and disrupted my plan. Otherwise, all the gold would be mine in the end. Looking at the old man Kinoshita, who looked a little abnormal, everyone was worried, for fear that his pistol would go off. Don't come here. When he was about to retreat into the passage, Mr. Kinoshita removed the gun from Conan's head and pointed it at everyone. At this moment, Tang Zhen suddenly threw the gold nugget in his hand and hit the old man Kinoshita's gun-holding arm directly, instantly breaking his arm. Ah! The old man Kinoshita screamed because his arm was broken, and at the same time the gun fell to the ground. At this time, Xiaolan also seized the opportunity, stepped forward and punched the old man Kinoshita, knocking him away, and snatched Conan over at the same time. Catch him! Seeing that Conan was rescued, a group of policemen suddenly surrounded him and caught the old man Kinoshita. Conan! Are you okay? Xiaolan put Conan on the ground and asked him a little nervously. I'm fine. Thank you, Sister Xiaolan and Brother Tang Zhen. Thanks to you this time. Conan said with some fear. Dong ouch. Humph. Now you know the danger, you brat. I make you run around the crime scene every time. Mori Kogora said after putting a stamp on Conan's head. Dad. Conan has just escaped from danger, why did you hit him again? Xiaolan said while protecting Conan behind her. Hey! I'm going to teach him a lesson. Mori Kogora looked at Xiaolan, who was protecting Conan, and said with some dissatisfaction. Officer Magyar, we'd better leave here quickly. I feel like this place is about to collapse. Tang Zhen came to Officer Magyar's body and pointed at the gap in the wall of the cave. Well, it's very dangerous here. It's better to leave quickly. Officer Magyar looked along where Tang Zhen pointed and found that there were many fresh gaps on it, and nodded in agreement. Officer Magyar then used radio to contact the boat that brought them, and then asked the police to sort out the gold from the bricks. Because the weight of gold and bricks were very different, they quickly sorted out all the gold nuggets. Ah! Officer Magyar, look, we found several skeletal corpses under the steps. At this time, the police officer named Takagi came to Officer Magyar and said. What? There's another body. Officer Magyar was also a little shocked. Are you sure how many there are? Are those the bones of the former navy or the bones of recent times? Officer Magyar asked when he came to the collapsed steps. There are quite a few, they seem to be from the past few years, said the person in the knowledge class. Do you know what's going on? Officer Magyar came to the old man Kinoshita, who was sweating profusely because his arm was broken, and asked. Those, maybe they are the university professors who came to the island to inspect the navy before? They must have been killed by Binda to protect the secret of gold. The old man Kinoshita said weakly. Officer Magyar looked at Chief Mikami, who quickly said, that's what happened. It's just that the professors disappeared in the end. I didn't expect them to be killed here. Regarding the case a few years ago, Officer Magyar didn't want to pay much attention to it, and assumed that they were killed by Bintian. At this time, Officer Magyar saw that the boat he called had arrived outside the cave, so he ordered everyone to put the gold and the body on the boat. By this time, the people in the inspection department had already dug out the body. Officer Magyar, the bodies have been exhumed. It is roughly estimated that they are 2 women and 5 men, a total of 7 people. The person from the knowledge class reported to Officer Magyar. Dig it out and take it away as soon as possible. I feel that this place is getting more and more dangerous. Officer Magyar said while looking at the cracks in the mountain. Yes. After the police responded, they quickly moved the bodies onto the boat without further delay. Okay, let's get on the boat and leave here. Officer Magyar asked someone to check it. After finding that nothing was missing, a group of people got on the boat and left here quickly. Not long after their ship left here, the cave suddenly collapsed, and then the entire cliff collapsed toward the sea. Chapter 37 Ghost. Looking at the collapsed cliff and feeling the ship shaking due to the huge waves beneath them, the people on the ship couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel like they were surviving a disaster. If it had been just a little bit late at night, they might have been buried alive underneath. Just when everyone was a little scared, Tang Zhen came to the side of the boat and looked at the landslide with a solemn gaze. His spirit could faintly feel that some wailing sounds were disappearing. Brother Tang Zhen, what's wrong with you? Is there anything strange there? Xiaolan noticed something strange about Tang Zhen and came to him and asked. Xiaolan, didn't you feel anything in the cave just now? Tang Zhen asked his own question. This. Xiaolan thought about it carefully, and then said with some uncertainty, I felt a little uncomfortable at first, but it disappeared later. I thought this was an illusion. No. That's not an illusion, it's your true feeling. After a certain level of martial arts, you can perceive some things that are invisible to the naked eye. You can't perceive clearly because you haven't reached the level yet. Tang Zhen explained to Xiaolan carefully. Is there really something in the cave just now? Xiaolan's face suddenly turned pale, she hugged Conan in her arms, and asked a little uneasily. That's right. It's what you think. Tang Zhen nodded and confirmed. After careful observation, he found that there was really something wrong with this matter. Impossible, there are no ghosts in the world. Conan, who was being hugged at this time, saw Xiaolan turning pale and said very firmly. Then he asked Tang Zhen, Brother Tang Zhen, are you trying to scare me? Sister Xiaolan's, right. Who is scaring her? Tang Zhen denied, didn't you find something wrong with Bintian? He killed other people on the Shenlong for the gold, and then hid the gold in the cave. After so many years, the news about the gold has already passed, so why didn't he leave with the gold? Instead, he stayed there. Moreover, just Bintian, how did he kill the university professors who came to study the navy, and 7 people suddenly disappeared on the island, and no one thought of calling the police? Tang Zhen asked his own question. These are just your guesses. Maybe Bintian stayed here because he couldn't move the gold. As for those professors, maybe he killed them in a sneak attack. No matter what Tang Zhen said, Conan just didn't believe it. In this world, there is a ghost. Also, if there is really a ghost there, why can we leave safely? Conan finally said confidently. Do you believe in magnetic fields? Everyone has their own unique magnetic field. Tang Zhen looked at Conan with a strange expression, and your magnetic field is very special. It can shield or remove anything you think is unscientific. Before Conan could speak, Tang Zhen continued, after you explained the cave with your own scientific views, the magnetic field in the cave was disturbed, and those ghosts or other things began to dissipate. And the reason why the cave collapsed is because the magnetic field there was destroyed. Otherwise, if the cave didn't collapse sooner or later, why would it collapse after we arrived? Finally, Tang Zhen asked. After the cave collapses, will the ghosts inside come out? Xiaolan hugged Conan tightly and asked a little uneasily. No. The reason why those things exist is because of the special magnetic field of the cave. Now that the cave has collapsed, those things will basically die when exposed to light, and I have just felt the disappearance of those things. Tang Zhen was fearless. Said. That's good. Xiaolan felt a little relieved after hearing what he said. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of those things. With the qi and blood in our bodies, those things will be shocked to death by our strong qi and blood before they get close to us. After a pause, Tang Zhen continued, and there is Conan. You won't encounter this kind of thing when the kid is around you. The magnetic field on his body will dissipate all unscientific things. Why is Tang Zhen so sure that it is related to the magnetic field? Because as long as the Huxia martial arts reaches the Danjin level, he can change his own magnetic field and make the place where he stands a paradise. So, Brother Tang Zhen, how did you sense the existence of those things? After calming down, Xiaolan asked curiously. Well, as long as your martial arts reaches a certain level, you can sense those existences. Didn't you have some vague feelings just now? Tang Zhen said. Yet. It seems like this is true. When I entered the cave just now, I felt very uncomfortable. I had goosebumps all over my body. I thought it was because I was afraid. Xiaolan recalled it again. That feeling just now. Well, if you feel like this again in the future, you can use your karate, shout a few times, and the ordinary brats will disappear. Tang Zhen said his guess, but his tone was very firm and did not let the brats dissipate. Lan heard that this was a guess, and she thought that was it. After chatting with Xiaolan for a while, the ship docked. Tang Zhen and Mori Kogoro were not willing to stay on this island that had not left the slightest good impression on them. They took their luggage and sat down with Officer Magyar. Their ship leaves together. And Mikami village chief also followed him shamelessly. In his words, he went to discuss the distribution of gold with the police station. After all, the gold appeared on Shikishima, and they should have a share of the island. After listening to what Chief Mikami said, Tang Zhen came to Mori Kogoro and said to him, Uncle Mori, according to Chief Mikami, we are also the ones who found the gold, and we should have a share in it. Xiao Zhen, you are right. I will ask Officer Magyar right now. After hearing what Tang Zhen said, Mori Kogoro reacted with excitement. Uncle Mori, don't forget my share. Seeing Mori Kogoro immediately go looking for Officer Magyar, Tang Zhen did not forget to remind him. Don't worry, Xiao Zhen, if I have a mouthful to eat, you will have a mouthful of soup to drink. Mori Kogoro waved his hands one after another. But I don't just want to drink soup. Tang Zhen muttered. Haha. Hearing Tang Zhen's muttering, Conan couldn't help but chuckle a few times. You little brat who doesn't have to worry about money, what's so funny? As he said that, he punched his big head. Without any special force, a big, bright blow came directly on his head. Bag. In this way, a group of people returned to Tokyo safely. I don't know what method Mori Kogoro used. Their rewards were distributed the next day. After Tang Zhen went to the police station to record the transcript, he received his 2 million yen bonus. As for how much Mori Kogoro had, Tang Zhen didn't ask. Looking at the excitement on his face, he knew it would definitely be no less. Chapter 38, Practice Diligently. Because of the extra income, Tang Zhen no longer rushed out to make money, but planned to improve his strength. Because of 2 consecutive experiences, he felt that his strength was not enough. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have been in such an embarrassing situation. Previously, because he had no money, Tang Zhen relied on his subtle control of his body and the strong physiques of people in this world to quickly achieve Ming Jin. Now if you want to cultivate from Ming Jin to Dark Jin, in addition to slowly enduring the time, only by making enough material things can your strength improve by leaps and bounds. Now that he had an unexpected fortune, Tang Zhen put it on his agenda to regain his strength. After returning from Shikishima, Tang Zhen was immersed in that practice. Apart from going to school, he also stopped participating in some school activities. Dr. Agaza even invited himself to watch the filming of the Godzilla movie. Although he felt that it would be interesting to have Conan and his team join in, Tang Zhen refused. Every day before dawn, Tang Zhen would get up early, go to the kitchen, put various medicines and ingredients in special proportions, and start making his own nutritious meals. After the food was ready, Tang Zhen began to practice boxing in the yard of Kyudo's house. Because of the supplement of medicine, he was no longer cautious when practicing martial arts. He opened and closed every move and punch with all his strength, so that his power travels throughout the body. If someone passes by Kyoto's house while he is practicing martial arts, they will hear the sound of vibrating bowstrings from time to time in the yard. This is the sound made by the vibration of Tang Zhen's muscles when he is practicing. Sometimes there is a loud popping sound, which is the sound made by Tang Zhen every time when he punches and kicks the air. If you still feel the vibrations under your feet, don't be surprised. That is not an earthquake, it is when Tang Zhen is practicing Yu Bullet and caused a shock. If someone enters the yard at this time, they will find that the yard is in a mess, the stone pavement is full of potholes, and there are footprints everywhere. The neat lawn looked as if it had been plowed, with ravines and ravines in a mess. Although Tang Zhen was far away from the flowers and plants, they were still blown around by the strong wind while practicing boxing. Originally, Conan would sometimes come over early to enjoy Tang Zhen's hyuxia breakfast. Since Tang Zhen started practicing martial arts seriously, Conan rarely came here again. In his words, he couldn't bear to see Tang Zhen ruining his yard, but Tang Zhen felt that although there was a reason for this, it had a lot to do with the poor taste of his nutritious meals. After destroying his uncle's yard again, Tang Zhen returned to the house. After washing off the sweat, he took out the breakfast he had prepared in advance and started to eat it. It's just that although this nutritious meal is in place in all aspects of nutrition, the taste is still hard to describe. It's no wonder that Conan is not willing to have breakfast. Although he knows that eating this food is good, if it is not a high-intensity martial arts training that requires a lot of nutritional supplements, even Tang Zhen himself was a little bit unable to speak. After breakfast, Tang Zhen prepared the lunch box for lunch, took care of the yard a little, and then went out to school. Now because of martial arts training, Tang Zhen goes to school on time every day, so Xiaolan and Conan also he didn't wait for him any longer. He jogged all the way to school. Before class, Tang Zhen came to his seat and began to sit in his seat to rest. He now regarded school as his leisure time after practicing martial arts. Brother Tang Zhen, why are you practicing martial arts so hard? Looking at Tang Zhen sitting in his seat with his eyes closed and dozing, Yuanzi asked with some confusion. I can't help it. I feel that Japan is too dangerous. In a short period of time, I encountered 2 dangers to my life. I encountered 4 or 5 murders, which made me feel very insecure. Tang Zhen did not say that he liked it. Regarding martial arts, it's about telling the actual situation we are facing now. This. Yuanzi thought about his own experience. He was always involved in various cases inexplicably, and he was somewhat speechless. And I'm pretty good. Didn't you see Xiaolan? Their family has almost become unpaid, non-staff members of the police. Tang Zhen looked at Xiaolan and said. Really? Xiaolan didn't feel the slightest bit about her situation. Looking at the unconscious Xiaolan, Tang Zhen felt a little speechless, so he had to change the subject and asked, Xiaolan, I heard that Uncle Mori solved a major case, can you tell us about it? Tell me about your experiences. Yes. Yes. You have first-hand information about your famous detective's daughter. It must be more credible than what is in the newspaper. At this time, Zhongdao, who had only said hello to Tang Zhen before and became listless, also came. Got the spirit. Zhongdao, what's the matter with you? I see you look listless. Could it be that you've fallen out of love? Tang Zhen asked, concerned about Zhongdao. Ah! How can you be heartbroken if you don't miss love? Didn't you realize that there is an exam today? I haven't reviewed it recently. I stayed up all night last night, but I didn't see anything. I feel like I'm going to be in a bad mood. Nakamichi said first. He retorted, and then said with some tears. Seeing that this was the reason, Tang Zhen ignored him. He was still confident in his grades and began to take advantage of the time before class to listen to Xiaolan's story about how Mori Kogora solved the case. The sunshine was just right today, and I don't know which spring it was this year. Tang Zhen stayed up until noon in such lazy weather. Taking out a special lunch box prepared by himself, Tang Zhen opened the lid of the lunch box slightly, and a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Classmate Tang Zhen, you take medicated meals every day. People who don't know better think you are weak. Smelling this familiar smell, some classmates joked with Tang Zhen, because Tang Zhen's lunch has always smelled like this during this period. Hey! My medicated food is not suitable for people with poor health. If they are not careful, they may be exhausted. Tang Zhen said with some pride, and then he looked at the classmate up and down. It's just Sanliu. You are so small, you definitely can't stand the tonic of my medicinal diet. Ha! I don't eat such unpalatable food. Sanliu looked at Tang Zhen's lunchbox and said. Some people were curious about the taste of Tang Zhen's medicinal food before. But everyone who tasted it had expressions that were hard to explain, and they didn't after that. People couldn't be more curious about his bento. Unknowingly, it was time for school to end. After going to the karate training room to compete with the people there, Tang Zhen left the school. Tang Zhen first bought all the high-calorie foods he wanted to buy, and then went to a traditional Huxia medicine store to buy some medicinal materials he needed. Then he returned to his residence and began to prepare for the evening practice. Chapter 39 Looking for Inspiration. The sun was shining brightly on this day, and it was another day without school. Xiaolan came to Tang Zhen to ask him about martial arts, and Conan also came with him. Just after Xiaolan and the others opened the door with the spare key and came in, they saw Tang Zhen moving around in the courtyard, and the sound of bang, bang, bang 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 came from time to time in the air, as if there was thunder roaring in the air. Xiaolan and Conan's eyes followed Tang Zhen as he walked in the courtyard, and they saw his arm holding a hammer, like an old ape raising his arms, like a ferocious tiger leaping up, or even like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Bang! 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 The air in the courtyard was blown up by him again and again. Tang Zhen's whole temperament changed during the boxing practice, and his whole person was like a strong bow that was constantly being drawn. Time and time again, he exploded with such thunderous force that the roar of his fists surrounded him and roared endlessly in the courtyard. Although it was not the first time they met, Xiaolan and Conan were still shocked because even though they were 5 or 6 steps away, they could feel the flow of the fist wind hitting their bodies. At this moment, Tang Zhen's whole body's strength was integrated into one. With a slight exertion of his body, the air roared like thunder. This was a sign that Tang Zhen had perfected his Ming Jin. Next, he was preparing to break through the dark Jin. Great! Xiaolan, Conan, you are here. I was at a critical moment just now, so I couldn't stop to greet you. I'm so sorry. Tang Zhen's words finally woke up the somewhat shocked two people. It doesn't matter, it's us who disturbed brother Tang Zhen. Xiaolan looked at Tang Zhen with some envy and said, it seems that brother Tang Zhen has improved in martial arts again. Unlike me, I have been practicing empty hand for so many years. It all depends on me. It's physical talent. Xiaolan. Your physical talent, others want to envy it, but they can't. Tang Zhen was speechless. Xiaolan's body number exceeded more than 99.9% of people in this scientific world. With that kind of talent, who is still willing to work hard? Without talking about other things, Xiaolan began to ask Tang Zhen for advice, and Tang Zhen had no reservations about her and pointed out her various shortcomings. But when no one is around, Conan always secretly looks for Tang Zhen, hoping that he will not give so much advice to Xiaolan, because Conan feels that Xiaolan's karate will probably be used on him in the future, and Xiaolan is strong enough now. If he becomes stronger, how will he live in the future? Conan. You don't have to worry about this at all. Tang Zhen said, patting Conan's head. Conan. Because with your small body, even if I don't teach Xylan, what will happen to you in the future? What will happen to you? It's better to make Xylan stronger, so that I can protect you when you are in danger. Tang Zhen comforted you. But... Conan was about to say something but was interrupted by Tang Zhen. With your level of strength, it doesn't matter whether Xylan is strong or not, and you won't forget the one that made you change. A small organization, right? If they find out that you are living in Xylan's house, if they want to attack Xylan, Xylan is stronger and can protect herself. Maybe you will need her to protect you. Oh. Okay. Conan seemed to see his miserable life in the future, but when he thought about the black organization, he still somewhat agreed with Tang Zhen's statement. After the Ming Jin was completed, Tang Zhen focused on breaking through the dark Jin. Because of his past life experience, it was very easy for Tang Zhen to break through the dark Jin in this life. The key to breaking through dark energy is mental strength, and penetrating the muscles, bones, and skin of the body. Finally, it is like opening the Ren and Du meridians, penetrating the whole body. In terms of mental strength, Tang Zhen doesn't have to worry about it, because his current spiritual realm has already reached the level of breaking through the void. Now it mainly penetrates the muscles, bones and fur of the body. For those who have experienced previous lives and the Ke-Shui physique of this world, he said that it wouldn't take long for Tang Zhen to do so. Time in Ke-Shui's world has no rules, and Tang Zhen doesn't know how long it has passed. On this day, he finally trained his body to its current extreme, and could break through to the dark realm at any time, but now he began to hesitate again. Got up. I don't know if he should continue on the same path as in his previous life, but he didn't reach the peak of martial arts in his previous life, and his final breakthrough still had big flaws, and there was no one in this world who could guide him. He can explore on his own. At this time, it was time for school to have a holiday again, and it was time for Conan to start causing harm to the surrounding areas. Tang Zhen decided to go out for a walk, hoping to gain something new during the journey. This time he did not plan to fight with Conan and the others. We started acting together, and every time we were with them, we encountered a case and couldn't have enough fun. I checked the places worth traveling on my uncle's computer. Suddenly a message popped up on my computer, saying that there was a Aikido and Karate showdown in Kachi County, Shikoku. Tang Zhen decided to go there, and then used the computer to make an appointment for himself. Hotels and tickets. Rejecting Conan's holiday invitation, Tang Zhen boarded a plane to Shikoku alone. When he arrived in Kachi County, Tang Zhen got tickets for the duel match. When he arrived at the hotel he had booked in advance, he found that many people staying in the hotel were martial arts enthusiasts and they were also here to watch the match. Because Tang Zhen lived in the same hotel with them, he naturally joined the circle of these martial arts enthusiasts. After learning that Tang Zhen was from Daxia and learning about his advanced martial arts realm during the exchange, they all began to look at him with admiration. Tang Zhen also learned from them that this competition was just a filler, and they gathered here mainly to exchange martial arts experiences. In the following time, Tang Zhen, apart from watching the game, spent time communicating with this group of people. In communicating with these people, Tang Zhen also discovered many differences between the martial arts of the two worlds. People in this Kexia world are generally very physically strong, and their martial arts training methods are very rough, without the subtleties of Hyuxia martial arts. Appeared to be more open and closed, which Tang Zhen also discovered when he was practicing martial arts before. Although the realm of these people is not necessarily very high, Tang Zhen is also communicating with them. Although he has not reached Anjin, he still gained a lot. Tang Zhen feels that if he breaks through to Huajin, even if he does not rely on his previous life with the accumulation, you can quickly succeed in holding the elixir. With such a huge harvest, Tang Zhen began to look forward to the coming of Daxia's Kung Fu in this world. Unfortunately, he is now in Japan and may not be able to go back in a short time. Good times always pass quickly. This activity, called a competition but actually an exchange, passed quickly, and everyone went back to their homes with their own gains. Just when Tang Zhen was about to return to Tokyo, an old man with whom he had been chatting very well in the past few days, the local kendo gym director Higashida Taro, invited him to visit his kendo gym. Chapter 40 Breakthrough. Early that morning, Tang Zhen and Taro Higashida finished their morning exercises. Seeing that the weather was sunny, Higashida invited Tang Zhen to come to the beach to watch the sunrise together. He said the sunrise here was very beautiful. He also said that if he didn't go and see it, Tang Zhen would definitely regret it. Although it felt a bit weird to watch the sunrise with an old man in his 60s or 70s, Tang Zhen still didn't refuse. When Tang Zhen and Taro Higashida arrived at the beach, it was still dawn. Dong Tian took Tang Zhen to a rock under a cliff with ease. When they stood on the rock, they could only see the sea and the sky in the distance. There is a touch of fish belly white in the place. As time went by, the light in the sky became brighter and brighter, but the sun did not come out. When Tang Zhen was a little anxious, Taro Higashida seemed to see the anxiety in his heart and said to Tang Zhen, "Tang, watch the sunrise. Meditate, only in this way can you reap the gifts of nature to mankind." Yet. Not bad. I've been a little confused recently. Tang Zhen has been struggling with how to break through recently, which has caused a change in his mood. He looked at Taro Higashida looking at the sunrise with a pious face. After calming down, Tang Zhen also watched the sunrise attentively. Feeling the coolness of the morning breeze blowing on my body, and listening to the lapping of the waves, I saw a red light appearing at the junction of the sea and the sky in the east, and the Buddha on the horizon was covered with a layer of red gauze. As time passed slowly, the red light gradually became thicker and thicker. Tang Zhen watched this scene intently, for fear of missing something. Suddenly the sun slowly emerged bit by bit, and the sea surface where the sea and the sky met was dyed golden. Tang Zhen felt the sun rise, and his mood also changed a little bit, as if he was caught. It's like living somewhere. As the sun rises little by little, Tang Zhen's body and mind are like the sun, slowly filled with vitality, dispelling some negative emotions that seem to be deeply hidden in his heart. At the moment when the sun completely broke away from the sea, Tang Zhen felt a sublimation in his soul. His state of mind was inexplicably baptized. He also broke through to the level of dark power without any sound. Even Taro Higashida didn't notice Tang Zhen's change. He still looked at the sunrise with a pious expression. Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to his breakthrough, but kept looking at the sun. He didn't wake up until the sun was a little dazzling. Looking back at the sunrise, Tang Zhen felt that he had broken through the dark power, and he couldn't help but feel happy. But what made Tang Zhen even more happy was that he felt the change in his mood. He no longer had the sluggish feeling before. Now he full of vitality. "Tang, isn't the sunrise here beautiful? Every time I come here to watch the sunrise, I can feel that my soul has been baptized." At this time, Dong Tian also withdrew his gaze and asked Tang Zhen. "Well, I gained a lot," Tang Zhen said with a smile. "Hey, Tang. I feel that you have become a little different." At this time, Dong Tian noticed that Tang Zhen gave him a different feeling from before, but he couldn't describe this feeling. "Ha ha ha. Of course, the sunrise here has baptized my soul. I feel that I am full of energy now," Tang Zhen said with a laugh. After the sun came up, the two of them did not leave here immediately. They just talked about watching the sunrise on the rocks by the sea. "Miss. Don't be impulsive. If you have something to say it properly." Time passed unconsciously, and just when the two were about to go back, they suddenly heard a shout from the cliff behind them. The two looked up and saw a desperate girl above. She was standing on the cliff facing the sun, as if she was about to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. Someone was vaguely trying to persuade her in the distance. It's a pity that the girl seemed to be unable to hear anything, and she didn't even notice the two people under the cliff. Just when Tang Zhen and Higashida wanted to persuade him, the girl suddenly jumped down from above without hesitation. Ah! People in the distance and Dong Tian exclaimed several times at the same time. At this time, Tang Zhen couldn't care about anything else. He jumped to the place where the girl was about to fall, then climbed a few steps up the cliff and caught the girl who jumped down. While catching the girl, a huge force came from Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had to step on the cliff wall to release part of the force, and then fell to the ground. At the same time as he landed, Tang Zhen squatted back with the girl in his arms, transmitting part of the power to his feet through the dark energy he had just broken through. Fortunately, the cliff was not high, and Tang Zhen finally relieved the gravity caused by the girl's fall, leaving only the force exerted was still within his tolerance. Ah! Tang Zhen, are you okay? When Tang Zhen landed, Dong Tian also reacted and hurriedly stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Tang Zhen replied to Dong Tian, and then looked at the frightened girl in his arms. The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a maid outfit, with a weak and frightened face, and opened her eyes at this moment with a pair of big, frightened eyes. He had not yet reacted to Tang Zhen's sudden rescue. Miss, are you okay? If you have any difficulties, please tell me. Why did you choose to commit suicide? Tang Zhen looked at the girl and asked softly. Wow! After listening to Tang Zhen's words, the girl finally came to her senses, and then couldn't help crying. This. Faced with the suddenly crying girl in his arms, Tang Zhen was at a loss. Little girl, tell us what grievances you have and see if there is anything we can do to help you. At this time, Dong Tian said to the girl. Yes. Yes. No matter what difficulties there will always be a way to solve them. There is only one life, and it is gone when you die. Tang Zhen also said. At this time, the two people who persuaded the girl from above also came to the bottom of the cliff. After seeing that the girl was okay, they were relieved. After they learned from Dong Tian that the girl was rescued by Tang Zhen, although they were shocked, they didn't say much and began to persuade the girl with everyone. After everyone's persuasion, the girl finally told the story of why she committed suicide by jumping into the sea while sobbing. Her name is Fujiwara Kana, she is 19 years old and came here to work a year ago. It turned out that she was working as a maid in a nearby villa, and everything was fine at first. But half a year ago, the lady from that villa suddenly fell into a trap and committed suicide. The police at the time collected evidence from the scene and it was a secret room environment, so they concluded that she was a maid. The young lady committed suicide. This originally had nothing to do with her, but just half a month ago, a person who claimed to be a high school student detective suddenly found the police and provided clues that the secret room theory was not true, and the young lady did not commit suicide, but he killed. Chapter 41 Lavender Villa. After listening to the high school detective's suggestion, the police restarted the investigation and locked the suspect on Fujiwara Kana. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. In the past half-month, Fujiwara Kana has been summoned to the police station as a suspect every day, and repeatedly asked about the incident between the young lady and her. People present can imagine the panic and despair that Fujiwara Kana felt when she was summoned and faced with a large group of vicious police officers who questioned her every day. In the end, the girl could not withstand the pressure from the police and had no choice but to commit suicide by jumping into the sea to show her innocence. Miss Chanel, you are too naive. Do you think they will think you are innocent if you commit suicide? No, they will prove your crime. Otherwise they will bear the responsibility of forcing an innocent girl to death. Tang Zhen said with a sneer. During the time he was in contact with Mori Kogora, he already knew the Japanese police's code of conduct. It would save him one trouble. This. After listening to Tang Zhen's words, Fujiwara Kana fell into despair again. Can't even death make people live in peace? Miss Kana, you don't have to despair.
I still have some influence around here. Let's go to where you work and see if there is anything we can do to help you." At this time, Taro Higashida said with full justice. "Well, I'm going to. I still know something about detectives. Let's go together and see if there are any clues." At this time, Tang Zhen also helped Fujiwara Kana, who had regained some composure, to stand up, but maybe it was because Tang Zhen saved her. She kept holding on to Tang Zhen's clothes with a scared look on her face. In this way, under the persuasion of a group of people, Fujiwara Kana took them to the place where she worked. It was not far from the seaside. It took about 10 minutes to arrive, and then a villa full of lavender appeared in front of everyone. "So this is it. I heard that someone died here before. It has been idle and no one has taken over it," Taro Higashida said suddenly. He is an old resident here and has heard about this case before. "I just didn't pay attention. Well, I have always worked here." Fujiwara Kana looked at the villa with some fear, and then held Tang Zhen's hand, feeling that this would make her feel more at ease. "Don't be afraid, let's go in and take a look." Tang Zhen patted her hand and said. When he entered the main entrance, he saw a man who looked like a housekeeper, receiving 2 policemen. Tang Zhen looked back and found a police car parked not far from the door. Fujiwara Kana led them in. At this time, the butler-like person looked at Tang Zhen and the others and asked, "Kana, where have you gone? These police are looking for you." "Ah. Who are you? Do you want to visit this villa?" "Butler Kotani." Fujiwara Kana called the old butler, and then looked at the police with some fear. "Miss Chanel, where did you go? Do you know your current identity? We still want to question you." At this time, a policeman came over and said in a dissatisfied tone, as if he had identified Miss Chanel as the murderer, "Officer, please be careful what you say. Ms. Kana is still a subject of suspicion. Don't you know that this is too much for a little girl?" Taro Higashida took a step forward and said. "Are you?" Seeing Taro Higashida, the policeman asked hesitantly. "I am the president of the Higashida Kendo Club. We have just rescued Miss Kana who committed suicide by jumping into the sea. We want to see how you forced an innocent girl to jump into the sea." Higashida's tone was also a little harsh. After hearing Taro Higashida's identity, the police became a little more polite. Afterwards, a group of people talked about how Fujiwara Kana jumped into the sea and was rescued by Tang Zhen. "Can you take me to the crime scene to take a look?" At this time, Tang Zhen, who had felt a sense of familiarity since entering the door, spoke, and at the same time, he also thought of the case. A long-lasting memory emerged. It was a duel between a group of young detectives, which eventually turned into revenge for a friend. A young girl in her prime destroyed both her enemies and her own future. Tang Zhen still remembers the melancholy words the girl said before being taken away by the police, "If God allows it, I really want to have a real detective Koshin game with you." Now that he remembered this, it was easy for Tang Zhen to find evidence to prove Fujiwara Kana's innocence. "Who are you?" the police asked Tang Zhen, who suddenly appeared. "My name is Tang Zhen, and I was the one who saved Miss Chanel." Tang Zhen introduced himself. Seeing the policeman's hesitant look, Tang Zhen continued to speak. "I am the cousin of the famous detective Kyoto Shinichi, and the famous mystery novelist Kyoto Yusaku is my uncle. I am quite good at reasoning." Seeing the policeman who looked down upon him, Tang Zhen had no choice but to borrow the help of his cousin. "An uncle's name? Okay. For Mr. Yuzuo's sake, come with me." Sure enough, after hearing the name Tang Zhen reported, the hesitant police immediately agreed to their request. Led by the police and the housekeeper, a group of people arrived outside the room of the young lady who committed suicide 6 months ago. Combining his own memory and with the explanation of 2 policemen, Tang Zhen went outside the window and found some adhesive powder. At the same time, he also picked up half a screw in the grass nearby.
Is this how you believe that murders were committed in a secret room? Tang Zhen asked after listening to the police's explanation. Hey? What's the difference? Look at this screw, the rust on it is wrong. If it was half a year ago, there would be no rust on it. Tang Shan said, pointing to the screw he picked up. This may have been put up recently to confuse the public. The policeman said hesitantly. Then let's go to the police station and take a look at the evidence you saved. Seeing what he said, Tang Zhen suggested. Okay, the policeman agreed after a moment of hesitation. Old man. What do you want to say? Just as a group of people were about to leave, Tang Zhen couldn't help but asked when he saw the butler's hesitant look. Actually. The housekeeper hesitated for a long time and did not say anything. Actually, you already knew that your lady committed suicide, right? I saw that when you heard that Miss Chanel committed suicide by jumping into the sea, you checked for abnormalities, but there was no evidence. Tang Zhen asked. Alas. In fact, the eldest lady had a tendency to commit suicide. She was addicted to drugs before. She wanted to quit but couldn't. She has tried to commit suicide many times. After hesitating for a moment, the housekeeper continued to speak intermittently, but for the sake of the reputation of the eldest lady, I have never dared to say it. The master did not let us talk about this matter to the outside world. I originally thought that the police had no evidence. In the end, I won't embarrass Ms. Channa, but I didn't expect that Ms. Channa would be unable to bear the pressure and choose to commit suicide. Chapter 42 Innocence. This. Fujiwara Kana looked at this kind-looking butler with some disbelief. She had been wronged by the police for so many days and was forced to die, but he was actually indifferent at all. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? Don't you know how much trouble this caused us? In the end, someone almost died again. At this time, a policeman leading the team also asked angrily. This. Faced with the police's questioning and the way Kana Fujiwara looked at him, the housekeeper didn't know what to say. Now that the truth is clear, let's go to the police station and explain this clearly, so that Miss Chanel can be innocent. After hearing the housekeeper's words, Tang Zhen knew that he didn't need to use his half-hearted reasoning, and he said with a sigh of relief. After that, Tang Zhen accompanied Fujiwara Kana to the police department. However, Higashi Kata and two other well-wishers saw that the matter had been resolved, but he did not go to the police department with them because he had something to do. When they arrived at the police station, the two policemen took Tang Zhen, Fujiwara Kana, and the housekeeper to meet the person in charge of the case and explain clearly at the same time. After working for a long time, the incident was finally clarified, and Fujiwara Kana was proven innocent. Since Ms. Chanel didn't kill anyone, why did she want to commit suicide? The person in charge finally complained. Hey! You didn't force this. You, a group of police officers, interrogate an innocent girl every day and force her to commit suicide. How can you still be justified? Tang Zhen, who originally planned to take Fujiwara Kana away, couldn't help but hear this. He asked with anger rising. Humph! If you don't give me an explanation, I will report this matter to the newspapers. Tang Zhen finally threatened. Sir, for the sake of Our Lady's reputation, please don't tell the media about this, okay? At this time, the housekeeper next to him said anxiously. Humph! You almost killed an innocent girl for the reputation of a dead man. What are you going to do? Tang Zhen ignored his pleas. How could a person who committed suicide because of drug abuse have any reputation? Here, Tang, why don't we forget it? Looking at the aggressive Tang Zhen and the pleading butler, the kind-hearted Fujiwara Kana pulled on the corner of Tang Zhen's clothes and said. Don't look at how pitiful they are now. Have you forgotten your desperate suicide this morning? Tang Zhen couldn't help but ask. This. Thinking of the fact that she was forced to commit suicide, Fujiwara Kana remained silent. In the end, there was no other way. The police bowed to Fujiwara Kana and confessed, and got her forgiveness. As for Fujiwara Kana's boss, Tang Zhen was not going to let it go so easily. In the end, Fujiwara Kana's boss had no choice but to spend a sum of money to keep her secret. Although Tang Zhen was still a little dissatisfied with the final result and thought they should apologize to Fujiwara Kana, but since Fujiwara Kana said that it was okay, he didn't say anything else. He accompanied Fujiwara Kana to deposit the money into her account, and then accompanied her to the Lavender Villa to pack her luggage. When she came to Higashida Taro, Fujiwara Kana expressed her gratitude to the old man. "Old man Higashida, thank you for your hospitality. I am going back to Tokyo to go to school." Finally, Tang Zhen said to Taro Higashida. "Okay. Tang, at your age, you should focus on your studies. Remember to come to the kendo tutor to see the old man when you have time in the future. We will have more exchanges." Taro Higashida did not try to persuade him to stay, but simply said a few words. Tang Zhen and Fujiwara Kana came to the airport and found that they had missed the plane, so they planned to stay in a nearby hotel for one night. In a hotel suite, Fujiwara Kana and Tang Zhen were eating and asked the hotel to pack some food. Fujiwara Kana originally planned to invite Tang Zhen to the hotel for a good meal, but Tang Zhen refused. "Miss Chanel, what are you going to do in the future?" "Mr. Tang Zhen, you can just call me Channa from now on." "Okay. Channa. You don't have to call me Mr. Tang Zhen. You can just call me Tang Zhen or Xiao Zhen." "Well, I plan to go back to my hometown and use the money you helped me get to open a small shop. I don't want to work anymore." Thinking about her experience, Channa couldn't help but shudder. "Oh. That's okay. With your weak character, you can easily be bullied." Tang Zhen also agreed very much. Alas! After chatting, Tang Zhen suddenly sighed. "Zhen. What's wrong with you?" Channa asked with some concern. "Is everything okay? I just want to drink. Unfortunately, I can't buy alcohol before I turn 20 in Japan." Tang Zhen said. "Oh. Shock. Just wait a moment." After hesitating for a moment, Channa returned to her room and soon took out a bottle. "Zhen. This is the wine I am going to bring to my father. Come and try it." "Oh. Forget it, this is the wine you bought for your father. I drank it and he found out. What should I do if he blames you? By the way, where did you buy this wine?" Tang Zhen refused. "I asked a friend to buy this for me. As for giving it to you, if he knew you saved my life, my father would definitely not say anything," he said and poured a drink for Tang Zhen. "Okay." Seeing that the wine had been poured, Tang Zhen didn't hesitate, picked up the glass and started drinking. "Kana, you should eat too." "Good." In the following time, while eating, Channa did not forget to pour wine for Tang Zhen. "Kana. Why didn't you go to college? You came out to work at such a young age?" Tang Zhen asked when he was a little drunk. "My family conditions are not good, and I didn't get into any good university." After saying this, Channa stopped talking, and Tang Zhen didn't ask any more questions. "Don. Can you tell me about your situation?" Looking at the dull atmosphere, Channa found a topic and said. "Me. You also know that I am a Hyuxia. Our Daxia is different from your Japanese." Then Tang Zhen talked about his experience in Daxia. "I envy you. You have so much experience. There's nothing rich or not. I used to be naughty, but my parents sent me to Japan." Before they knew it, they had finished their meal, and Tang Zhen drank the bottle of wine that Channa took out. He sat on the sofa in a daze, watching Channa tidy up the room. "I really don't know who will marry a good girl like you, Channa." Looking at the busy Channa, Tang Zhen couldn't help but said. "I'm not as good as you said." Shanna blushed and said. Shanna, I feel a little drunk. I'm going back to my room to rest first. You should also rest early. After watching Shanna's busy work for a while, Tang Zhen felt a little dizzy. I'll take you in. No, I'm not too drunk to walk. Tang Zhen refused. Then staggered back into the house. In a daze, Tang Zhen felt that someone had entered his room, and there seemed to be an extra person on his bed. After that, he had a busy night. Chapter 43 The Wolf of Rice Flowers. When Tang Zhen woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed and suddenly found himself lying on the bed without any clothes. After seeing the abnormally messy bed and a little blood on the sheets, Tang Zhen became a little silent and couldn't help but think of what happened last night. A very absurd dream. After getting dressed, she quickly came to Channa's room. It was already empty. She looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. Channa's plane took off at 8:30, so she might have been on the plane now. Went back to my hometown. At this moment, Tang Zhen found a breakfast on the coffee table in the living room, and a note underneath the breakfast. Tang Zhen picked up the label and looked away. Zhen, please leave me without saying goodbye and forget what happened last night. I don't know how to repay your life-saving grace, so I had to make this decision. Tang Zhen picked up the note and looked at it over and over. He was a little confused. How could this happen to him? I quickly came to the front desk of the hotel and asked the front desk where Channa was going. I learned that Channa had left at 7:30. Somewhat overwhelmed, he returned to the room. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Tang Zhen stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it was not that he was at a disadvantage, but he just didn't ask the specific location of Channa's hometown. After eating a cold breakfast, and seeing that it was almost time, Tang Zhen packed up, took a shower, left the hotel, and got on the plane back to Tokyo with some melancholy. After returning to Tokyo, because he had spent all his money practicing martial arts some time ago, Tang Zhen resumed his old life, practicing martial arts in the morning, then going to school, and going to work after school in the afternoon. When his classmates and Xiaolan Yuanzi asked about his travel experience, Tang Zhen talked about his experiences in martial arts competitions and his interactions with a group of martial arts enthusiasts. As for the Lavender Villa, he didn't even mention it. On this day, Tang Zhen was running in the street in the refreshing cool breeze. It was only around 5 o'clock, the air was very fresh, it was still early, and there were no people on the street. Running, just then Tang Zhen saw a familiar figure, but she looked a little uneasy. Miss Nishitani. Good morning. Tang Zhen stepped forward to say hello to her. Ah. Yes. Yes. Brother Tang Zhen. The man was a little flustered. He greeted Tang Zhen and then asked, Brother Tang Zhen, where are you going so early? I'm doing morning exercises. Miss Nishitani, have you just gotten off work? What happened to you? You look uneasy. Tang Zhen asked with some concern. Originally, Tang Zhen was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but after watching the sunrise last time and breaking through the dark energy, he had an optimistic thought in his heart, and at the same time he also had a sense of justice. Tang Zhen was very aware of the changes in his mentality, but he had no intention of suppressing these thoughts. This Miss Nishitani's name is Miho Nishitani. She met Tang Zhen while working in a restaurant when he first came to Japan. She took very good care of him at that time. Now she looks like she is in some kind of trouble. If you can help, please help. I. Nishitani Miho shook her head in panic. I'm fine. It's just that Tang Zhen looked at Nishitani Miho with a pale face, not looking like she was okay at all, and Tang Zhen's keen mind felt a murderous intention in her body, but this murderous intention was not directed at him. Miss Nishitani, you may not know that my mind is particularly sharp. I feel a murderous intention in you. Tang Zhen directly expressed his feelings. Miss Nishitani, although we have known each other for a short time, I know that you are a gentle person. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. No matter what, you can't kill anyone. That will ruin your life." Tang Zhen didn't care how pale his face was. Miho Nishitani said calmly. Ahoy. Nishitani Miho suddenly cried softly. "Miss Nishitani, let's go to the bench over there and talk." Looking at Nishitani Miho crying, Tang Zhen pointed to a bench not far away and said. After pulling Nishitani Miho to sit down on the bench, she told Tang Zhen's persuasion about what she had experienced during this period. She was being followed by the so-called rice flower wolf, and it had been quite a long time. Nishitani Miho originally lived in Yokohama, but because she was often followed and harassed, she moved to Miwa. Because she was afraid that she would not be able to sleep at night, she even found a new place to work night shifts. But within a few days of living here, the other party followed Miwa again. Miho Nishitani had no choice but to call the police. Unfortunately, for this kind of thing, because the other party did not do anything to harm Miho Nishitani, the police did not take any action against him. The only way is to let him go after giving him a few words of reprimand. Because Nishitani Miho called the police, the other party secretly retaliated and warned her. When she came out of the station entrance, he pushed her down the stairs. On the advice of my colleagues, I bought electric shock devices, pepper spray, anti-wolf spray, and even condoms, but none of these gave me any sense of security. Nishitani Miho collapsed. When Tang Zhen heard Miho Nishitani talking about what he bought, he nodded at first, but when he heard about condoms, he was a little speechless and full of tears. He didn't know how to vomit, so he had to hold back and listen to her continue talking. And that person has become more and more unscrupulous recently. I feel that if this continues, I will be killed. Nishitani Miho sat weakly on the bench, covering her face with her hands and crying loudly, "So, that's why I thought this." After listening to Nishitani Miho's story, Tang Zhen didn't have any good ideas. He scratched his head and suggested, "How about I go and beat him up? It seems that little brother Tang Zhen doesn't know what to do, so just let him and I die together." Nishitani Miho said with a sad smile. "Miss Nishitani, don't worry. I'll think about it again. There must be a way, because it's not worthwhile for such a scumbag to ruin his future." Tang Zhen stood up, took 2 steps back and forth, and suddenly thought of a good way. I thought of it. Conan, just ask Conan for this matter. Yes, with Conan's death constitution, as long as he intervenes in this case, he might kill the stalker without causing any trouble to them. What method? Miho Nishitani asked expectantly. Let's go find Mori Kogora. He can definitely solve your problem. It's not enough to just go to Conan. The death team will come together to see if you, a scumbag, can still die. Although Tang Zhen is now filled with a sense of justice, he doesn't care about the life or death of a scum like him. Chapter 44 Rice Flower Wolf 2. Mori Kogora. That's the famous detective. But he is a detective, not a bodyguard. Can he solve such a thing? Nishitani Miho thought Tang Zhen was talking about a good solution, but she didn't expect to find a detective, so she said a little disappointed. Didn't you say that the stalker is going to attack you? Let's ask Mori Kogora to find out the evidence that he wants to attack you, and then tell the police. Then you should be fine. Tang Zhen advised Nishitani Miho. This. Nishitani Miho hesitated. Is it really good to ask a detective for this kind of thing? Mori Kogora has a special constitution. As long as the subject of his investigation or entrustment is a very annoying person, if that person goes to find Mori Kogora, there is a high probability that something will happen. Looking at his hesitation, Tang Zhen said in Zigu Miho whispered in her ear, just referring to Conan as Mori Kogora. Ah! Miho Nishitani was a little surprised when he heard Tang Zhen say this. SHH. Tang Zhen made the shushing gesture and looked around. He always felt a sense of peeping, but he couldn't find it. Keep your voice down. I feel like someone is watching us nearby. Don't be afraid. Am I here? I'll take you to Mori Kogora in a moment. You describe the stalker as hateful as possible. Then you tell me how you can't stand the pressure and are prepared to kill him. As long as Mori Kogora agrees, the stalker will be in trouble. Tang Zhen pulled Nishitani Maiho and whispered. Okay. I agree. I just don't know how you, Tang Zhen, know so much about Mori Kogora. Although she was a little doubtful, Nishitani Maiho still agreed with Tang Zhen's words, and then asked another question. I have a good relationship with the Mori Kogora family. I discovered it through careful observation. Tang Zhen said casually, and then warned, before the matter is completed, don't tell the outside world about Mori Kogora, otherwise it will not work. Okay. Maiho Nishitani had no choice but to hope that what Tang Zhen said was true. It's already past 6 o'clock now. Let me take you to Mori Kogora's house. Tang Zhen looked at the time and found that it was already past 6 o'clock without realizing it. It's not far from Mori Kogora's home, just 10 minutes away. Downstairs of Mori Kogora's house, Tang Zhen brought Maiho Nishitani to the second floor with ease and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Xiaolan's voice came from inside. Ah! It's Brother Tang Zhen. Good morning, Brother Tang Zhen. Please come in. After a while, the door was opened. Xiaolan saw that it was Tang Zhen who came with a woman. While letting them in, she couldn't help but curiously asked, "What's this? Who is this lady?" Good morning, Xiaolan. This is Nishitani Maiho, a colleague I met from my previous job. This is Mori Kogora's daughter Maor Island. Tang Zhen introduced them to each other. Miss Mori, excuse me. Nishitani Maiho and Xiaolan greeted each other. Miss Nishitani is in some trouble now and needs Uncle Mori's help. I wonder if Uncle Mori has gotten up. Tang Zhen said. Ah. Hello, Miss Nishitani, Dad is having breakfast with Conan. After replying, Xiaolan shouted into the room, Dad has guests. While talking, Xiaolan brought them into the house, and saw Mori Kogora listlessly sitting at the table having breakfast with Conan. Good morning, Uncle Mori. Good morning, Conan. Tang Zhen greeted the two of them and sat down on the sofa beside him. Good morning, Brother Tang Zhen. Conan replied and continued to cook. Ah. It's Tang Zhen. What's wrong with you so early? Let's talk first, we don't have extra breakfast here. Mori Kogora yawned and asked listlessly, No, I got up too early. Still a little sleepy, he didn't notice the woman who came in with Tang Zhen. I'm not here for a meal. Uncle Mori, I'm here to bring you a guest. It's Miss Nishitani Maiho. Tang Zhen pointed at Nishitani Maiho beside him and said. Ah. Miss Nishitani. Do you need anything from my detective Mori Kogora? Seeing the guests, Mori Kogora instantly became more energetic. Hello Mr. Mori, sorry for bothering you for coming so early, let's wait until you finish your meal. Nishitani Maiho felt that Mori Kogora was a bit unreliable from the moment she walked in, but now she has no choice but to trust Tang Zhen said. Okay. Miss Nishitani, please sit down for a moment and I'll finish eating right away. Mori Kogora began to quickly finish breakfast. Nishitani Maiho came and sat down not far from Tang Zhen. Brother Tang Zhen. Miss Nishitani, please drink coffee. At this time, Xiaolan brought 2 cups of coffee from the tea room, placed them in front of Tang Zhen and Nishitani Maiho, then returned to her seat and continued to have breakfast. Xiaolan. Why did you get up so early today? Tang Zhen asked casually after taking a sip of the coffee in his hand. Xiaolan planned to go on a trip, so she woke us up in the middle of the night. Mori Kogora said with some dissatisfaction. I'm really sorry. I arrived suddenly and disturbed your trip. Miho Nishitani said apologetically at this time. It's okay. It's okay. Miss Nishitani's matter is important. Xiaolan looked at Nishitani Miho, who looked a little pale, and said empathetically. Mori Kogoro was busy because there were people waiting here. They ate very quickly and had their meal in a short while. I wonder if there is anything I can help you with, Miss Nishitani. Mori Kogoro came to sit down in front of Miho Nishitani and asked. Detective Mori, it's like this. Afterwards, Miss Nishitani repeated everything she had just said to Tang Zhen. I really can't stand it anymore. I feel that the stalker will attack me soon. I have already made preparations to kill him. I have everything ready, but Tang Zhen stopped me just now. Finally. Miho Nishitani said in a broken voice, and at the same time took out 2 bottles of drinks from his backpack. If Brother Tang Zhen hadn't stopped me, I might have poisoned the stalker to death with these 2 bottles of drinks mixed with poison. Miho Nishitani excitedly pointed at the 2 bottles of Katzman drinks she placed on the table. Sister Nishitani. How do you plan to poison the other party with this bottle of drink? Conan, who had been listening to the whole process, looked at the 2 bottles of drinks on the table and asked curiously. Conan. Why do you ask these questions? Xiaolan said with some dissatisfaction. I plan to put it in the vending machine. Nishitani Miho said the killing method she had prepared. Chapter 45 Rice Flower Wolf 3. After Brother Tang Zhen saw that I was planning to kill someone, he stopped me and brought me to Mr. Mori, saying that you might have a way. Nishitani Miho looked at Mori Kogoro expectantly. But I am a detective, not a bodyguard. Mori Kogoro began to hesitate. This matter was a bit troublesome and he didn't want to take it. With his understanding of Japanese law, even if the stalker had stalked, threatened, and harassed her, and the punishment was very light. At most, she would be released after being locked up for a few days. After that, Ms. Nishitani would receive even more serious retaliation. Dad. Just help Miss Nishitani. Miss Nishitani is so pitiful. Xiaolan said looking at the hesitant Mori Kogoro. Yes. Uncle. That stalker is so hateful. Conan also said with an expression of approval. But. Mori Kogoro expressed his previous worries. Uncle Mori, didn't Miss Nishitani say that she felt that the stalker was going to attack her? As long as you find evidence that the stalker is going to attack Miss Nishitani, I believe he will be severely punished by then. At this time, Tang Zhen said what he had prepared. Yes. Dad, can you bear to watch Miss Nishitani being forced to die with that kind of scum? Xiaolan said, pointing to the poisoned drink on the table. Okay. Let me, Mori Kogoro, take care of this matter. After hearing what Tang Zhen and Xiaolan said made sense, Mori Kogoro agreed to the matter. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Mori. Nishitani Miho stood up and bowed to Mori Kogoro. Miss Nishitani, do you know the identity of the stalker? The more details, the better. Now that the commission has been accepted, Mori Kogoro became serious and asked for details. I learned from the police that the man's name was Nagai Tatsuya. I don't know the rest. The police may know it. Nishitani Miho said at a loss. Okay. It seems we only have to go to the police station. Mori Kogoro felt helpless. Uncle Mori, that's enough. Miss Nishitani worked the night shift all night, and now I want to send her back to rest. Tang Zhen stood up and said after seeing that they had reached an agreement. No problem, that's it. Mori Kogoro nodded, then stood up and said to Tang Zhen, you and I come here. Uncle Mori. If you have something to say that you can't say in the hall, why are you coming to the tea room? Tang Zhen asked with some confusion as he followed Mori Kogoro to the tea room. You kid. You will cause trouble to me as much as you can. Why did you bring such troublesome things to me? Mori Kogoro complained to Tang Zhen in a low voice. Uncle Mori. I can't watch her die with that stalker. And I don't have any other options. So the first thing that comes to mind is you. Tang Zhen paused and continued, and you are famous. Tokyo's famous detective Mori Kogora, this little trouble is nothing to you. Of course, that's what you really think. Mori Kogora asked after feeling proud. Tang Zhen felt that Mori Kogora had become a little smarter. Of course. Tang Zhen said, patting his chest. Okay, I guess you've passed the test, let's go. The two came out of the tea room. Tang Zhen saw Conan wandering outside, so he pulled him aside and talked quietly. Conan. When Uncle Mori goes to investigate later, you will go with him. Why? Conan asked, somewhat confused. Didn't I tell you before? You have a special constitution. If you go with Uncle Mori, you might kill that stalker directly. It won't be so troublesome. Tang Zhen said in a half-joking tone. Superstition. How can there be such a thing? Conan said to Tang Zhen with some disdain. Okay. I don't really believe in Uncle Mori's ability. You can help him discover some details. Tang Zhen changed his excuse. Okay. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. I originally planned to go on a trip, but you guys disrupted it. Conan thought about the confused Mori Kogora and nodded in agreement. Then it's up to you. I'll send Miss Nishitani back first. After that, Tang Zhen said goodbye to Mori Kogora and the others, and went downstairs with Nishitani Miho. Miss Nishitani, don't do anything when you go back, just leave everything to Mori Kogora. Tang Zhen said to Nishitani Miho on the way back. Well. I will listen to you in everything. Nishitani Miho didn't have any ideas now. I get up every morning for a morning run. When you get off work tomorrow, I'll pick you up at the station. Tang Zhen said after sending Nishitani Miho downstairs. Thank you. Little brother Tang Zhen. After watching Miho Nishitani go upstairs, Tang Zhen left quickly. He hadn't eaten yet. Tang Zhen went home, and after having a late breakfast, he began to practice, intending to make up for what he lacked this morning. The day passed before I knew it. When Tang Zhen got up the next morning, he checked the time on his mobile phone. Maybe it was because the case hadn't happened yet, so he still didn't have to go to school today. During his morning jog, Tang Zhen came to the station entrance at the appointed time to pick up Nishitani Miho and then sent her home. At the same time, he also saw the stalker. After the stalker discovered that Tang Zhen was looking at him, he smiled at Tang Zhen and the others, which made Tang Zhen almost unable to hold back and went up to punch him. Don't be afraid. He won't be proud for long. Looking at Nishitani Miho, who was a little scared, Tang Zhen comforted him and comforted himself at the same time. Yet. Nishitani Miho agreed and then fell silent. Seeing Nishitani Miho's silence, Tang Zhen couldn't find anything to talk about. He was a person who didn't talk much. The whole journey was silent, and it didn't take long for Nishitani Miho to be sent home. After watching Miho Nishitani go upstairs, Tang Zhen also started his morning exercise again. When it was almost 8 o'clock, Tang Zhen had just had breakfast and was eating in the yard when he suddenly received a call from Mori Kogora. Uncle Mori, what's the matter? You come to the Metropolitan Police Department. That stalker Tatsuya Nagai is dead. Miss Nishitani wants you to be her alibi. Okay. I'll be right away. Tang Zhen said this and hung up the phone with Mori Kogora. When he went to the Metropolitan Police Department, Tang Zhen had not thought about asking Conan to help investigate the case and kill the stalker. Tang Zhen was not completely sure, but it had only been a day and Tatsuya Nagai was dead. He almost shouted to the sky, Conan, the god of death, is so terrifying. Tang Zhen's home was not far from the Metropolitan Police Department. In order to save money, he did not go by car. At his speed, it took him almost 20 or 30 minutes to get there. Chapter 46 Rice Flower Wolf 4. When Tang Zhen arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department, someone was already waiting at the door. It was Officer Takagi, who he had met several times. "Hello. I am Takagi Wataru from the Investigation Class 1. Are you Tang Zhen?" Takagi Wataru asked, looking at Tang Zhen running towards him. "Hello, I have kept you waiting for a long time, Officer Takagi. I am Tang Zhen. We met in Shikishima before." Tang Zhen said hello to Takagi Wataru and brought a pass issued by him. We walked into the police station with him. In a lounge of the Metropolitan Police Department, Tang Zhen saw that Mori Kogora's family and Nishitani Maiho had already arrived. "Uncle Mori. What's going on?" Tang Zhen asked Mori Kogora after greeting everyone present. "The stalker Tatsuya Nagai died on Miss Nishitani's way home, and the murderer's murder method was the same as what Miss Nishitani said yesterday." Mori Kogora briefly introduced Tang Zhen. "Classmate Tang Zhen, right? Let me take notes for you." At this time, a policewoman with short hair who looked very heroic came to Tang Zhen and asked, "Excuse me, are you?" Tang Zhen asked involuntarily when he saw that the policewoman had already guessed her identity. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Satomai Wako from the Investigation Division 1. I am responsible for the case of Nagai Tatsuya." Satomai Wako introduced himself. Looking the female police officer up and down, Tang Zhen thought to himself that it was exactly as I guessed. This was Satomai Wako, the flower of the Metropolitan Police Department. But for some reason, it was her who came to write his notes. "Tang Zhen, please tell me how you met Miss Nishitani." Satomai Wako first asked about Tang Zhen's identity and age, and then got straight to the point. "I met the odd worker at a restaurant." "Then how did you find out that Miss Nishitani was planning to kill someone?" "When I was running in the morning yesterday, I saw Miss Nishitani, so I went up to say hello to her. Then I noticed something was wrong with her mood. Later, during the conversation, I accidentally learned that she wanted to kill someone. I thought it was wrong to ruin myself for a scumbag, so I persuaded her." "Then why did you introduce her to the Mori Detective Agency?" "Because I'm not familiar with other places in Japan. The only person I can think of is Uncle Mori." "Was anyone else present when Miss Nishitani revealed the murder plan?" "There's me, Uncle Mori, Xiaolan, and Conan." "Did you tell anyone else what you heard?" "No." "Then what time did you meet Miss Nishitani today? How long did it take to send Miss Nishitani home?" "I met Miss Nishitani at the station around 5:10. It took me about 20 minutes to send Miss Nishitani home. When I saw her going upstairs, I left directly." "Did you notice anything unusual when you were sending Miss Nishitani home?" Satomai Wako then asked. "I saw a person at the exit of the station. Ms. Nishitani told me that he was the stalker Tatsuya Nagai. At that time, the stalker was still far away and smiled provocatively at me." "Then have you discovered anything else?" "Well, when I was persuading Miss Nishitani yesterday, I felt a sense of peeping, but I couldn't find anyone." Tang Zhen thought for a while and then replied. "Oh. Are there any others?" "No more." Tang Zhen thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Okay, that's it. Thank you, Classmate Tang Zhen, for your cooperation. I'm done asking. If you think of anything later, tell us the police as soon as possible." "No problem." Watching Satomai Wako walk away with his testimony, Tang Zhen came to Mori Kogora and asked him, "Uncle Mori, have you found out the specific identity of Nagai Tatsuya?" "After my investigation, I found out that Nagai Tatsuya is 26 years old. He has nothing to do because his father, who runs a large shopping mall, provides him with living expenses. While he is following Miss Nishitani, he is also following several other girls. Could it be that he followed the actions of several other people? They all have sufficient alibi. The most suspect now is Miss Nishitani, but Miss Nishitani has your alibi. Mori Kogoro was also a little confused. Could an acquaintance of his commit the crime? So, Uncle Mori, did you find anything when you went to investigate Tatsuya Nagai yesterday? Tang Zhen asked again. Near Tatsuya Nagai's apartment, we found the rope dagger and drug he had hidden. It seems that he really plans to attack Miss Nishitani in the near future. We have handed over those things to the police. Conan replied for Mori Kogoro. I just don't know why the murderer knew the murder method prepared by Miss Nishitani. And Miss Nishitani said that she didn't tell anyone except us, and we didn't tell anyone else, but how did the murderer know it? Mr. Mori Kogoro for puzzlement. Is it possible that someone put a listening device on Miss Nishitani? Have you ever thought about this? Tang Zhen asked. Ah. Why didn't I think of that? Mori Kogoro was a little surprised, and then he told the police about the discovery. Ms. Nishitani, can you check your belongings again? The police took this very seriously and soon brought something like a small detector. I didn't ask. Not long after, the police found a bug in Nishitani Maiho's makeup box. After seeing the bug, everyone finally knew how the murderer knew Nishitani Maiho's killing methods. When she saw the police finding the bug from her body, Nishitani Maiho turned pale with fright. She didn't expect that besides Tatsuya Nagai, someone else was secretly monitoring her. No wonder I always felt a sense of peeping when I was talking to Miss Nishitani yesterday. It turned out to be a bug. Tang Zhen said with some surprise. At this time, he noticed something was wrong with Nishitani Maiho's expression, and he instantly thought of the reason, and then comforted, Miss Nishitani, it's okay. Now that the police know all this, I believe the murderer will be caught soon. Yes. Miss Nishitani. It's okay, our police will protect you. The policeman on the side also comforted Nishitani Maiho. Yeah. I believe in the police. Nishitani Maiho said with a forced smile, but in her heart she was full of distrust of the police. Now as long as we find out who placed this bug, we should call. Are you sure who is the murderer? At this time, Mori Kogoro said nonsense that everyone at the scene knew. Tokyo is so big, how can we find that person? Tang Zhen asked the key, but everyone was at a loss. Chapter 47, The End of Rice Flower Wolf. Could it have been done by someone who had a conflict with Nagai Tatsuya? Have your police investigated his interpersonal relationships? Maiho Nishitani, whose face improved a little at this time, asked weakly. We are investigating this now, but it may not be useful in a short time because there are too many people who have conflicts with Nagai Tatsuya. A policeman said. After that, Tang Zhen stayed at the Metropolitan Police Department with Mori Kogoro and his family, while Nishitani Maiho returned home under the protection of the police. After all, she had just finished a night shift and could not endure it like everyone else. Watching the police begin to investigate people who have conflicts with Nagai Tatsuya. It's not easy for Tatsuya Nagai to live to this day. Tang Zhen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the happy smiles of the people called by the Metropolitan Police after learning of Tatsuya Nagai's death. Hey! So many people want him dead. It's a real failure as a human being. Mori Kogoro said. After having lunch at the Metropolitan Police Department, after a whole morning of investigation, most of the people who had conflicts with Nagai Tatsuya left with proof of alibi, leaving only 2 people, although they also had alibi. But not enough. They are Nagai Tatsuya's half-brother, Nagai Tatsuto, and the 3 stripes who beat Nagai Tatsuya because he stalked his sister. Nagai Tatsuto said that he and his friends drank all night long last night. When the case occurred, they were drunk together. However, everyone was drunk at the time and no one gave him proof. The 3 stripes said that he didn't get up until after 6 o'clock, he was alone, and there was no one to prove it to him. Satomai Wako brought everyone together again to see if anyone could think of other clues, just when everyone was at a loss. Conan suddenly said, Didn't that Nagai Tatsuya secretly take a lot of photos of Miss Nishitani? I wonder if we can find some clues from them. Those people in the film inspection class are developing it. Takagi, go and see if they have developed it well. Satomai Wako ordered Takagi Wataru after listening to Conan's words. Yes. Officer Sato. Officer Sato, I have brought all the photos with the dates on them. Takagi Wataru came back not long after with a thick stack of photos and handed them to Satomai Wako. I didn't expect Tatsuya Nagai to have taken so many photos of Miss Nishitani. Looking at the thick stack of photos, Xiolan was a little shocked. How long had she been following her? There are so many photos, please help me take a look. Satomai Wako took the photos handed over by Takagi Wataru, divided them into several parts, and everyone took turns to look at them. Okay, let me, a famous detective, take a look and see if I can find anything on these photos. Mori Kogura took a stack of photos and looked at them. Everyone present except Conan had something to watch. After silently sighing in their hearts about discriminating against children, they came to Tang Zhen and watched with him. Tisk tisk. This Nagai Tatsuya's photography skills are really good. He can take secret photos so well. Looking at Miho Nishitani in the photo, Tang Zhen couldn't help but tisk. Brother Tang Zhen. Now is not the time to lament these things. Conan, who was with him, said this and began to observe the photos carefully. I didn't find anything unusual. What about you? After taking turns to look around, Tang Zhen waved his hands helplessly. So do we. After that, everyone looked at it carefully again, but still found nothing unusual. Just when everyone was about to change their mind, Conan, who picked up the photo again and observed it, spoke up. Come and see. I found something. Conan said excitedly, pointing to a photo. Oh. Conan, what did you find? A group of people immediately gathered around Conan and asked. Look at the reflection in the glass window in this photo. Conan said, pointing to the window in the photo. Conan is so attentive. If the murderer is caught, I will reward you well. Satomai Wako said with a smile and compliment. Thanks to Conan's tips, a group of people quickly found some similar places in a bunch of photos. In these photos, everyone found the same person in the reflections of various glasses. After careful comparison, they found that these people were all the same, Nagai Tatsudo, Nagai Tatsuya's brother. And just today, in Tatsuya Nagai's candid photos, everyone also spotted him. Afterwards, the police began to use the photos to interrogate Nagai Tatsudo, who had not yet left the Metropolitan Police Department. At first, Nagai Tatsudo refused to admit it, but after seeing his own figure in the photo, he still excused himself on the grounds that the photo was not clear and it was not him. But the police ignored this. After having key evidence, they searched the apartment where he lived. As a result, the police found the receiver of the bug on Nishitani Miho's body in his house. Faced with this evidence, Nagai Tatsudo could no longer deny it, so he had to tell the reason and process of his murder. Because Nagai's mother died early, Nagai's father took another wife, Nagai's mother. However, Nagai's stepmother was not kind to him, but Nagai was cared for and loved by his family. And he has always held a grudge against Nagai Tatsuya. Nagai Tatsuya looked down upon Nagai Tatsuya. He was such an old man, but he did nothing all day long and harassed women everywhere. He was simply a scumbag. Originally, these Nagai Tatsudo were nothing, but recently he learned that his father had cancer and was dying soon. After many inquiries, Nagai Tatsudo found out that his father had left most of his inheritance to Nagai Tatsuya. People's hatred for Nagai Tatsuya reached its peak. After that, he came up with a plan to kill Nagai Tatsuya. He installed bugs on the women who Nagai Tatsuya often followed. He planned to know the whereabouts of these women and kill Nagai Tatsuya. The decision was forced by Nagai Tatsuya. And the illusion of having to fight back was placed on one of them. Originally, Tatsumai Nagai was planning to take action, but when he discovered Miho Nishitani's actions, he stopped his plan. Unexpectedly, Miho Nishitani was persuaded by Tang Zhen in the end. After listening to what Nishitani Miho said at Mori Kogora's house, Nagai Tatsudo used Nishitani Miho's method to kill Nagai Tatsuya, and he also made the illusion of getting drunk with his friends again. It's just that despite all the calculations, I didn't expect that I would be photographed by that BD Tatsuya Nagai. In the end, Tatsuya Nagai was still unrepentant and cursed at Tatsuya Nagai. Thanks to Conan for being careful this time. Conan, what reward do you want? After Nagai Tatsudo confessed, the Rice Krispies wolf case came to an end. Satsumai Wako took everyone to a lounge and asked Conan praise. No, I don't need any reward. Conan waved his hand repeatedly. How about this? Looking at Conan's appearance, Satsumai Wako kissed Conan on the forehead. Ah! Conan blushed when he was suddenly kissed. Seeing his blushing look, everyone present couldn't help laughing. There were only two people who looked at Conan with different eyes. Tang Zhen looked meaningful, and the other one was Takagi Wataru, who looked at Conan with envy. Chapter 48, Ordinary, I don't know how to name it. Tang Zhen and Conan didn't stay at the Metropolitan Police Department for long before they left the Metropolitan Police Department and went home together. In the middle of the trip, Tang Zhen and Xiaolan Conan went to a supermarket to buy groceries, and Mori Kogora went home first. Brother Tang Zhen, what are you going to buy? Xiaolan asked Tang Zhen, holding Conan in one hand and a basket in the other. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll buy whatever I want to eat when I see it. Make it at home. Tang Zhen also carried a shopping basket and walked to the vegetable area with Xiaolan and the others. How about brother Tang Zhen come to my house tonight? I have always heard Conan say that your cooking is delicious. I also want to try your cooking. I have never had anything else except hot pot with you last time. Xiaolan invited. No problem. Conan, what do you want to eat? Tell me, and your brother Tang Zhen will cook it for you. After thinking about it, Tang Zhen agreed to Xiaolan's suggestion and said to Conan. Brother Tang Zhen. I want to eat mapo tofu and sweet and sour pork ribs. Conan said with a smile. Hey! Conan, your taste is quite unique, including sour, spicy, sweet, and numb. No problem. I'll make it for you in a minute. What about you, Xiaolan? Tang Zhen asked with a smile. I can do anything, brother Tang Zhen, it's up to you. Xiaolan said nonchalantly. In that case, let's add a side of fried chicken and a side of squirrel mandarin fish. Tang Zhen looked around and said. Add more soup. Conan spoke again. Oh. Conan, what soup do you want to drink? Xiaolan asked curiously. Tonight's dishes are all fish and meat. Let's have kelp and tofu soup. Tang Zhen saw Conan looking at him and thought for a moment before saying. Good. Now that we have decided what to eat tonight, we stopped wandering around and bought some ribs, chicken breasts, a lively fish, and then bought tofu, kelp, and ingredients, and we were done. After coming to the cashier and paying the bill, Tang Zhen came with them to Mori Kogora's home. Tang Zhen, why are you here? Mori Kogora, who was sitting in front of the TV and drinking beer as soon as he entered the door, turned around and saw Tang Zhen and couldn't help but ask. Dad, it's true that you drink as soon as you come back. Looking at the beer can in Mori Kogora's hand, Xiaolan stepped forward and grabbed it, then complained before saying, Brother Tang Zhen was invited by me. He is here tonight. Will cook us a table of Hyuxia food. Ah! That's great. Looks like I'll have to drink more in a while. Looking at the beer snatched away by Xiaolan, Mori Kogora felt a little temperless, but after hearing what she said, he became happy again. Humph! All I do is drink all day long. After Tang Zhen said hello to Mori Kogora, he went to his kitchen with Xiaolan, and Conan also followed him. Conan. Why are you coming to the kitchen? Xiaolan asked as she looked at the crowded kitchen, which became even more crowded after Conan came. I also want to watch Brother Tang Zhen cook. Conan said in a childish tone. Okay, but you can't disturb us. Xiaolan is still very indulgent towards children. Yet. Conan nodded obediently. But Tang Zhen looked back at such a short man, and he could see a ghost. Just when Tang Zhen was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Conan was looking at him with vigilant eyes. He suddenly understood something. He couldn't help but whisper in Conan's ear, Conan, you are such a clever little kid. Seeing Conan's hidden warning glance, Tang Zhen ignored him. After killing the fish and chopping vegetables, Tang Zhen went to prepare all the ingredients and started his performance. First came the sweet and sour pork ribs, then the squirrel mandarin fish, then the mapo tofu, then the kung pao chicken, and finally the kelp tofu soup. While Tang Zhen was cooking, Xiaolan watched him cook every dish in one go. She praised him from time to time and asked some key questions. After a while, the kitchen was filled with various fragrances. Okay. Let's start dinner. How much do you understand, Xiaolan? Tang Zhen asked as he watched Xiaolan put the last kelp and tofu soup in a bowl. It looks like I know how to do it, but I don't know how to make it. Xiaolan tilted her head and said with embarrassment. You will know after you try it yourself. Conan, you asked me to take the dishes out. After Tang Zhen said something to Xiaolan, he picked up 2 plates of dishes and said to Conan, who had been standing at the door. Okay. Conan quickly made way for Tang Zhen. Uncle Mori is ready to eat. Tang Zhen said to Mori Kogora, who was still watching TV after bringing the dishes to the table. It's ready so soon. Okay. It'll be here soon. Mori Kogora was surprised at the speed of their cooking, then immediately turned off the TV and prepared to eat. Hey, it looks good. I just don't know how it tastes. Mori Kogora took out a dozen beers, came to the dining table and sat down, looking at the dishes brought by Tang Zhen and Xiaolan and said. Uncle Mori, you will know if you try it. Tang Zhen said to Mori Kogora with a smile. Brother Tang Zhen. What kind of juice do you want to drink? Because there were spicy dishes, Tang Zhen specially suggested to squeeze some juice out and let them drink it while they were being pulled. I don't need juice. Tang Zhen shook his head and said. What kind of juice are you drinking? If you're a man, drink. Mori Kogora opened a can of beer for Tang Zhen and said. Dad, please don't lead Brother Tang Zhen into trouble. Xiaolan said, looking at Mori Kogora, who was taking Tang Zhen to drink. Hey, do you still need me to lead this kid into trouble? He knows how to drink, okay. Mori Kogora couldn't help but retort. Haha. Tang Zhen could only smile awkwardly. After that, the meal process was harmonious. Tang Zhen drank 2 more cans of beer and stopped drinking. He still had some lingering fears about what happened last time in Shikoku. After eating, Xiaolan went to clear the table and put away the dishes, but Tang Zhen and Mori Kogora watched TV together. Who is this actress? She looks pretty. Tang Zhen asked while pointing at a person on a variety show. What? You don't even know Miss Akino Yoko? Mori Kogora said in a fuss, as if it was a bit incredible that Tang Zhen didn't know who Akino Yoko was. Didn't I just come to Japan? She is Akino Yoko. I seem to have heard of her before, but I have never watched her show. After explaining to Mori Kogora, Tang Zhen remembered that there was such a person. A well-known female star in Conan anime. Yoko Akino is a well-known actress in Japan. She not only sings and dances very well, but also. Some time later, Mori Kogora began to educate Tang Zhen about Akino Yoko. He was a die-hard fan of Akino Yoko and could not tolerate someone around him who didn't know her. Chapter 49. Thank you. Just when Mori Kogora was giving Tang Zhen an advantage to Akino Yoko, Suddenly Tang Zhen's phone rang. Hey! Tang Zhen didn't shy away and picked up directly in front of Mori Kogora. Ah! I'm right here with Uncle Mori. Just come up here. Tang Zhen said to the other end of the phone. Tang Zhen. Who is it? Why did you ask her to come to my place? Seeing Tang Zhen hang up the phone, Mori Kogora couldn't help but ask. It's Miss Nishitani, she's downstairs and said she wanted to thank us. But I haven't done anything to help her, said Conan next to her. Although we didn't help her, we also made efforts. Tang Zhen said. While Tang Zhen and the others were still discussing, the doorbell rang soon, and Xiaolan, who had finished her housework, opened the door. Not long after, Xiaolan brought Miho Nishitani carrying a gift box to Tang Zhen in front of them. Miss Nishitani. What do you want to drink? Xiaolan asked Nishitani Miho after asking her to sit down. Thank you, Miss Mori, no need. I'm here to thank Mr. Mori, and I will leave to go to work soon. Nishitani Miho said. Then Nishitani Miho took out an envelope, put it in front of Mori Kogora and said, Mr. Mori, this is the commission fee for asking for your help earlier. Because I have been in a tight situation recently, I can only come up with 100,000 yen. Please forgive me. Ah! We haven't helped you with anything, how can we collect money? Just when Mori Kogora was about to take over, Xiaolan declined. Why didn't you help? Mr. Mori helped me a lot. Finally, after some refusal, Mori Kogora accepted half of the commission fee. Brother Tang Zhen, I would like to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I might be sitting in a police prison now. After thanking Mori Kogora, Miho Nishitani said to Tang Zhen. It doesn't matter. It's just a little effort for me. Didn't you help me when I first came to Japan? Tang Zhen said with a smile. These are some pastries from my hometown that I made to thank Tang Zhen. I hope you don't mind. At this time, Miho Nishitani pushed the box he brought in front of Tang Zhen and said. Oh! Then I want to try it. Tang Zhen opened the box and saw several glutinous rice balls that looked like red bean paste inside. He picked one up and ate it. Yeah. It tastes good. Tang Zhen said to everyone after eating one, you guys should try it too. It's really good. After everyone ate one, they all praised it and stopped eating after that. After all, they just had dinner. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Mori. What should I do if I encounter that kind of stalker again? There seem to be more and more of these perverts. Nishitani Miho asked after seeing everyone eating their pastries. General stalkers are very timid. If you meet him again, you can have a showdown with him directly to break the other person's luck. At the same time, don't forget to leave some evidence that the other party is following you, including videos, audio recordings, and photos. This will also be beneficial if you call the police in the future, and you can determine their crime as soon as possible. Finally, if you girls meet a stalker, try not to act alone. If there are many people, the stalker will be afraid and retreat. Mori Kogora didn't have any good ideas. He could only give some advice from the perspective of an old detective. This is all I can think of. I hope it can be of some help to you. Mori Kogora said. I didn't expect Uncle Mori to know quite a lot. Tang Zhen said with some surprise. I have been a police officer for a long time, so I know a lot about these things. Thank you so much. Mr. Mori. Your suggestions are very useful. Nishitani Miho said very gratefully at this time. Mr. Mori. Brother Tang Zhen, I have to go to work, so I'll leave first. After receiving instructions from Mori Kogora, Nishitani Miho stood up and planned to leave. Miss Nishitani. Do you need me to send you off? Tang Zhen also stood up and asked. No, I can just go by myself. Brother Tang Zhen, you don't have to go to the station to pick me up in the future. I believe that with this case, those stalkers will be restrained recently. Maiho Nishitani refused with a smile. Okay. If you encounter a stalker again in the future, you can come to us again. After that, Tang Zhen and everyone sent Maiho Nishitani to the door, said goodbye to each other, and returned to the TV. Dad, don't you have any good ways to deal with those stalkers? Xiaolan asked worriedly as soon as the group of people sat down. We can only hope that the country will introduce relevant laws and regulations. Mori Kogora also said helplessly, and then comforted, why are you worried about stalkers? Who in Miwa doesn't know that your karate is terrible, and what idiot will beat you? Idea. Dad. What did you say? Although Mori Kogora's comfort worked, his way of speaking directly angered Xiaolan. She accidentally crushed the remote control in her hand and lifted up Mori Kogora, who was sitting on the sofa. Asked, do you think you are a violent woman in the eyes of others? Ah. I didn't say anything. I was just praising you for your karate skills. Mori Kogora said at a loss. At the same time, he complained in his heart that if he had known this, he should not have let Xiaolan learn karate in the first place. Uncle Mori, it's getting late. I'll go back first. Looking at Mori Kogora and Conan, who were trembling under Xiaolan's sudden outburst, Tang Zhen said hello and left with the gift from Nishitani Maiho. After a night of silence, it was finally time to go to school again the next day. During the recess that day, Tang Zhen was boredly flipping through a comic book borrowed from his classmates, and chatted with Xiaolan Yuanzi about the recent uproar about the Rice Krispies wolf incident. Tang Zhen will be on vacation in 2 days. Xiaolan and I are going to Izu for vacation. Are you going? At this time, Yuanzi suddenly changed the subject and asked Tang Zhen. Vacation. Tang Zhen was stunned. He had just gone to school for a few days and was about to have another vacation. His life was really good. That's right. Yuanzi said with his hands in his hands, taking advantage of this summer vacation, I want to tan my skin to look better and see if I can catch some boys I like. Yuanzi. Xiaolan on the side saw her best friend acting like a nymphomaniac and quickly pushed her to wake her up. Ahem. Yuanzi blushed and coughed after realizing that the place was wrong. After looking around and finding that only Tang Zhen heard his words, he asked with some relief, anyway, just go relax, do you want to go? You can see a lot of beauties in swimsuits then. Okay. Yuanzi, remember to call me when the time comes. Tang Zhen put down the comic in his hand speechlessly, but after hearing what Yuanzi said, he fantasized about beauties wearing various bikinis and agreed. Chapter 50 Travel to Izu. It's a hot summer day and the sun is shining brightly. Tang Zhen was wearing beach pants and lying on a beach chair under a parasol. He looked at the deserted beach except for himself. It was completely different from what he had imagined, where there would be groups of beauties. There were only 2 girls, Yuanzi and Xiaolan, plus a little kid named Conan who was splashing in the water, which made Tang Zhen a little depressed. I didn't expect it to be a private beach. The Yuanzi family is really... Just when Tang Zhen picked up a glass of iced juice, he heard the voices of 2 girls talking and couldn't help but look up. It's more comfortable to go to the beach for summer vacation, but it's a pity that there are no boys. I saw Yuanzi standing in the sea wearing a sexy swimsuit, complaining to Xiaolan next to her. Who said this is your private beach? Xiaolan said, wearing a bikini and looking at the empty beach. Of course you shouldn't be in a hurry when you have a boyfriend. Xiaolan, you bought this swimsuit specifically for Shinichi, right? It's a pity that the guy who only knows you is invisible. Looking at the pretty Xiaolan, Sonako said with teasing. No. No. Xiaolan said with a slight blush. At this time, Tang Zhen saw Conan wearing a swimming ring, blushing and quietly looking at Xiaolan. Brother Tang Zhen, you're coming too. Why don't you go on vacation at the beach and not play in the water? Xiaolan invited Tang Zhen when she saw Tang Zhen lying under the umbrella on the beach. Here we come. Tang Zhen responded after taking a sip of juice. Seeing how much fun they were having, Tang Zhen also got up from the beach chair and joined them. After swimming in the sea for a while, his previous depression was gone. Brother Tang Zhen, you have a good figure. After swimming around for a few times, Tang Zhen came to Xiaolan and the others. At this time, Yuanzi looked at his well-proportioned figure and couldn't help but praise him. Of course. You don't even know who I am. Tang Zhen said pretentiously. He was not bragging. No one of his age could have a better figure than him. Hey! You said you were fat and you got breathless. Yuanzi saw Tang Zhen's look and replied disdainfully, then looked at his fair skin and said, I won't tell you any more, I will also take the opportunity to tan my skin. This should attract boys. Who told you that boys like girls with dark skin? You look very good now. Seeing Yuanzi like this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but say. Really? Yuanzi didn't believe it. I'm a boy. Of course I know what boys like. You see, Xiaolan's skin is not dark, but there are still many boys who like her. Tang Zhen gave Yuanzi an example using himself and Xiaolan. My brother Tang Zhen, you said, is he so popular with boys? Tang Zhen's words made Xiaolan retort with a blush. If you don't believe me, ask Conan. Conan, do you like Sister Xiaolan with dark skin or Sister Xiaolan with white skin? Tang Zhen suddenly pulled Conan, who was secretly sizing up Xiaolan with a blushing face, over. Ah! No matter what Sister Xiaolan is like? I like them all. Conan suddenly clicked his name and was surprised at first, then blushed and said, but I prefer the white skin of Sister Xiaolan. Okay, that's fine. After Tang Zhen's persuasion, Yuanzi looked at her fair arms and finally gave up her plan to tan herself. Yuanzi at this time. A dark-skinned young man stood on the shore and waved to Yuanzi and shouted. Ah! It's brother Xian-san. Yuanzi shouted excitedly when he saw the visitor. Then he led a group of people to greet him and asked, Brother Xian-san, are you here to see my sister? She has been waiting for you. Ahaha, the young man said with some embarrassment, actually, I came here today to introduce my father and two brothers to her. This is... Tang Zhen and Xiaolan Conan both looked at Yuanzi. He is Tomizawa Yuzo, the third son of Tomizawa Group Chairman Tetsushi Tomizawa, and my sister's fiancé. Sanako introduced everyone, and then added, actually, our Suzuki Foundation and Tomizawa Group are very good. Even the villas were bought together. Is that the one? Tang Zhen asked, looking at the villa next to Suzuki's house. Yes, that's the one. A group of people chatted for a while and decided to go back. At the Suzuki family villa, a group of people opened the door and walked in. They saw Tomizawa Yuzo's father, Tomizawa Tetsushi, who had already arrived one step ahead and was having a pleasant conversation with his future daughter-in-law, Suzuki Ayako. Dad, why are you here? Didn't I say that I would bring Lingzi over to see you later? Tomizawa Yuzo asked in surprise. Don't I want to come here early to try my future daughter-in-law's craftsmanship? Tomizawa Tetsushi said with an easygoing look, looking like an ordinary old man. After dinner in the evening, Tomizawa Tetsuki watched the night baseball game without anyone else, shouting and screaming as if he were at home. Unknowingly, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the program was suspended due to the weather forecast of rain. This made Tetsuki Tomizawa very angry. At this time, Ayako Suzuki gently brought coffee to everyone. Uncle, let's have a cup of coffee first. Looking at her future father-in-law who was a little reluctant because he couldn't see the baseball game, Suzuki Ayako said softly. Well, she is indeed the daughter of the Suzuki family. She has been trained very well. Looking at his virtuous future daughter-in-law, Tetsuji Tomizawa quickly calmed down and praised, Yuzo, you are such a lucky boy. Tang Zhen sat with everyone drinking coffee, and glanced at Suzuki Ayako, who still had the same squinting look, I am indeed very blessed. But Tomizawa Tetsuji began to complain when it came to the education of his children. Compared with the Suzuki family, my other two sons are not good. As for the eldest son Taiki, he insists on refusing to inherit. My career is to be a novelist, but I am still single. I have never even touched my girlfriend's hand. As for my second son, Der, although he has gone to work in the company, he has no idea how to get along with a woman of unknown origin there. Engaged. Okay, Dad, Tomizawa Yuzo said, unable to stand it any longer, please stop talking bad about my brother. Zianzo, you're not good either. Seeing his third son speak, Tomizawa Tetsushi's temper also rose, and he said angrily, I've always known how to paint those useless paintings and how much a painting is worth. How will you support your family in the future? You don't have to look at my property. Dad, art is priceless. Tomizawa Yuzo felt humiliated and stood up suddenly. Ayako, I went to the studio first, and there is an oil painting that needs to be finalized, which will be completed soon. Suzuki Ayako watched Tomizawa Yuzo leave with concern. Yuzo. Humph, leave him alone, Tomizawa Tetsuki snorted and shook his head. If this kid wasn't so stubborn and went to work in the company, he wouldn't be like this now.